morning. What up, everybody? Calling Connor. Huh. Well, the fuck is not picking up. Yo!
Aye!
You piece of... Hang on a second. Let me just put you on screen real quick. Don't you ever... Hang on a second. Almost there. Why are you laughing?
Because you're like, you bitch, I'll kill you. It's like, whoa, we're just starting. We're just starting.
First of all, welcome. Good morning. How are you, Mr. Connor?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing quite well, thank you. In fact, I'm doing excellent. And may I add that you're sounding quite dulcet this morning.
It's quite what?
Dulcet.
What's dulcet?
It's a word.
What does the word mean? In the colloquial sense, not the technical term.
Hang on a second. Is that not a word? Am I crazy? Sweet and soothing. Sweet and soothing.
Oh, okay.
Pleasing to the ear.
I am in a very dulcet. I am in a very dulcet vibe right now. I'm okay with that. That's great.
Are you a peaceful man, Connor?
No, I would say I'm volcanic. So basically dormant for long periods of time and then randomly, explode. That's my nature.
Why are you trying to fuck me, dude?
I'm not trying to. You need to hold on. Before we even start, we can get into the memes. You can call me a piece of shit. We can do all that kind of stuff. We can do that.
Yeah.
But before we do that, you need to understand something about my content creation career so far and my content creation future. Okay.
Yeah.
If I'm saying something out of my mouth that sounds stupid, it's a earnestly held representation of reality based off of my current perspective. It's not a Machiavellian play for clout. It's not a manipulation game. I'm not trying to hurt the digital media careers of my peers. I'm not trying to ingratiate myself into a new audience. It's my genuinely held stupid fucking belief. So if you can shift that in your brain, we're like, why is Connor trying to fuck me? He's trying to ingratiate himself into DGG. No.
I'm going a little bit over. No, I'm going a little bit over the top. I'm like, I don't think that I do.
You can just assume that I either don't understand or I'm stupid, and that'll solve 70% of the communication issues.
Yeah, I don't think you're trying to like appeal to a new audience. I don't think that you're trying to do this stuff. I am just
it's my earnestly held dog shit opinion. It's not rage bait. It's my earnestly held dog shit opinion.
Okay. Well, why don't we give some background to the audience? So we had, I think, one conversation about Renee Good, and I do want to continue and actually have a follow-up to that conversation in the course of this conversation. But we had a conversation about Renee Good, and then you went to describe my belief in a way that I think stated that belief and my position. Now, I'm not ascribing any negative malice to it, but I do want to, I don't know, inform you, and I do want to explain it. Yeah, if that's okay with you.
Okay, can I before we begin?
You need a drink of water?
For those of you, no. Let's say that you're running into this blind. It's the year 2050, and you're checking out old VODs or whatever. Renee Good is a gal who got shot by an ICE agent. Based off of current law, I think that the person who shot her in the face, the ICE agent, is going to escape the situation without legal consequences or administrative punishment. There is some arguments about morality, ethics, and law that we're going through right now. And then I want to, that's for the people who are watching this video in 2050.
Okay.
Now for you, maybe I am presuming, maybe I presume too much. However, I do think that your reputation precedes you in a few ways. I do think that people take you more seriously because you have a JD. I do think that people take you more seriously because you have a decent reputation as a debater. You're a little bit pedantic sometimes, in my opinion, but you're still like a tenacious debater. And then I also think that people give you deference because they assume that not only did you get a JD, but you also worked in the legal realm for a while for a big firm. Don't know what it is, but I've heard people reference it as like one of the big firms in New York or something like that. So you can't be dumb. You know what I'm saying? We can call you 10,000 other things. We can call you pedantic or autistic or, whatever. But we can't call you unintelligent.
Can I pause right there? Because I do see like some people, I think, overstating the importance of a JD. Guys, there are really, really stupid lawyers and people with JDs. It's not that hard to get a JD. I promise you, it's not that hard to get a JT. It's not that hard to pass the bar. As for the other career stuff, I don't try to bring stuff up to like bolster credentials.
So people know it.
Okay, but that's not because I chose that to happen. It happened to be the case that I came on the internet while I was in law school. So this was during COVID. And so as a way of just like introducing who I am and what I do and my background, like I was in law school at the time. Then I graduated law school. Then I got my JD and then I passed the bar and then I worked. But like, it's never been a case of me trying to say, oh, you should listen to me because of credentials, whatever. I'm DMing with, well, I won't say, but there are people who are like, well, do you practice in this specific area of self-defense? I've never litigated a self-defense case. I'm not pretending that I've litigated a self-defense case. I'm not trying to like bolster myself by using credentials and I have this background or whatever. So you can say all that stuff, but it isn't what I'm trying to do. And in fact, I get a little uncomfortable when people like bring that stuff up because I don't want the focus to be on like who I am from a professional standpoint.
With the presumption, okay? Because if we had probably a 2-hour conversation on Renee Good, maybe it was 90 minutes, maybe it was 40 minutes, I don't remember. But we had a long conversation. And so the presumption is that I might know more from a use of force law enforcement perspective, not through some higher education, but through going through the training pipeline, whereas you should have more knowledge of how that's reviewed either by a court or legal process, or you know how to navigate the information.
I understand that that's like the perception. I understand that's like the perception sometimes. I don't want our conversation necessarily to be about that. We can have that in our head. Like, I know Conor was a cop, and so I'm going to think about that and his experience, and I'm going to consider that as an aspect. But I don't think it should be what we revolve around. And in fact, I actively try to avoid that. I'll give you one example. I do it in other instances as well. Crystal and Kyle, I had a whole discussion with them that I put on my channel and that they posted, and how they initially advertised it on their Substack was legal expert tells us about what and I was like, can you please
should have been like legal layman.
Yeah. Could you please change that title and just say like lawyer or legal analyst or something? Because I don't feel comfortable with you calling me like a self-defense expert. Like, so these are the kinds of things where I don't want those kind of assumptions that that's what I'm doing. I think it's in poor taste and kind of gauche, frankly. And it's not something I rely on. And I want to get away. Like, I don't want people to just think of that. I want people to take the arguments. And there are a lot of really stupid people who have law degrees and have worked at firms. You know, it's not like this amazing accomplishment.
let's use that setup in order to cut to the heart of the matter.
Sure.
After I read this $2 super chat, which says, "I'll give you $10 if you call Pisco a handsome baby back bitch." So, right. So from the ashes, I expect another super chat.
Appreciate it.
And Bob Raka, thank you for the gifted. Okay, so hold on. Let's use that framing in order to cut to the matter.
Mm-hmm.
We had I would say, a robust conversation about the Renee Good shooting, in which I described like my perception of training, administration, policy, legal enforcement, et cetera, et cetera. And then you introduced what I would say were two new concepts that I think are worthy of consideration. Okay. And those two new concepts that were worthy of consideration, in my opinion, are number one, is the use of deadly force reasonably going to end the threat of imminent death or great bodily harm?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I think I said in the previous conversation, I'd never thought about that in my entire fucking life. You know, like even as a cop who was on the road for 4 years, it was like imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. I can respond with deadly force. That's the total calculation of what I was trained on. Then the second thing that you introduced that I think you effectively used an effective, you distilled an idea, and I understand it's not your idea, but you distilled an idea that I think has been bouncing around in the public zeitgeist for a long time, which is law enforcement officers intentionally putting themselves in danger in order to use that as a pretext for a use of force. They're effectively, when they could be de-escalating the situation or balancing the public interest versus the law enforcement interest. Instead, they choose to escalate a situation so it causes more danger to members of the public. And then they use that as a pretext with which to execute force. And what I've been repeating for the past 2 weeks is officer caused jeopardy. And then I think the reason why, I can't remember exactly what I said, but the reason why I characterized the way that you were arguing in the conversation to Destiny the way that I did is because it felt like you were arguing that these are things that can be used to hold the Renee Good ICE shooter accountable now. Like we could just like add these things into a court case where we charge him with like manslaughter or something. And then we could use these legal concepts to either incarcerate him or open up the FBI, like have like an exception to sovereign immunity or achieve some kind of like legal precedent. Whereas from my perspective, what would need to happen first is we would effectively need to pass legislation and change policy, because you can't hold somebody, in my experience, maybe I'm wrong, you can't hold somebody accountable for a novel legal concept.
Got it. So I have some agreement with some things you've said and some massive disagreements with stuff you said. So
let's go. That's what the people are here for.
Yeah. So the things I have agreement with are like the idea behind some of the things I've introduced as potential arguments. The first one that you have identified, I think, is true. That is that one needs to measure the relation of the use of force to the threat itself and not just look at the threat in isolation. I agree that that's something I brought up. I don't agree that it's not already part of the law. I disagree massively with that. And I have case law, I think, to support me on that. And what's more is, I don't think that I was arguing ever morally. And so I'm not sure in what your encapsulation is that you just had, because it seems like you were construing me as speaking in terms of ethics, but at the same time recognizing that the whole premise of the argument, at least just now, has to do with holding him accountable now under the law. And so it seems like there's a lack of clarity on your perspective. Do you think at any part in our conversation I was arguing for what the law ought to be or what moral is?
Well, hold on. I feel like maybe I'm wrong. It felt like you were insulted that I did not believe that that was the law as is now, and that I was projecting onto you that this was either a moral argument or that this is what
precisely
the law
correct. Yeah, like it isn't me arguing for a change in the law. I'm trying to encapsulate what I think the law is and apply it. And so you shouldn't construe me as trying to change the law.
Well, then you're going to have to bring up some of these examples that you say back your position. Because effectively, from my perspective, hold on real quick. Like you just said something that is interesting to me, which like totality of the circumstances, let's be real, is like the cop out for almost any like legal argumentation in reference to law enforcement. And totality of circumstances just means like considering everything involved in the scenario. That's what totality of circumstances means. And so effectively, they're just like, we're going to zoom out, consider everything, try to be as reasonable as possible, and take it from there. Okay. So in reference to totality of circumstances, considering maybe the training for law enforcement is lacking. I'm sure that's an extreme, that's a very normal accusation of law enforcement. But considering that for probably 3 months of training, 6 months of field training, 4 years in a career, what was said over and over and over again is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, you can use deadly force. That just repeated over and over and over again, okay? So you're going to have to tell me case law that exists where there was an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, but then action was not justified.
Wait, no,
because
no.
I
literally wouldn't need to show you an example fact pattern for that to be the case, as long as what we're looking at is the principle that the Supreme Court has enunciated. And if the principle fairly represented includes scenarios that I'm talking about, then it's fair to say that that's what the law stands for, notwithstanding the fact that there's a specific fact pattern in which the Supreme Court specifically ruled on it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Probably not, but feel free to elucidate.
Okay, so it isn't required for me to show what the law is to find a case that the Supreme Court has squarely dealt with, for example, a fact pattern, such as where they're like the ticking time bomb scenarios or an exact like 1-to-1 to the Renee Good situation. That's what I think is a lot of people's like mistaken assumptions. The reason for that is
Renee Good. I would take any example. over the past.
I have examples. I have examples, but they're examples that elucidate the principle that I'm trying to establish. So there's one thing which is applying the principle, and the other thing is the principle itself. Okay.
So what principle are you trying to reinforce?
The principle is that the use of force must be assessed as reasonable in relation to the need of the officer. That is to say that if a reasonable officer, if there's no connection between the use of force and the amount of force and the need of the officer, then in that situation, it is unreasonable. And I have case law to support that. Additionally, I think that you've misstated the Supreme Court's test with respect to deadly force in that the test isn't this like check off lists. Okay. You said like, I was taught that if there's a deadly force, we are allowed to use deadly force in response or something like that. That's what you've been taught.
Imminent threat of death or great bodily harm.
But the Supreme Court has specifically told us that going through the test is not a mechanical application such that you meet deadly threat checkbox, therefore it's reasonable under the Fourth Amendment. And so regardless of whether or not those policies in general are true, and I admit that in general, those policies will probably be true, it doesn't mean that that's the test that the Supreme Court gave us. The test that we have from the Supreme Court is objective reasonableness, which incorporates a broader set of considerations. And I can get into...
I want to inject this right in the center of it, even though it's not legality, this is law enforcement training, because I'm obviously approaching it from a different perspective, and I did just get some oil, so I need to read it. Grassroots for $100 says, money for you to tell Pisco he's a heel, and I'm not reading that, and should give me a wrench because I'm a tool fetishist. Okay, my oiler friend, Grassroots Hegemon, he collects mod wrenches as if they're like the Infinity Gauntlet stones. But anyways,
he's like the wait. Have you seen some of the memes of the Reddit guy? I think I talked to him about Ethan Klein, the Stale guy. He's going through some things.
I've seen Stale for sure in the past 72 hours. But what point do you want to make about Stale?
There was a meme that I saw that someone shared, which was like him doing the grip, like the Infinity Gauntlet grip as a Reddit mod. That's what it made me think of. Sorry.
Nice.
Okay.
All right. So hold on. In reference to training, which I understand is not legality and not morality. Okay. Training for law enforcement officers understands that not every single law enforcement officer is going to be a 140 IQ Mensa member. Not every single law enforcement officer is going to be Jackie Chan or Bruce Lee when it comes to martial arts. Not every single law enforcement officer is going to be a crack shot. So understanding that law enforcement officers are going to be flawed, oftentimes average to slightly above average intelligence. Also because of the difficulties of the job, they're probably going to be under stress and adrenaline and all of that kind of stuff. There's typically a training down to what we think a quote unquote objectively reasonable person's decision making is going to make, but under all of these extreme variables, because we understand adrenaline and arresting people and complex paperwork and all that kind of stuff. So what they do is, you're saying that the Supreme Court or the courts don't use this like checklist in order to shoot a gun. But I'm telling you, in training, they almost definitely do that. Where effectively it's like, if like we'll review actually, if you'll indulge me,
I don't doubt that. Well, no, hang on a second. I don't doubt that you guys
they
use.
do boil it down to a checklist. No, that's the thrust of the point.
I don't doubt that, but the question isn't what officers do. The question is, what is the test the Supreme Court gave us? And that test doesn't operate as a checklist and a set of factors.
Okay, so please explain to me the test.
The test is objective reasonableness, and it is like, that is how you can encapsulate it. However, the court has helped us in some respects, and they helped us in some respects by pointing to types of things that matter for the objective reasonability test. Okay, so the first are a set of principles that you've elaborated, that it's an objective test from the position of the officer. In other words, it has to do with what an objectively reasonable officer would do given a situation. That the test is one that we consider taking in mind the fact that officers have to, in the line of duty, make split-second decisions. Okay, these are all things that you've mentioned that the Supreme Court has told us guide our inquiry. One quick correction: they haven't yet ruled, the Supreme Court that is, on officer-created jeopardy hazard, unreasonable creation of officer-created jeopardies, right? That's a point that I've talked about, but every time I talk about it, unlike what you represented to Destiny, I say that Barnes v. Felix has explicitly not held as a matter of law that we should incorporate that. So just to be clear, that's one of the main reasons I was frustrated, was because you represented me as having a position on officer-created hazards that I explicitly and deliberately disclaim every single time I bring that doctrine up. So that's one of the reasons for the frustration. But there are additional... Yeah.
Real quick. You have to understand that, much like an officer in the field, I'm receiving information from 10,000 different sources, and also they become an amalgamation of the same movement. So much like Destiny has identified the anti-fans and the snarkers as this like monomaniacal Leviathan villainous element that he has accused you of being in reference to harassing him. And much like my audience is making fucked up, crude sexual jokes about you, and if you read them, they would probably be upsetting. Much like people tell me that your chat doesn't like me and thinks I'm a retard and all that kind of stuff. The truth is that it becomes an amalgamation. And so you personally might have met like all of these caveats every single time, said that it's not decided, it's not incorporated, et cetera, et cetera. But what people in your audience or your political tribe are doing is they're representing it as if this is the law of the land, and as if the law enforcement officer can be held accountable under this legal concept now. And that's how they're arguing it in chats. That's how they're arguing it in Discords. That's how they're arguing it on Twitter.
Well, first of all,
so it might not be you,
okay,
but that's what your tribe is arguing.
So my tribe is also arguing, if you consider my tribe, depending on what you think my tribe is, that they're not even officers, so they can't even be there in the first place. My tribe is also saying...
But there's stronger and weaker arguments, right?
Yeah, so like, if you just go by
in my opinion, a stronger argument.
I understand, but you can't just be like, oh, well, your tribe says it, therefore I can say Pisco says it.
Sure, but I might have mixed you up with your tribe, so my apologies. Okay, so it was an earnest R-slurred mistake, not an attempt to malign your public reputation.
No worries. The thing is, I don't think it's unreasonable for people to argue that it be applied, because I think it would be insane not to have that standard. And so even though it's not the law of the land, it's the law of land in some places, just not in the Supreme, with respect to the Supreme Court. They haven't ruled definitively on it. And I think it would be insane for it not to be the overall law of the land. However, just on the discrete point, I'm happy to move on from that. All right. So we've analyzed some principles that are incorporated into the objective reasonability test. The fact that it's not purely subjective, the fact that it's from the officer's position, the fact that it takes into account the officers having to do split-second decisions. But there are additional things that we're told to look at. And this is from cases like Graham v. CONOR and follow-on cases. So I want to point you to a case called Kingsley v. Hendrickson. Okay? If you Google right now, Kingsley v. Hendrickson, and I'll read from it. You don't have to Google it. This is a case from...
I'm not going to. Read it to me, please.
This is a case from 2014 in which the Supreme Court is analyzing the use of force in a case according to the Graham v. CONOR objective reasonability test. Now, unlike, if you guys remembered my conversation with Chud Logic tried to be like, it's the Graham factors, mate, the Graham factors. It's not a concrete list of factors, and Kingsley itself makes that clear, as well as Graham v. CONOR. One of the reasons why you can't just look to a fact pattern that's similar is that the Supreme Court has told us that reasonability turns on, quote, the facts and circumstances of each particular case. So it's not enough just to have a similar fact pattern if there are potentially distinguishing facts in the given case. But notwithstanding, that we are given some things to look towards. And in this case, Kingsley, this is what Justice Breyer, writing for the court, says. And by the way, this was later incorporated in a follow-on case called, let me just get the name of it for you, Lombardo versus City of St. Louis. So this is what they say, quote, considerations such as the following may bear on the reasonableness or unreasonableness of the force used. The very first thing that Breyer puts in this opinion, quote, the relationship between the need for the use of force and the amount of force used. Okay? You as an officer were also trained on reasonable necessity, correct? Do you understand that concept? Reasonably necessary.
Yeah.
Okay. In Scott v. Harris, another Supreme Court decision dealing with whether or not the seizure in that case was objectively reasonable, the court talks about how the goal is to determine whether the use of force is reasonable for the aim of preventing the threat. In other words, the Supreme Court has stressed in Scott v. Harris, in Lombardo, in this case, Kingsley that I just cited, that there needs to be a relationship between the amount of force used and the need of the force. Well, what does reasonable necessity mean? Necessity implies necessarily a logical connection between the application of the force and the lawful aim of law enforcement, right? The lawful aim of law enforcement is the prevention of the threat. And the relationship between the prevention of the threat and the need, right, has to do with that logical connection. How is the force relating to the threat? That's what it means to analyze the use of force, right? If force has no logical connection to the lawful aim of law enforcement, that relationship is weak. That's why when I say that this is not some new thing I'm inventing, it's just an absolute entailment of what the Supreme Court has already held. I'm not just making shit up.
So do you want to keep it kind of like zoomed out to explore the disagreement, or do you want to zoom in
let's use
on
examples
Renee Good and the vehicles?
Let's use examples and then we'll use Renee Good.
Examples. Yeah, I would.
So let's use examples. Okay. So these are going to be stylized examples, simplified to show the point, right? That the Supreme Court, again, I'm reading from Kingsley, that they need to analyze the relationship between the need for the use of force and the amount of force used. So take the example, you have a suspect. he is shackled, his hands are manacled, his legs are manacled, and he's lying down on the ground. He is unable to move in the moment. And in fact, all he's doing is just shaking around. And I'm just telling you right now, in this hypothetical, that this person has no chance of escaping, no reasonable chance of escaping the manacles, and that him shaking around the way he is isn't a danger to himself or to other officers, okay? In that situation, you would agree trivially, right? Application of force to restrict, that is to say, let's do like a knee compression to the back, is not justified, correct?
Well, with the contextual factors that you've given me, yes. Mm-hmm. But I also I'm reserving the right to bring up examples where that force could be justified. Right.
Different facts.
But I want to just go with you down the train of thought.
The reason I put those factors in there is to make it easy for you. I understand in the main run of cases that there are going to be other factors that might change that calculus. But this is just to elaborate the point. Now, Connor, why would it be the case that the use of force in that situation would be unreasonable?
So can I add a variable or two?
I would like you to answer first, and then yes, you can add a variable.
Sorry. So ask the question again, because I was already adding a variable in my mind.
The example is someone who is completely restrained, legs, arms, they can't get out, and they're not a danger to themselves, and they're not a danger to others. And an officer proposes to use like a knee hold on them. In that situation, I'm trying to build blocks with you. It's not reasonable for a lot of reasons, but there's an obvious one, right?
I'm gonna say it's not reasonable to put your knee on the person's neck or back. Shouldn't put it on the neck anyways. Yeah. But you shouldn't put your knee on the back unless there's additional variables.
Right, but you make an assessment right there. In virtue of what is it unreasonable? I'll give you the answer from me, and you tell me if you disagree. I think it's unreasonable, given A, there's no qualifying threat to prevent. Right? You're not preventing anything by using the force, right? So at a bare minimum, right, there's no lawful aim there. It's not like you need to move this individual. It's not like you need to administer some medicine. There's no lawful aim, right? That's number one.
Yeah, that's actually, those were some of the addendums and caveats that I was going to add, actually.
Yeah. So
hold on real quick. Can you just follow me for a second?
Mm-hmm.
So you give me the exact same scenario. Okay. Secured suspect. Let's say he's on his belly. We're on the side of a road. Now, typically you're not going to restrain his legs on the side of a road. That's more of like a corrections thing. Yeah. That's more of like in the jail. Yeah. But let's just say that we're on the side of the road and it's a highway. Okay.
Yeah.
If somebody is wiggling, and there's actually like kind of like, oh shit, this person could roll and or wiggle into traffic.
Right. Then you can use it, right?
Imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to themselves.
Right. So
then you could use the knee, and you need to be aware of positional asphyxia as well, which you could actually kill the person by causing positional asphyxia. But in that scenario, the threat to their lives through them acting unreasonable would then justify the knee to the shoulder or the knee to the back. Right. Not kneeing them, but putting your knee on top of their shoulder blade and pinning them to the ground so they don't move.
That's beautiful. That's where I was going with it, or building on this hypothetical, okay? That's where I was next going. So in the first example, there is no lawful purpose that the force is achieving, right? The force isn't achieving anything. You're in
a corrections facility, he's sitting in a cell by himself, he can't hurt himself, you don't have to take him to the hospital, you don't have to take him to court. You're not trying to move him into a different location. You're not moving him from another inmate. Then within that context of him being in an isolated cell, secured, and he's just wiggling around like a little worm, then you shouldn't go in there and knee strike him or sit on his neck or sit on his shoulder blade because there's no law enforcement or other purpose served.
Right. So now we build onto the hypothetical, the one that you added. He's on the highway, and there's actually a plausible case in which he wriggles such that he is going to get in the highway and is a danger to himself or the other officers who have to go and rescue him in whatever they're doing, right? So now we have a lawful purpose, right? So there's a good purpose for the officers to apply force in that situation. I'm going to now change the hypothetical. Okay. The officer applies the force. the force actually is able to restrain the person, okay? And it achieves the aim of stopping him from going into the middle of the highway and represent a danger to himself or to any officer that tries to save him, okay? Now, the person who's initially on him steps off. He's getting tired or he needs to go attend to something else. And initially, the individual doesn't move. Then he starts to move again. Another officer who's watched this entire thing shoots him in the face to prevent him from doing that. Why is that unreasonable?
Because the use of force or whatever is not proportional to the threat. It's not contextually appropriate. If you're trying to save the person's life, then shooting him in the face does the opposite of that. Like,
right.
Obviously with clues, it doesn't make sense.
Right. In other words, there is no relationship between the use of force in that case and the prevention of the qualifying or the need that the officer is citing to use force in the first place. And what this this set of examples does is illustrate the point that the threat itself isn't the only thing you analyze. You analyze, as the Supreme Court has told us in these cases that I cited to you, the relationship between, in addition to other things, I'm not saying it's the only thing you look at, the relationship between the use of force and the officer need. That is what it means for something to be reasonably necessary.
Okay, do you want to move into vehicles or Renee Good?
Let's go into Renee Good. Okay. So here's my contention. Like in the case that the stylized example I provided to you, okay? Assume that there's a qualifying threat. That is to say, the lawful purpose of the officer, that there is such a lawful purpose in preventing serious bodily injury in this case.
Can we articulate that? That way your audience doesn't think that's absurd.
Go for it.
So for instance, let's run down this logic chain. Feel free to poke a hole in it if you don't agree with it, okay? Despite our current hostility to ICE as a law enforcement organization, they are a law enforcement organization invested with detention powers. Yes. And if you check out the detention powers of ICE, typically what it boils down to is people have pointed out correctly that they cannot enforce local, county, state laws. They would have to call another law enforcement agency to do so. However, detaining people who are interrupting or harassing or whatever a lawful ICE operation actually does fall under their purview. So rightly or wrongly, I'm not even arguing right or wrong. I'm not even going to argue whether or not honking a horn a block away is an interruption of an ICE thing. But let's just go with the logic that these law enforcement officers invested with detention power have decided that this is an interruption of a lawful ICE operation, and therefore this person is being detained. So at that point, I would argue that the officers who are on scene, regardless of tactical mistakes, regardless of policy mistakes, they believe that they have the right to lawfully detain Renee Good.
And put a little gloss on what he said. I don't grant that it was illegal for them to try to detain them. Even if it were illegal, the Supreme Court has directly told us that an unconstitutional stop that is the predicate factually for another use of force doesn't necessitate that the first unlawful use of force makes the later use of force or the later seizure or search necessarily unlawful. Now, it might play into ultimately some officer-created hazard situation, but all I'm trying to tell you is CONOR is correct to the extent that he's saying, which I think he is, that just because it is unlawful or determined to be unlawful later on doesn't mean that it wasn't objectively reasonable to use the force in the instance. And further to that, there actually is a decent reason to believe they were entitled, at least for reasonable suspicion, to initiate the stop. And I've not contested that. That's been my position.
People hate it when I say it, but it's true. You can beat the rap, you can't beat the ride. And when I know that I might be distracting us temporarily, but I just want to just play a little bit of tennis with you real quick. Mm-hmm. if it was an unlawful detention, let's say that a judge later determined that a parked car a block away honking a horn is not a sufficient interruption to justify a detention by ICE, that's going to be figured out by a court.
That's later, yeah. That's
not
later.
Figured out on the street.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that in general. And this is not to be an apologist for ICE. Like, none of what CONOR is saying.
We're just talking about how our system works.
Right. From a policy perspective, I believe that there have been vast abuses and civil rights infringements and rights and liberties infringements, including this recent policy that's been unearthed regarding administrative warrants in the context of search and seizure at a home. So this is not to say that what ICE is doing is justified in other respects. It's just for purposes of our analysis to try to make it narrow and make it correct. And I think that that's largely correct. So let's move on, right? So we're at Renee Good. In the Renee Good situation, let's grant that Officer or Agent Ross had a reasonable fear of serious bodily injury. And again, I don't grant that, but let's grant it for the sake of argument, because this is usually what's in the head of a lot of people who are sympathetic to Agent Ross. They are sympathetic to the danger of cars, and they're sympathetic in the sense of split decisions, okay? So they don't want to ever give ground on that there's not a qualifying threat. I believe there's not a qualifying threat, but let's just move past that. And serious bodily injury isn't like just life-threatening stuff. Broken bones can be serious bodily injuries. And so we're not talking about it here, and I've never implied that
a laceration, a broken finger, all these things. Like, I know that when we talk about imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, oftentimes people immediately jump to death. But imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, like first responders, the way that we're trained, and I think the way that the law has argued, is like, as a matter of course, first responders take risk of injury or death as a professional risk. Okay. But that does not mean that in the lawful execution of their duties, they have to accept the fact that members of the public can just like lacerate them or break their fingers or break their bones
from a legal
or break
perspective,
their leg, break their arm.
Right.
It's a part of the job, but you don't lawfully, you don't have to accept that from a member of the public in order to better execute your duties.
Yeah, they're different inquiries. Now, when I think a lot of left-wing people say, hey, you took this job, I don't think you should read that as, well, therefore you should abide all risk, but only that any analysis that just only focus on risk without some kind of more measured and scrupulous look at it, that those kinds of analyses are fucked up, because officers, unfortunately, are accepted to abide certain risks, and they're not allowed to use all kinds of force in response to any kind of risk, but certain kinds of risks. But I do agree with you in the main that, in general, they're different inquiries. Whether cops have an oath and they've sworn and they've taken the risk, yes, they have, is different than whether or not the use of force is justified under the Constitution and other legal principles. Okay.
Well, sorry, real quick, just to inject it into our specific conversation. So, for instance, kind of what I'm hearing, you might not be intending this, but what I'm hearing when you're saying that it is not objectively reasonable to let, and maybe we should zoom out a little bit from Renee Good, but let's say that a vehicle is coming at you and you think there's a high probability of it hitting you. Mm-hmm. If it's at a low speed, or it's kind of turning away from you so you might not get hit, and therefore you discharging your firearm is not like statistically really gonna change the variable of your injuries or whatever, then a law enforcement officer should just accept that there's a possibility that they're going to get hit, and they can't act because their action is not likely to statistically decrease what's about to happen. And so they basically have to let themselves get run over. That might not be what you're implying, but that's kind of what I'm hearing.
I'm not implying that they need to know the statistics, okay? And that they need to run like a computer, be able to like run 1,000 simulations and calculate the trajectories like the Rain Man or like Cookie from Ned's Declassified with the eye.
Zach Galifianakis and fucking The Hangover.
Yeah, and The Hangover. Yes, that is not what I'm implying. I'm not trying to say that they would need to like run some kind of is it actuarial? I don't know what the thing is when it comes to like death situations, and to do a kind of risk analysis and to find out whether it's a significant risk, using some kind of like, I don't know, statistical analysis, some robust framework like that. I'm not suggesting that. I am suggesting, I think you should agree with it, and I think the examples prove it, that an objectively reasonable officer would think that there is some relation between the use of force and a tendency to reduce the qualifying risk. And if you don't think that,
these things should correlate. Yeah, okay. Absolutely.
Right. So this is the most, and the law, it's not just a moral issue. That's what the law demands. The law demands us to look at the relationship, again, here quoting directly from the Supreme Court, the relationship between the need for the use of force and the amount of force used. Yes, that the need of the law enforcement, reasonable necessity, that this takes into account a determination as to that relationship. We're using this force for that need. In the context of self-defense for a threat, it's force to prevent the threat. In the context of, restraining someone to administer some court-ordered procedure, it's for that purpose. But that there's a relationship.
There are people getting spicy in my chat one way or the other, where they're calling me an R-slur for fighting this way, and they're calling another person is calling you an R-slur for something. If we were crafting, let's say that you and I are either legislators or judges, okay? Would you carve out, because I think this is reasonable, would you carve out a violent felony exception for accused officer caused jeopardy? And let me articulate this with an example real quick. Let's say that the crime that Renee Good was committing was not obstructing an ICE investigation or whatever. Let's say that the suspicion at the time was that she was a murder suspect, a rape suspect, a forcible robbery suspect, a kidnapping suspect, or something like that. And therefore, the officer is stepping in front of the vehicle, not because he's reckless and has a wanton disregard for human life, but because he's actually trying to save said in something like a forcible felony scenarios, you have like broad latitude to use force because it's reasonable that they might be a threat to the public if they escape.
Boom.
Right?
Boom. No, this is, I just want to pause right there. This is beautiful. Why is this beautiful? It's a beautiful example of what the Renee Good case isn't. So, yes, when you have someone who's...
I'm just saying, like, you as a reasonable person who's trying to legislate or improve society or whatever...
I wouldn't make it per se. I wouldn't make it per se like that. I think that I think the test that the Supreme Court has developed, maybe you would. We have a disagreement there just in terms of, like, I sometimes am uncomfortable with per se tests. I want a test to be TOC when it comes to the use of force in this context, so that we can't just have these, like, big holes where, like, bad actors can just fit everything in that hole. But in general, I'm okay with that rule being the general rule. Why? And I think that is the general rule. All right. I want to be clear about what CONOR just said. Regardless of whether it's made by statute, I think the rule that CONOR describes is in general what actually is the case. If you have a fleeing murder suspect, their flight alone is sufficient in most cases. I'm not going to say every case. In most cases, to use deadly force. Their flight alone. Okay. Obviously, different situation if you're trying to apprehend him in like a situation where you know he's not going to get away, or where there's obviously that's why it's a TOC. But in the context of a fleeing murder suspect or fleeing rape
circumstances, for those of you who are not tracking it,
most of the time the flight by itself represents a risk to the public, and so even if you think that the person isn't an imminent risk right now to you, you think he is to the broader public. And so the use of force in that context is justified in that flight. Yes, agreed. And the similar situations in the Plumhoff case or in these other cases involving high-speed chases. Scott v. Harris is another example of this, where the person has been like kind of cornered by the police, and he's taken the police on this crazy, insane high-speed chase where they're driving incredibly recklessly. And regardless of whether or not it's a criminal, inherently violent crime that they're running away from, their conduct on the road is so reckless and so dangerous that their flight by itself is the threat, okay? And that informs the officer safety analysis as well. So in the Plumhoff case or Scott versus Harris case, oftentimes it seems very similar because they've just started to move again, let's say, right? And that seems like Renee Good. But you have to understand the difference in that case. The difference in the cases like Plumhoff, et cetera, where it seems similar because they're starting to move again and they're firing the gun, that TOC is premised both on the need for public safety, also officer safety, but it's informed by this fuckered chase or an inherently dangerous felony, which isn't what we have here. They're distinguishing factors. And so that's why I think what you just said is so valuable, because yeah, I would grant if this were like Scott v. Harris, if this were like Plumhoff, I think the officer would be protected. My contention is it's not like these cases. And that's why I think that we need to analyze, well, what is the lawful purpose of the officer, number one? And I think the only possible rationale that one can offer for the use of force, for the lawful purpose of Agent Ross, is defense of self. That's the only possible one that they can even colorably argue. I think it fails, obviously, given my position. But can you think of another lawful purpose besides defense of self?
What, for the execution of that deadly force?
Yeah.
I mean, well, hold on. So, detention. Okay. Now, I want to be clear about this, though. The way that I understand the vested authority within a law enforcement officer is that a law enforcement officer himself is not, as a human being, like my social security number, my birth date, me as a human being, I am not invested with the power of the court. It's the office that's invested with the power of the court. Okay. And therefore, we've established a society in which if an officer of the court detains you, you as a citizen pretty much have the responsibility to surrender to that detention and then go through the process so we can avoid the violence and mayhem of fleeing and eluding and resisting without violence, resisting with violence. Like all the mayhem that happens during use of force scenarios is actually supposed to be prevented by a citizen surrendering. And so you're saying, what's the lawful purpose
to use your gun
behind this action?
I don't think detention can be it. And I'll tell you why.
Well, no, but I think to an effective detention, we have to ask about like reasonableness of the use of force in order to effect a detention. But we do understand that law enforcement officers effect detentions all the time.
I agree.
With different variations of use of force.
I agree.
So hold on. Just let me finish the sentence and then you can tell me where I'm wrong or where you would amend what I said. The lawful predicate is that we have a reasonably believed lawful detention. And typically, officers of the court are invested with the capacity to detain anyone as long as they are reasonable in said detention. And so at that point, standing in front of the vehicle, by the way, if a vehicle was shut off or if it was parked in a different direction or whatever, there's no law stating like a law enforcement officer can't stand in front of a vehicle. There's no law that a law enforcement officer can't stand in front of a running vehicle.
You're fighting a ghost, Connor. I haven't said that. Okay. I'm not invoking. I'm trying to preempt shitty arguments. So let's not. But let's not try to predict where I'm going. Okay. I'm trying to listen to you.
I think detention is something that allows the officer to engage in an attempt to detain.
I agree with that, but that's not what we're talking about. The question is the use of force.
Let's try to differentiate because I think I am a little bit lost in your logic.
All right. So we're trying to justify the shots, the gunshots. Okay.
Okay.
And the gunshots aren't.
Hold on. Let's back up one step and then let's move to your step.
Okay.
Okay. There is policy stating that a law enforcement officer cannot or should not stand in front of a running vehicle because of the risk to himself, right? I don't even know if Wick pulled up the right policy, but he pulled up a policy on one of his panel shows that was saying that it's like stated policy from DOJ or whoever that basically like whenever possible, do not stand in front of a running vehicle due to the risk to law enforcement officers, right? That's like a stated policy, okay?
Yep.
However, there's no law stating that a law enforcement officer cannot stand in front of a running vehicle.
Agreed.
Right? Okay. And so at that point, he could be violating policy. But if there was a running vehicle and Renee Good is in the vehicle and they're 3 feet away, and instead of shooting her in the face, he just says, "You're under arrest. Please exit the vehicle." Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's violated policy, but he's still trying to effect the detention. Right?
Agreed.
Okay. So let's move on from that, because what I would argue is,
Well, I wasn't on that.
Up until him pulling and firing the weapon, that's the legal, maybe not the policy world, maybe not the moral world, but that's the legal world in which we exist.
This is what you're trying to
So
do.
now
You're trying to ignore the situation that he's in front of the car, but you can't because it's TOC.
I'm not.
Now, okay. So like, I agree with you. We're not examining whether or not he broke the law by standing in front of the car. And I agree.
Right.
I don't think he violated the law by standing in front of the car. But
Hold on. I'm going to say this. Beef Supreme, stop being a smug bitch. Okay, continue.
Okay. So we're not analyzing whether he broke the law by standing in front of the car. But whether or not he broke policy by standing in front of the car may or may not be relevant to whether or not he was unlawful in shooting Miss Good. You need to analytically separate those things.
Yeah. Please do.
Okay. One thing is saying that the liability is for standing in front of the car. No one should argue that. Okay. That's stupid. The liability that's being proposed is for shooting Miss Good. And whether or not he's guilty of that in some capacity or liable in some capacity will certainly turn on whether the use of force was reasonable. And whether the use of force is reasonable might turn on the extent to which it was unreasonable for him to violate policy with respect to standing in front of the car. They're different analyses. You understand that? Separate. You're trying to remove the relevance entirely, but unfortunately, we don't know that we can do that yet because we don't know whether or not the TOC will include unreasonably created officer hazards. Okay, that hasn't been decided yet, so we can't remove it from the table just yet. Just like we can't knowingly put it on the table, we can't knowingly remove it yet. It's
which is kind of why I wish they had given us a definitive ruling on Felix versus Barnes.
I still think even if we don't have that ruling, that policy in some respect is relevant, but we're not there yet. But we are just examining whether the use of force in firing the shots was objectively reasonable. And for it to be objectively reasonable, you would need to identify a lawful purpose of the officers, right? And what I'm trying to get common ground on is the only possible justification that someone can offer for a lawful purpose for Agent Ross would be self-defense of himself, correct? And I thought I heard you say, well, no, he could also invoke detention rationale, but not for shooting the shots, right?
So you might know the case law better than me. So let me kick back to, holy shit, 11 years ago now. So if I don't have the exact case law or whatever, then just bear in mind I'm remembering this from 11 years ago. Okay. So that felonies are incredibly easy to commit. Okay. Like shoplifting over $300 is a felony, right? And there was either a state level case in the state of Florida or it was a national level case. And maybe it's even Tennessee versus Garner. I don't remember. But effectively it was whatever one determined fleeing felons. Okay. Because what happened was there was a law enforcement officer. I think it was in Kentucky. I think it was in the early 20th century. But so obviously not Tennessee, but what happened was, cops were just gunning down felons left and right. Okay. Somebody like shoplifts for $300 or whatever. Now, bear in mind, the statutes were probably different back then. But effectively, like if you're a felon and you run away from a cop, the standard was fleeing felon, like, you know, they stand a hazard to the broader public. Therefore, we can gun them down.
Okay, but that's not true, though, right?
Well, it's not true, especially after the established case law. But I don't remember if it was at the state level Connor, or if it was at the federal level.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to not be a pussy and answer the question.
Sure.
Do you remember the question?
No.
Okay. See, I hate you
I'm trying to elucidate a complex topic, and you're interrupting me to say answer yes or no.
No, I'm not saying answer yes or no. It wasn't.
Yeah, you are.
You don't even remember the question.
You're pissing right now. You're pissing.
Dude.
All right. Go ahead.
I'm trying to.
Is detention, can you use deadly force in order to effect detention? In broad, yes. Is it reasonable? No. Are there times where law enforcement officers, for instance, whatever case law that I'm talking about, where random felons were getting shot in the back, but they were non-violent felonies and they didn't stand a broader threat to the public? Before this case law, it was standard to shoot felons in the back. After this case law, it became no longer standard because it wasn't viewed as a reasonable.
But the standard to shoot, even if it was
law enforcement officers are invested with authority in order to detain people.
Connor, you're smart, so you should understand. Even if you grant that it was standard to shoot felons in the back, that the standard of shooting felons in the back, even assuming that were the standard in Florida, wherever you're talking about, isn't premised on detaining them. It's premised on a danger to the public. Do you understand that?
No, I don't. And so let's break that down. The detention means to seize someone by the state, correct?
It's to seize someone, yes.
Okay. So the reason why detention, or the reason why law enforcement officers believed that detention was reasonable prior to this case law, was that a felon, through nature of being a felon, because felonies used to be more serious, considered more serious a century ago, by virtue of being a felon or somebody who had committed a felony, you are de facto a threat to the public.
Right.
And therefore you must be detained, and therefore any force can be used to detain you. That was the argumentation.
On a theory of public danger. Right? It's not to effectuate
but what does that have to do with whether or not you're lawfully able to be detained? And why can't somebody argue that a woman who's willing to flee and elude from a law enforcement officer while being within feet of them from a lawful perspective, why can't they argue that that person's potentially a threat?
I'm not saying they can't
public?
argue. First of all, let's get out of this can argue, can't argue. We're talking about you. We're talking about me, what we're arguing. And so when you say can argue, can't argue, I'm going to be obnoxious as fuck.
We're talking about what the broader society is arguing, but that's okay.
I don't give a fuck. It's you and me. Let's have a conversation. We're not talking to the communities or broader people. We're talking to you and me. And if you say, well, couldn't someone argue? I'm going to interpret that as obnoxiously as possible in the ways that people get pissed off.
Let me own it then. Let me own it then. I think that in a society that is based off of the rule of law, law enforcement officers are invested with detention authority and are also invested with detention authority up to and including deadly force. And it is only the context in which those detentions arise that determines whether or not use of force is warranted. The detention authority is never in question.
I'm not questioning the detention authority, okay? I'm calibrating very narrowly to the use of deadly force in this case.
But you just said that it wasn't a law enforcement purpose served or something. You said that the only purpose of the use of force. Okay, fine. Then re-articulate it and I'll try to
listen very carefully. I'm trying to identify a lawful purpose to use the force in this case. What would be...
And you're talking about specifically the shots fired.
The shots, okay? I'm not talking about detention. You would agree that in order for the shots to be justified, there needs to be a lawful purpose, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that lawful purpose needs to be reasonable in relation to the force used, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to identify potential, by which I mean, now I'm going to sound like a hypocrite, but I do mean this in this way. I think it's appropriate. Potential arguments that people on the other side in favor of Agent Ross would levy, such as yourself, to identify which are those lawful purposes, those lawful needs to which Agent Ross is able to marshal an argument. And I've offered one that the main one that people are using is defense of himself. And I agree that needs to be analyzed. I'm just asking, is there another rationale, such as the need to apprehend him or her, or the need to protect the broader public, that you would say is reasonable in relation to the shots fired? And I'm just going to say the apprehension thing I think is going to fuck you over, because I'm just going to give you a bunch of hypotheticals where the mere apprehension, right? Merely trying to apprehend someone isn't sufficient to use the deadly force. You need one of those other threats to public safety, threats to officers, because otherwise you're not going to say it's reasonable.
This might be a moment where we're talking past each other. So I do kind of want to mind map it with my chat if they disagree with me.
Okay.
But I do kind of want to put I want to articulate my view, and then I want to pin it, and then I want to move forward and just try to understand maximally what you're saying.
Okay.
Because what I'm trying to say is that there is a relatively simple calculus, okay, which is cops are invested with the power of the state. They have the right to detain citizens, and then once citizens resist said detention, they have the capacity to escalate force as necessary to detain said person. Okay. Now, I think that is just a blanket true statement. And so when
long as it's reasonable.
Well, hold on. This is where we're not seeing eye to eye, and I don't think we're going to be able to reconcile it. I don't think we're going to be able to reconcile it in this conversation, and I don't want to spend 40 minutes arguing with you over it. Okay.
What do you think we can't reconcile?
What I'm about to say next.
Okay.
So I think you're saying as long as it's reasonable, which puts an asterisk on that statement, which means that all of the detentions have to be evaluated.
All applications of force by the government that are considered seizures must be reasonable.
Yes.
Okay.
So
that's why I put an asterisk there. And so we're not talking past each other on that. We agree on that.
Okay. Maybe I'm inferring something that you're not implying. So let me let me state what I'm inferring, and then you can tell me whether or not you're implying it.
Got it.
Okay, hold on. Let me try to think about how to articulate this where it doesn't
take your time. There's no pressure.
Okay. What I'm hearing there, because I'm doing a very simple calculus, which is state, power, vested, individual, detention, people must surrender to the detention, then we evaluate force after that fact. I view that as a true statement that is then reasonableness is kind of something that draws back that power so we maximize society's well-being. But reasonableness does not eliminate the right of detention. And let me articulate this just a little bit more. So for instance, let's say that he had gone to the passenger side, given her lawful orders, and she had fled the scene. Okay, nobody's hurt, right? At that point, because it's still true that the state has the right to invest officers with power, and those powers include the right of detention, and detention is necessary for the functioning of a lawful society. At that point, said officer would have the right, maybe even the duty, to write up a warrant saying this person interrupted a lawful ICE operation. This is their driver's license. This is their license plate number. This is video of them violating
Connor, your intuition is correct. Your intuition is
eluding. Therefore, we are going to detain them at a later time.
Your intuition is correct.
You haven't given up the right to do this. You've just used more reasonable force within that right.
The authorities vested to the police, and oftentimes are done through statute. And in the case of DHS specifically, they are the Congress of the people of the United States chose to endow ICE with authority to detain. Okay? No doubt about that. They are given authority to detain. But everything is subject to the Constitution. Okay? So the authority of the DHS officers, insofar as it violates the Constitution, is not any actual authority. Okay? They don't have authority to violate the Constitution. There could be other doctrines that limit the scope of certain remedies, even if they violate the Constitution. That's a doctrine of qualified immunity, right? Different doctrine in civil damages. And they're actually, sometimes, you alluded to this actually with one of the things you're saying, which is novel laws, you don't get punished for novel laws. In some sense, that's true with respect to qualified immunity doctrine. In qualified immunity doctrine, you need to have a gross departure from like an already established constitutional right / procedure. Okay. That's true in the qualified immunity doctrine, but we're not talking about qualified immunity. What we're talking about is whether the use of force in this case, the deadly shots, the firearm was justified. And when you're laying out this foundation of authority and escalation of force, I will agree with you that that's how officers are trained. I will agree with you that officers have all of that authority subject to the Constitution. And the Constitution requires that all seizures be reasonable. And shooting a gun at a person is a seizure. Okay? So that's what we have to contend with. Agreed on the authority part. I'm not arguing the authority part. Agreed on the affirmative duty of citizens to follow the law. Absolutely. She should not have run away. That itself was probably a crime and probably was also the cause of her death in addition to other things.
When you're done, at the risk of looping, I think I can articulate it a little bit better.
Go for it.
Okay. So, excuse me. And I actually don't think you'll disagree with this at all, which will allow us to move forward. So, ICE is allegedly engaging in lawful law enforcement operations. They believe that they have an interruption to their lawfully performed duties, and they're invested with detention power in order to effect an arrest. They approach Renee Good, and at that point, at least 2 or 3 of the officers, I would say the 2 or 3 of the officers who are not the shooter, are approaching from one side, and they look like they're on the verge of a detention. They look like they're trying to get her out of the vehicle, detain her, etc.
Yeah, they're attempting to detain her, for sure.
Okay. And then the other officer believes that, oh shit, because he was just like videotaping them before. So who knows if he was using it for evidentiary purposes? Who knows what he was thinking in the moment?
Well, that's a really big question, Connor, and that's relevant as well. But go ahead.
Sure. So at that point, he should at that moment believe that he has the ability to detain Renee Good. Okay. So at that point, if we think we have lawful purpose, authority, like legal ability to detain, I just want to check those boxes as green, and then we can move into reasonableness.
Okay.
Because I think what's being implied, real quick, because people might be like, why is Connor autistically focusing on this green checkbox?
I thought I granted most of this. So I'm going to go walk
You probably have. You probably have, so we can move on. What I think I'm inferring from what you're saying, though,
is that they couldn't stop her? You really thought that's what I was saying?
What's that?
That they couldn't stop her?
No. What I think I'm inferring, and bear in mind it is the morning and I'm getting caffeinated, is effectively that, like, because the seizure was unreasonable, like because the
detention was
unreasonable. Sorry, say that.
Did you think that I thought that because the detention was unreasonable, the shots were unreasonable? I hope you didn't think that.
No, the inverse. So I thought you were effectively saying because the shots were unreasonable, the detention was unreasonable.
That is so stupid that you thought I thought that. You thought I thought that going back in time, that like shooting that happens after the detention is initiated bears on whether the detention was lawful. Do you really think that?
No. So what was implied by what you're saying? And I'm not trying to say that you're stupid or whatever. I'm not trying to imply that I think you're stupid. I don't think you're a stupid man. What I'm trying to say is the blanket statement of, and once again, this is why I think we could put a pin in this and move on. The blanket statement of the state is invested with the authority to detain as long, quote unquote, as it's reasonable.
Yeah. And the detention was reasonable.
That blanket statement, but that blanket statement then says, if it's considered unreasonable by some, or some like something like that, then you can basically eliminate the right to detain. And specifically in the Renee Good sense, it almost sounds like that statement may perhaps in isolation. But that statement sounds like you borderline don't think that the ICE officers have the right to detain.
So I'm granting.
I'm arguing your points for you, and if we've made it this far, we can move into the.
We can, and I appreciate that. I just think that the conversation will move more quickly, and I respect that what you're trying to do. I think that what your mind is doing is like you're seeing the arguments in a head, and you're trying to like in good faith anticipate perhaps where I'm going and just head it off or something. And so I understand that.
I'm also trying to head off like R-slurred people, dude. Like, I get that you're like a smart guy or whatever, but there's also people who are going to use your argumentation and then they're going to come to my chat and they're going to say soy shit based off of what you said. You know what I'm saying?
Let me just head it off.
We can move forward.
But I do want to talk about the detention real quick, just so that people understand my position. It might be the case.
Yeah, dude, Beef Supreme already did it. He's like, it needs to be reasonable or else they lose their detention authority. It's like, dude, they're already doing it.
It might be the case that the detention is ruled unlawful at some point in time. I doubt it, fundamentally, because I think that there probably was reasonable suspicion on some obstruction-related offense that they have somewhere in the laws. So this might be me being presumptuous because there is right now a live fight on one of the basis of obstruction, which requires force, and I don't think that Renee Good used force directly, and so it's maybe like an implied force. So I'm not sure which statute would give reasonable suspicion or probable cause, but I'm assuming there's something there, and maybe that's me taking the light, like kind of in favor of DHS and saying like I don't really want to get into it. I'm assuming that the stop was authorized. Different question whether the stop was reasonable. It actually can be reasonable and unlawful in some respect, unless for purposes of the self-defense analysis and for the seizure analysis. So whether something is reasonable under the Fourth Amendment as a seizure, and a detention would be a seizure, doesn't necessarily mean that it's legal for other reasons. Okay, so there could be other reasons why a stop is illegal other than the Fourth Amendment reasonability test. Okay, but I'm assuming that they're endowed with statutory authority to make this kind of arrest, and the facts at least give reasonable suspicion to make a detention on those facts. Okay, that's what my assumption is, and I'm not contesting the reasonability of the detention. It could be that it's unreasonable. It could be it's unlawful.
I made an inference not stated.
Right. So that's all I'm saying is I think that people they're barking up the wrong tree to be like, well, ICE shouldn't even be there in the first place. That's more of a political argument that I probably agree with, but it's not so much bearing on my analysis here. And some lefties even say, well, it wasn't lawful for this, that, or that. I'm not convinced yet, but I'm open to those arguments. But it's not factoring in. Okay. So I'm not analyzing the detention for its reasonableness. I'm analyzing the firearm usage. Okay? Now, the facts and circumstances leading up to the attempted detainment bear on the reasonableness of the firearm usage. But they don't necessarily, they're not coextensive. Because assume it was illegal detention doesn't mean that it was a reasonable use of force, and vice versa. They could be both. It could be both, neither, or, we don't know for one and we know for another. That's all I'm saying. They don't have a necessary connection with each other. They don't determine each other. They're independent.
I'm with you.
Okay. Except for the factual predicates that inform both of them. All right. The use of force, in this case, deadly force, where I'm trying to go with, and I'll just tell you my outline, is deadly force needs to be justified with reference to a need. All right. There's a specific need that the government is using to justify its seizure. In this case, what I'm saying is the only plausible sounding rationales that the government would have, really Officer Ross would have, Agent Ross, would be defense of self. And I'm asking not a yes or no question, but whether or not you can conceive of other rationales that you think are plausibly reasonable other than defense of self. I'll give you some examples.
Possibly.
To apprehend.
I would not be plausible, and I think it would be an argument in bad faith.
Okay, cool. So let's stick with the self-defense rationale, right? I'm trying to narrow. I'm not trying to widen.
Sure. Can I give you what I think is a weak argument, and then we can move past it?
Yeah.
So the weak argument would be if this person, because once again, everybody else sees a 37-year-old woman who says, "Oh, I'm not mad at you, honey," whatever, and they're just like, "Oh, totally safe," right? But that's not how police officers think. And then once she knows that she's being detained, and then she backs up her vehicle and then drives it forward. I think it is a weak argument that should not be taken as good faith. But I think in the course of a legal defense, an officer would argue, well, if she's willing to flee and elude in a reckless way that puts my life in jeopardy, then therefore she's also a risk to the public.
Yeah. So
right.
the reason I don't buy it,
I think it's weak, and I'm not going to die on the hill.
Okay. Yeah. So let me give at least the audience a reason why I don't buy it. I don't buy it because for those defense of others rationale, general public, what we're looking for are reckless violations of the traffic laws. Things like very high speeds, driving into other lanes, you've already hit a pedestrian or done something grossly reckless. It's not enough to just run away to be considered a threat to the public. Now you could say, well, the nature of her driving in the manner that Officer Ross showed would cause him to think that she would be likely to do it, but that would very quickly swallow the rule. If it were enough to say, well, a flight by itself is enough to get that safety to the public rationale, then you're basically suggesting that most, if not all, attempts at flight would be considered threats to the public, such that you could use deadly force. But the intermediate appellate courts,
I don't think it is a good faith or a strong argument.
Okay, yeah. A different case in Plumhoff and Scott v. Harris, where, they unloaded the mag in that situation after a fuckered chase, after incredibly insane, reckless driving, which
I think to be objectively reasonable, we would need more threatening factors.
Correct. Perfect. All right. Beautiful. I agree with that. I think that's reasonable. So the only we think, and I think we agree, plausible rationale would be defense of self. So we now have the officer purpose, the purpose for the use of force. And so let's follow what the court admonished us to do. The relationship between the need for the use of force and the amount of force used. Well, how does shooting good in any respect have a tendency in the mind of a reasonable officer to achieve the aim of the defense of Agent Ross?
Yeah. So let's argue statistical probability. Okay. So where I move your way, so let's try to analyze them. I don't want to say in a vacuum, but let's try to analyze them independently, I suppose, and then add them up as a TOC. Okay. So vehicles, even at low speeds, if they hit somebody and run them over, crush their legs, crush their arms, crush their hands, whatever, that is potential imminent threat of death or great bodily harm.
Can be, yes.
Okay.
No doubt.
As a vacuum or as an isolated variable.
Yes. I grant that can happen. Yep.
Okay. Then we have a officer who is standing in front of a vehicle, arguably through officer created jeopardy. But for bad tactics, adrenaline, whatever you want to call it, violations of policy, he's standing in front of said vehicle, and said vehicle is moving towards him. Okay. Within the action reaction gap, within the adrenaline out context of the subjective experience of the officer, he can perceive the vehicle and will argue in court that he perceived the vehicle as an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm at himself, at which point he is authorized to use deadly force, right? Now you're asking, and I'm going to answer, how is that actually going to help the situation? How is that actually going to defend?
Let me be clear.
The life.
Why would an objectively reasonable officer in Agent Ross's position think that firing the gun in his position would have any relationship with the elimination of the threat or prevention of the threat, which is what the Supreme Court told us, that is used to justify the use of force in the first place?
Okay. So as the vehicle is backing up, and bearing in mind that this happened in 3 to 5 seconds or whatever, drawing and firing and killing the driver, if you believe that it's the driver's intent, or you don't know their intent to hit you with the vehicle, then what you could do is you could kill the driver, and then you could reduce the speed with which they hit you with said vehicle.
All right, let's narrow even further. So you would agree, absent an officer's reasonable apprehension that she was intending to hit him as her conscious object, that it would have no relation to end the threat, right?
But the reason why...
Can you answer that first, and then you can explain?
You're saying that intent has to be present in order for the officer to view that objectively reasonably?
That the use of force, that killing the driver, it would only be reasonable in response in that distance if it was reasonable to think that Renee's Good's intention, her conscious object, was to hit you. Otherwise... and it's not because you're going to stop the hit that's about to come or has come. it's because you're afraid that she might run you over, right? Or like back up into you, right? She's gonna miss you and then back up into you, right?
Sure.
Because you're not going to prevent the threat by shooting her in that context. Agreed? Because the car's going to keep going.
No. I don't. Hold on. Let's deal with intent first, okay? And maybe once again, I'm inferring too much.
I want to separate. So we'll deal with the situation in which you reasonably apprehend the intent to run you over. But let's take the situation in which you don't apprehend that intent. That is to say, you don't think she's trying to hit you. Assume that it would be unreasonable. We'll get into the intent part. Assume that it would be reasonable for an officer to believe that she was not trying to hit him, and it would be unreasonable to think that she was trying to hit him.
Let's work with that frame, but I'm going to make the same point. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you cause, in a vacuum, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm without the intent to do so?
Yes.
Okay. So, Renee Good trying to flee the scene while turning her wheels away from the officer, but then accelerating at the same time, her intent on whether or not she's trying to hit the officer actually is not.
Conor, listen to me.
It's an important variable, but it's not the variable
Conor,
that determines whether or not
how does
use of
shooting the
force is
bullet
justified.
at the driver at that distance between Agent Ross and the car have any tendency in the mind of an objectively reasonable officer to prevent him being hit by it in that moment, assuming she doesn't have that intent?
Okay, assuming that she's dead or injured and then therefore doesn't slam on the accelerator, that is a decreased risk of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm compared to if she's still conscious and capable of slamming onto the accelerator.
No. At that distance, it wouldn't stop it, right? The car's going to keep moving.
But it might reduce the amount of injury or death.
And how? Explain that.
How? Okay, you stand 3 feet in front of my car and I gun it. Okay, that's one scenario. You stand 3 feet in front of my car and I hit you at 2 miles an hour. Can we agree that speed and acceleration is still going to be a variable that determines how injured you are?
No doubt.
Okay. So if the officer wants to stop, he doesn't let's say that it's a conscious thought. And by the way, I don't even think this is a conscious thought, but let's pretend for a second it's
then you have a problem. Thought. You have a problem, right?
Well, hold on.
If it's unconscious shooting,
then you can tell me the problem.
Okay.
Let me run it and then you can tell me the problem. Let's pretend that it's conscious thinking real quick. Holy shit, this bitch is about to hit me with her fucking car. She is either trying to hit me with her car or she's fleeing and eluding and she doesn't care if she hits me with her car. Therefore, I'm in imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. I'm going to shoot this woman. That way, if she tries to, hopefully she's dead or injured or something, so she doesn't stomp on the accelerator and then cause me greater injury or death than if she's dead. Let's pretend that was a rational line of thinking.
No, why would we pretend that? I think that's an irrational line of thinking.
Why is it an irrational line of thinking?
Because at that distance, there's no reason to believe that shooting in the first shot, right, would cause her to not hit down on the accelerator for the brief period of time under which the car would be such that you would have any bearing on your injuries, right? In fact, this is where the policy becomes relevant. Part of what's informing the policy to not shoot at moving vehicles is the notion that these kinds of things increase the risk of whatever's in front of the car, Conor. So just so you're aware, the reason the policies are written that way, this is how the policy is relevant even outside of the context of officer-created jeopardy, is the people who wrote the policy said, except in these weird situations where, for example, you have some intentional madman trying to ram people in, then of course, right, I would grant very easily, that it would reduce the threat. We think it actually increases the threat to have someone who's shot manipulating the vehicle for whatever's in front of the vehicle. But in this case, given where he is in relation to the vehicle,
I agree with this. So I should rebut that in a minute.
But how does shooting him with that first shot, where he's aiming like this, the car's going to hit him or not? And there's no way an objectively reasonable person would say, "Oh well, I'm doing this because I think that it's likely, given that I shoot her, that she won't slam on the accelerator. That's not what an objectively reasonable officer would think. They would think, hey, this car is going to hit me. And unfortunately, right, this gun is not going to stop that. It's too close to me. The car is too close to me.
No. You're using objectively reasonable officer, and yet I almost guarantee you that if we went through a polling of officers and we gave them the exact scenario of Renee Good, where they're in the exact scenario that officer is in, and eliminate the officer cause jeopardy for a second. Let's just say you're 3 feet in front of a car. It's about to flee and elude, and or they're going to try to hit you. Can you pull your weapon and fire in the hopes that you strike the driver and it reduces
Sorry,
or kill you?
I'm not letting this happen. I'm not letting this fucking happen.
90% of officers are going to say, yeah, 100%.
This isn't a polling issue. It's a legal issue that courts determine. You might not like it.
You just said you're appealing to objective reasonabableness of law enforcement officers for actions, and you're not by virtue of your stupid fucking poll that you just proposed, which is obviously so slanted and fucking biased, Connor. Not like that. Yes, and by the way, we have an informal poll that happened in the moment, which is none of the other fucking officers pulled their guns. Explain that. Because they weren't in imminent threat of death or great bodily harm.
But they are allowed to defend their officers who are imminently in fear of great bodily harm or serious injury. Why didn't they pull it, Connor? Why didn't they pull it?
Why didn't they pull it? Probably because they were so in shock that this random chick is going to try to take off from them.
Okay, but the issue isn't pull the fucking police department with your fuckered questionnaire. You're trying to make this anything but.
No, that is the issue. Number one, that is the issue. Number two, I need to return to a stupid point that you fucking made.
Oh my God.
I need to return to a stupid other point that you made. Hold on. We agree that objective reality. I believe in objective reality. I think that when I die, there's a reality outside of this. However, we do agree that objective determinations are the pooling of subjective experience, right?
In some sense, when I say objective, it is a reference to an intersubjective belief of reasonability, but it isn't by virtue of polling cops.
Okay, I don't want you to worm. I want you to listen to my logic. Okay, you can worm it after I've made my argument. Okay, so what I'm saying is objectively reasonable officer. That's the standard that you've brought up for the past hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not by virtue of polling cops. Not by virtue of polling cops.
But if you take, well, hold on. But this is where this gets really silly to me, and I feel like you're evading what I'm saying. If we took every law enforcement officer in the nation, we have to, through reason, just presume that there are reasonable law enforcement officers who serve in the career of law enforcement. And so by taking the poll across the entirety of the United States, I'm not saying that every individual officer is going to be reasonable. I'm saying that we're getting a pulse check on what officers believe is reasonable.
I'm not saying that what you're suggesting. I'm not saying what you're suggesting wouldn't be assuming the question weren't biased and slanted. Assuming the question weren't assuming the question weren't a straw man like you always try to make it sound so fucking insane. And assuming the question was man. All right. So here's the question, Connor. Connor, I'll ask you. We'll start the poll with you. If you were an agent in Ross's position, would you shoot her?
Hold on. Let's separate this. I would not have done the poor tactics in the officer created jeopardy that puts me in front of a moving vehicle.
Cop out, pussy.
No. It's not a cop out because I'm going to answer you directly. I'm going to answer you directly. If I'm standing in front of a vehicle that is 3 feet away from me and it's about to accelerate and hit me, yeah, 100% I'm shooting.
Okay. I think that's fucking stupid. I think that's crazy. I think it's unreasonable. And the question isn't a poll of every cop. That's not the objective reasonability test. I would agree.
But you're ignoring the logic of what I'm saying. You're ignoring the logic of what I'm saying. I'm going to point it out to you right now. If we took, there's probably I don't know, if we took a look at it and we did 1 million cops, okay, let's say there's 1 million cops in the United States of America. And if we pull them and we say, hey, a car is 3 feet in front of you, it's going to accelerate. Do you pull your weapon and fire because it's an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to yourself?
Yeah, change the situation.
Change reasonable.
Yeah. Change the situation. Change the complete situation, right?
What?
And no. What you're doing is you're trying to make a more defensive, generic situation and play to the fucking sympathies of cops.
Correct,
and do your little cop shit. Fuck you. You know what you're doing.
1 million cops.
You know what you're doing.
You're acting like a differentiation is not important, and it's wildly important to the thing. Because if you also ask 1 million cops, is it reasonable to step in front of a moving vehicle while trying to effect a detention? 99.9% of cops are going to say, no, that's incredibly stupid and reckless. So you're going to have to differentiate these things, because when you're saying, because what we did,
why did they have the policies against shooting people?
We did this earlier. No. We did this earlier in the conversation. What we did is we walked up to the moment of detention and we said, green light, green light, green light, green light. Then what we did is we said, is it reckless and stupid? No. I'm listening perfectly well. You're
not listening.
I'm listening just fine. It's fine. Tell me what you think I'm missing that's going to move me your way.
Recapping.
Because I'm not listening, apparently. Yeah. So tell me the thing that's going to change my mind.
Recapping our agreement on detainment likely being reasonable serves no fucking purpose, Connor. It is a filibuster. Yes, it is a filibuster. It is nothing. Why are you bringing up the detention again and going over our agreement on it? What does that have to do with anything?
Because you're saying that I'm ignoring variables by creating an experiment in isolation.
You're making it more generic than it is, and also in your generic example.
No. Pause right there, because this is how you're going to show me whether or not you're full of shit and whether or not you're trying to win the argument. Steelman the question.
The question is that you provided was, what do you think most officers would say in response?
No. You're creating the question. Let's just say that you accept my premise.
What premise? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to tell you the premise. Why are you asking what premise when I say, let's say you accept my premise? What the fuck are you doing?
Get to it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I have to listen to you for 45 minutes and agree with you on everything.
What do you think is
the
talking
second
most?
I disagree with you, you get spicy. Shut the fuck up. All right. Anyways, let's say that you accept my premise that within 1 million law enforcement officers that serve nationwide, there's some reasonable guys in there. And we should take a look at what they think in order to establish an objectively reasonable standard.
Yeah.
I asked a question, and you said that I robbed it of its original context, that it's overly vague, and that it's going to slant the responses in my argumentative direction.
Yes.
I'm asking you to come up with a stronger, better formulated question in order to get a better result.
Was it reasonable to shoot Renee Good in that situation, according to your training experience?
No, but then you're remarrying the detention and the officer caused jeopardy back to the scenario.
Okay, but what your example does is
that's not what we're arguing.
But the thing is, the test is TOC, Connor. The test is TOC. Now we can go to a more stylized examples.
I already argumentatively gave you officer created jeopardy. I already gave you poor tactical decision making. I already gave you all of those things.
I'm trying to isolate.
It's not reasonable.
I'm trying to isolate.
In the moment, it is reasonable.
I'm trying to isolate one specific thing, and we can use these kinds of stylized examples and hypotheticals or even questions for discrete inquiries. But you're blowing up.
I think your question is total bullshit.
What question?
So hold on. Saying TOC, would you have shot in Renee Good? Then what's going to happen is every single reasonable officer is going to say, no, I would have never put myself in the situation in the first place. But that's not what we were arguing. What we're arguing is whether or not once you're already within danger, is it reasonable?
No.
That's what we're asking.
No, see.
Yes, we are.
So we went one level beneath that. And this shows me you're not listening, which is as part of determining whether it
Stop being my wife. I'm listening to you perfectly fine.
So as part of our test to determine whether it is reasonable,
as part of that, right? So we are, in some sense, trying to find out whether it was reasonable in the moment, right? But as part of that, we're assuming what's out.
Is he throwing up? Is he pulling a Xander Hall?
Oh my God. I'm okay. Sorry.
Did you just pull a Xander Hall?
No, I have a post-nasal drip that I'm curing, and it was really gross. But
okay.
It's good now.
I will listen to you.
Okay.
But I also want to double back on a question, and I want to force you to answer it. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay. We are, in some sense, inquiring into whether the shot was reasonable. Okay? We are. As part of that inquiry, the specific thing I'm trying to find out is whether an officer in the position of Agent Ross would think that shooting a gun at the driver of a vehicle at that position, at that speed, in those circumstances, would have any relation to preventing the threat to Officer Ross. And I think
weirdly
the answer
enough,
to that
you're
is
cutting
no.
to what I'm going to ask you. You're cutting to what I'm going to ask you. Okay. You and I can agree that Renee. Hold on. I don't want to volunteer your agreement. I want to state this as a fact that I perceive. There's 1,000 Renee goods. Okay. There's 1,000 of these scenarios. They happen all of the time. And so what we need to do is we need to analyze said scenario, and we need to come up with good rules that don't just apply to a TOC analysis of the Renee Good shooting, but are actually good guidance for law enforcement officers and how they conduct themselves across the nation. Okay? So what I'm going to ask you in good faith, and I would appreciate it if you put some thought into your answer. Okay? You're saying that if there is, I don't want to say ignoring. Ignoring is the wrong way to phrase this. But you're saying that separate from lawful detention, separate from officer caused jeopardy, if a vehicle is standing in front of you, it is not reasonable to fire into said vehicle if they're moving towards you at a slow speed, or they're moving towards you or something like that. You phrase it however you want. I don't give a shit.
No, that's too general. No, that's too general. That's too general. Like, obviously,
I feel like you're copping out.
Obviously, no. Obviously,
some. Obviously, I'm not lying. You might be arguing or talking in good faith right now. I think this is a total cop out. I think if you put some time and thought into it, you could come up with either a relatively objective question, or you could even come up with a question that slants your way. Like, you could even come up with a question that slants your way, but your inability or unwillingness to create said question, I think is an evasion.
I am not unwilling. I am not unwilling to create a question. I gave you a question. You're the one who says that question sucks. The better question is
the question that you would ask officers. Please tell. Oh, you just said
you didn't listen. No, you didn't. You didn't fucking listen, Connor. Hey, Connor, don't look at your chat. Don't think about other shit. Listen to what I'm saying. Did you hear me when I said that the question I'm analyzing is whether a reasonable officer in the position of Agent Ross, would they think that shooting the gun at the driver of that vehicle in that context would have any tendency to prevent or eliminate the threat that would justify them shooting in the first place?
Okay, then I'm going to isolate two arguments, and I don't want you to accuse me of evasion, because I'm not evading at all. I am answering you very directly, okay? In the scenario in which you're standing in front of a running vehicle that is approaching you, I think an objectively reasonable officer will pull and fire in an attempt to reduce the death or great bodily harm for themselves. I think that is true. I also think that the poor
Can we pause?
tactics,
You're just filibustering. Can we fucking pause?
I'm not
it's so disgusting to watch you do this.
No. No. I'm not evading at all.
You are.
I'm answering your question very directly, and I feel like you're being totally evasive.
You're making it so generic. You're being so generic. So we can do hypotheticals. We can do hypotheticals if you want. If you know that
I'm not. I'm not.
So here's the question.
You know why? This is why you're losing, bro. This is why you're losing. Because the use of force for a vehicle approaching you, you are allowed to use firearms in order to stop that imminent threat of death. So
let's test that. Let's test that. In every case, Connor. Yes or no. In every case, yes or no. Now we're gonna get linearized because you can't be handled to have more room to do the conversation because you'll just filibuster and you'll monologue. So in every case is using. In every case is using deadly force in response to a vehicle approaching you justified? Yes or no? No. Okay. So in the case, for example, let's say 10 feet away, the car is coming right towards you, but the officer knows that the driver is suffering under sleep apnea, okay, or what is it, narcolepsy, and you know the driver is actually not conscious at the moment. Would it be justified to shoot the person there in that situation?
No, but there's an interesting addendum to that.
Okay. What's the addendum? Quickly.
The addendum is that you can use deadly force against people with schizophrenia and people with type 1 diabetes when they're having a violent episode.
I know, so but obviously the difference is that you would realize that someone with narcolepsy, shooting them doesn't stop the threat, right?
No. And yeah.
Yes or no? Which one is it?
Shooting somebody with narcolepsy doesn't stop the threat.
Right.
Because they're asleep at the wheel, right?
Right. So shooting them has no relation to ending the threat because whether you shoot them or not, the car is going to hit you or not, right?
Correct. Okay. What I'm trying to identify with your audience, because your audience is fucking retarded, is I'm trying to identify the fact that intent isn't the sole calculation in this. Okay, continue.
Okay. So another situation which is unreasonable to use force in that context is if you know the force will not have a tendency to reduce the threat because the car is too close to you for it to at all, for a reasonable person to think that it would change either the trajectory, speed, or acceleration of the vehicle in a context in which it's unreasonable to assume that she is intending to hit you. That would also be unreasonable.
I don't think you know that at all.
No, I know, but that's why I'm trying to separate it, Connor, and why you're so immune to it. Put aside for now the perceived intent of Renee Good and just focus on the physics question.
I don't even care about intent.
The physics question. The physics question is...
Yeah, let's talk about physics. I would love to talk about physics. Physics is my fucking favorite.
In that context, shooting Renee Good, the car is already moving. It's already accelerating. And shooting her, it's going to take her time to die, and dead people can press on the acceleration. And this is why they're trained. Officers are trained in general not to shoot people in moving vehicles. That's the default presumption. That is the default presumption, among other reasons.
You've made an incorrect statement twice now, and I'm going to have to correct you. No, you've made an incorrect statement twice now, and I have to correct you. This is the one that I wanted to come back to. I don't think you could find me a single fucking policy or law or anything with the assertion that you stated where you said the reason why shooting into vehicle policy was written was because of the danger to people in front of the vehicles. I don't think you could find a single fucking policy that says that. Hold on. Let me finish. I've been
why
listening
do
to
you think the policy exists? It's a random policy. It's random.
And now you're strawmanning. You're being evasive and you're strawmanning.
What's the purpose of it then, Connor, if it's not for safety?
Yeah, I love how you accuse other people of being bad faith and you're being bad faith.
What's the purpose if not for safety, Connor? Tell us.
I'm just going to point out that I never said that it wasn't for safety. You made a more specific prescription. Okay, so allow me to articulate this. Shut up. The reason why you don't fire into moving cars is probably for a variety of factors that we've seen borne out in cases multiple times. Number one, hitting a moving object or a moving person is incredibly difficult, and law enforcement officers are not known for their accuracy. Okay, so the increases of errant projectiles hitting members of the public when you're shooting at a moving vehicle go up substantially. Not only that, but often in a moving vehicle, the person who's causing the threat is the driver, but there are unknown people in the vehicle. There have been people who are in the vehicle where people were shooting at the driver and they hit children, or animals or innocent passengers or hostages. That's another reason why the policy was written not to fire into moving vehicles.
Is one of the reasons because a decision was made that actually shooting the driver of a moving vehicle in most cases makes it more unsafe on the road?
Yeah, that's absolutely a consideration. However, you saying it's like, no. The confidence with which you stated that twice now is that was like the primary. Once again, I feel like you're implying
if it sounded like the sole reason. No. I'm going to correct it. I'll just correct it. I'll correct it. I'll apologize. Wait, Connor, I'll correct it.
When writing that policy.
Connor, I'll correct it. Connor, I'll correct it. I'll correct it and move on. Listen, this is my correction. When I said that's the reason they have the policy, if you understood that to be exclusive, that wasn't right. I didn't mean it
or primary.
I didn't mean to make it seem like exclusive. I think a significant reason why they enacted the policy, in addition to what Connor described, is because of the danger on the road itself. That's what I should have said.
Sure.
I'm sorry. So why don't we move on and not filibuster on this point for a trillion times?
I'm not filibustering on this point. You made a series of strong arguments on which the predicate is injuring a driver or killing a driver makes the scenario more dangerous and therefore should never be done in any circumstances.
No, I never said in any circumstance. Who's doing the straw man now, Connor? I granted in Plumhoff.
No. You just asserted without evidence twice that the primary reason why this policy was written was
primary? Did I ever use the word primary? Did I ever use the word primary? Yes or no?
No, you didn't, but you 100% implied it.
Well, I said the reason they did this, and I understand that some people could take that as the exclusive.
Right.
I understand that uncharitable.
That it's a multivariable calculus.
I understand that uncharitable people could say, "Oh, he meant the sole and exclusive and conclusive." I didn't mean that, and I'm sorry. I do think that someone could understand that.
No.
I just clarified it. But you're now preventing the conversation from happening because you know you're cooked.
I'm sure all your lib, soy,
do you agree that one significant
audience understood that it was a nuanced and complex multi-variable calculus?
Are you serious?
Why this policy was written? It's bullshit.
Is at least one significant reason for the policy because of the expectation that shooting someone who's driving a vehicle makes it more unsafe on the road?
Yes, but then you're inferring. No. You're inferring that because a injured or dead driver is more likely to get into an accident, therefore an officer standing in front of a vehicle and shooting at them when it's a low speed is unreasonable.
No,
that's your argumentation. Tell me that's not your argumentation. That's the argumentation you've been making for weeks.
Connor, calm the fuck down. Just follow.
You're the one who started the yelling, bro.
Calm down.
You're the one who started the yelling.
You're the one who started the yelling.
I'll calm down when I feel like it.
Follow the chain of logic. We agreed that the use of force needs to have some relation to ending the threat to be reasonable. Okay? And the question before us isn't reasonableness at some level of generality above that. We're focusing in on the inquiry specifically as to whether an officer in Agent Ross's position would think that using the force would have any tendency to prevent the threat that to his serious bodily injury, assuming that were there. That's what we're looking into. I'm asking you to put aside the situations for now where a reasonable officer would think that she's intending to hit him, and just to focus on the situation in which she's not intending to hit him. And I'm asking, in those cases where a reasonable officer would think she isn't trying to hit him, just assume that, would it be justified to use force in that context? And the answer is no, Connor. The answer is no because of inertia. The answer is yes. Okay, so if you knew, so here's the question for you then. Agent Ross in the exact same position, but Agent Ross knows that Renee Good is having a narcoleptic episode, and the exact same situation happens with respect to the turning of the vehicle. Justified to shoot or not?
No, she's already unconscious.
But okay, why? But hang on a second. I haven't changed anything about the direction of the vehicle and the movement of the vehicle.
Yeah, but all I've changed is further unconscious doesn't change the variables at all.
Okay, so how does rendering her unconscious change how you view the threat in this context?
because depending on the consciousness, okay, so let's isolate this moment. Standing in front of a vehicle, 3 feet ahead of you, it's moving, it's going to hit you or clip you, okay? You have an option to pull the pistol or not pull the pistol, okay? So you say imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, you're pulling the pistol, okay? Firing into the driver, okay? There is a multitude of variables that can happen once you're firing into the driver. Of course, if you incapacitate the driver instantaneously with a headshot, then they can deadfoot and accelerate, at which point you've made the situation worse. What also can happen is you could hit them and injure them, and then they freak the fuck out, and then they realize how crazy and dangerous the situation is, and they slam on the brakes, at which point they don't even hit you with the fucking car.
It's too close for that to happen, Connor. It's too close for that to happen.
You're acting like he has like a helicopter God's eye view of the mechanics of what's happening. No. And here's another option.
It's too late for the brakes.
Hold on. Here's another option that happens is you shoot at them, they panic, and then in their attempt to slam on the accelerator, because they're in a panic, they miss the accelerator, at which point they hit you with a lower amount of force than original.
Within a foot or two?
A dozen options, one of which is worse, one of which is the same, and two or three of which,
first of all,
which is better.
I'm not sure that braking makes it safer if it's making contact with you at the time the shot happens, assuming that...
Now we're arguing about whether or not it's better to be fully run over or hit with a braking car.
In that context, I'm not sure.
That once this, hold on. You already know this, and I already know this.
This is so pathetic.
Why don't you listen? You already know this, and I already know this, and I'm going to finish the sentence.
You're just filibustering.
Once we get into this level of analysis, where the arguments about what's possible are so detailed, and not only are what's possible getting so detailed, it's unfolding in a matter of seconds. You already know that the courts defer to the judgment of the officer. You already know that.
So listen, first of all, they consider the TOC,
you already know.
And it's not just the moment of impact analysis. That's what we learned from Barnes v. Felix. It's not just the case that we analyze those 2 seconds. And
it's how you
at any given moment, in order
to arrive at the same analysis that I did. It's how you evaded the hard question of this conversation.
You're trying to zoom out, and now you're making the point about deference. And about
in
a split second they're gonna, because you can't deal with the specific inquiry that I'm trying to handle right now. And that
I actually gave you
that inquiry doesn't turn that inquiry doesn't turn on the court's deference. It's about you and me, not about polling some other people. Yeah. It's about you and me.
No. This is where you're full of shit, even if you don't realize it. You're saying that you walked me down a specific inquiry and I was unable to answer.
Let's get into it. We haven't gotten into it.
Arguing that you make up the position of the other person.
We haven't gotten into it. I'm trying to get into it.
Okay, fine. I gave you 5 answers. Analyze my 5 answers, please.
So you gave some of your answers, said it increases the risk. Agreed?
Correct. Yeah, one of them does for sure.
Okay, so I'm going to put you in the position of Officer Ross or Agent Ross. In his position, would you have any reasonable basis to distinguish between, in that moment, the situations in which it increases risk and decreases risk?
No.
So you wouldn't have a reasonable basis to believe that it would decrease the risk?
Correct.
So if you don't have a reasonable basis to believe it would decrease the risk, why is it reasonable?
Because you're rolling the dice, because we're arguing this on a webcam, whereas officers are making judgments in the field. So if you have a scenario that is, it's not totally outside of your control, it's 1% within your control, or it's 10% within your control. And you can roll a 6-sided die, and 2 out of 6 times, it's going to hurt you more. 2 out of 6 times, it's going to be the same. And 2 out of 6 times, you're actually either going to avoid or decrease injury or death. In those scenarios, 100 people out of 100.
Here's my contention. Here's my contention. Here's my contention. Here's my contention.
That you can't let me finish the concept.
No, here's my contention, which is the dice is a D 10,000, and the odds that it helps your situation is like, I don't know, 1.
You're making that argumentation, and I don't think you can back that up with any kind of stats whatsoever.
Well, here's a stat for you, and I'm not talking about stats, but just in terms of common sense day to day. Someone who is like incredibly close to a vehicle that's moving towards them, shooting the gun doesn't stop the vehicle.
Correct.
Shooting the person who's driving it doesn't stop the vehicle. Newton's first law of motion: an object
Incorrect.
in motion stays in motion unless acted upon by an outside force.
Okay, you're incorrect.
About
There's
Newton's first law of
another
motion?
situation. No. There's another situation where Renee Good is still alive, by the way, where the officer went to pull their gun, and the mere act of pulling their gun was enough for Renee to go, "Oh fuck," and slam on the brakes.
I don't know why that's
That
relevant to what I
realm
just
of
said.
possibility and probability 100% exists.
No, but I'm not talking about taking out the gun. I'm talking about firing the gun. So I don't know how that's responsive to what I just
Yeah,
said.
now you're trying to isolate away from what I'm saying. The fact is that the officer pulling and firing in reference to an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, and that there is a statistical probability of increased injury, neutral injury, or decreased injury is already enough.
I don't know,
It's
but
already enough.
but hang on. But what do you think is likely? What do you think is likely? What do you think a reasonable officer would think is likely in that situation? A reasonable officer doesn't look at the situation and be like, yes, killing Renee Good in that situation significantly lowers my chance of getting hurt. Agreed?
Yeah, but who said that significantly is something that a threshold that you have to meet?
So do you think? So I'll ask you. Do you think by yourself that shooting her had any significant decrease in risk for himself?
It could be 8%. It could be 12%. It could
Well, that would
be
be
13%.
significant. Wait, those would be significant.
Run it.
Those would be
It would be
significant.
significant, but it would not be probable. It would be significant, but not probable.
Yeah, I don't think that that's true. And the reason I don't think that is true is because I think the hit is overdetermined, and the odds of gunning it with the dead foot or whatever, the dead leg or whatever on the accelerator, that a reasonable officer isn't going to predict that will happen one way or the other, right? Like that just seems like a total random fucking shit. It can make things worse. It seems like a total crapshoot where like, yeah, I'm not sure that I would think that this would have any tendency to reduce the gunning it threat. But even putting that aside, it's going at enough velocity that if it does hit you, like, what does slamming on the fucking accelerator do to increase the threat or not? I'm not even sure mechanically why that's the case.
As somebody who's like, I don't know, lived in the real world for like 10 or 15 years before I became an online content creator, I think this entire rationale is bullshit. Like, unironically, if we had the ability to respawn, what we would do is you would be the driver and I would be the shooter, and we would run it 1,000 times, and then we would just evaluate what actually happened. Okay, so you could hit me with the car 10,000 times.
You're getting hit 1,000 times, right?
10,000 times.
Well, first of all, he didn't get hit. First of all, he probably didn't get hit.
10,000 times. We could do this, and we could
First
get
of all,
a statistical.
I just want to be clear. First of all, he probably didn't get hit.
Amount of feet. We could hold on. I'm not done yet. We could line up the exact amount of feet, the exact vehicle, the exact gun, you and me, and run the scenario with 10,000 different inestimable variables within the scenario, and I'm telling you, we would get a variable result. There would be be times where Renee Good was injured but not killed. There would be times where she accelerated and she killed the officer by crushing his head. There would be times that she caused a hip fracture. There's times that she would miss him entirely. There's times that the officer would injure her. And then she would panic and slam on the brakes, reducing the injury. There's times where she would get hit in the head, dead foot, and hurt or kill the officer greater. We could run it 10,000 times, but I'm telling you, within the context of 10,000 variables, you're allowed as an officer in the lawful performance of your duties. If you think that a certain action is going to reduce the threat of imminent threat or great death or great bodily harm, you're allowed to roll the dice.
If it's objectively reasonable. If it's objectively reasonable to roll the dice, not if it's 0.00001, right? Agreed. Okay, but not if it's wait, Connor. Not if it's 0.00001, right?
But there's a pin in here that you either need to acknowledge or your audience needs to think about, and this is what pisses me off. But go ahead.
But you can't roll the dice if it's an extremely unlikely situation that it would have any tendency to reduce the risk, right?
But I said it was significant.
Okay, I understand that you said it's significant, but I'm just clarifying that if it's extremely unlikely to lower the incidence of serious bodily injury, and a reasonable officer would know that, it wouldn't be justified. You're not allowed to just roll the dice just because.
If there was a less than a percentage chance of affecting the outcome, then I don't think a reasonable officer.
Right, and you actually believe that it's more likely than not that it increased the risk against them, right?
It's probably 33, 33, 33, based off of like not having the ability to robustly evaluate the vehicle, the officer, the shooting distance, the acceleration, the braking, all that stuff, without the ability to lab test this. Yeah, I have no predictions about what would happen unless it was robust.
Ask the thing that you want to ask. I'm trying to communicate this concept, and maybe we're just disagreeing on the application.
This is another annoying fucking thing. I think. Hold on. I'm going to say something first, and then I'm going to say the scenario. Okay. This is what pisses me off about fucking liberals. This is what pisses me off about progressives. Okay. You guys think that because you're smarter than the average conservative, because the average conservative is a fucking dumbass. Like the average conservative is a fucking Trump cultist who doesn't understand anything. You think you're smarter than everybody, but that's not true. Okay. And you think that disagreement, meaning that we have, you and I, as differing people, have a comprehensive fact, understanding of the facts, and then we're disagreeing on the facts. You think disagreement is incorrectness because you are enlightened moral savants who just understand the world better than everybody else. Okay. But this is what pisses me off, is that it's Dunning-Kruger. Okay. You think you're smart. You're a smart cookie. I would never deny your intelligence. But I think that you have overestimated your understanding of the scenario. You've overestimated your understanding of the mechanics of the scenario. And therefore, you're arriving at a different conclusion. And that you're presuming that my disagreement is incorrectness. And that pisses me the fuck off. Anyways, let's move into the topic.
I'm actually like questioning my ability to communicate concepts. And so I think I'm not.
No, you're communicating them just fine. I disagree.
Okay. You disagree that a reasonable officer would think it's an extremely low chance that shooting in that context would have any tendency to lower the threat.
I think an officer would say that it's a low chance, but it's a significant enough chance to roll the dice, and they should be allowed to do so.
Okay. And then maybe that's the disagreement there, because you would grant, if you had my belief, then it seems unreasonable, right? If you believe that a reasonable officer would have
this isolation.
Yeah.
Me isolating these two factors, and I already know that your argument is going to be TOC, but me isolating these two factors, I think is going to clarify the argument for anybody who's unclear. Okay. In my opinion, if you are 3 to 4 feet away from a vehicle, and that vehicle is either fleeing and eluding or attempting to hit you with the vehicle, an objectively reasonable officer reasonably could fire into said vehicle with the expectation that, like we said, there would be a variable amount of results. Some of those would increase danger, some of those would decrease danger, some of those would be neutral. But because there's an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, a reasonable officer would roll the dice. That argument is in isolation and robbed of the context of the Renee Good shooting. Okay?
Got it.
Within the context of the Renee Good shooting, there are so many things outside of that in reference to poor officer safety, poor tactics, ICE even conducting itself in the way that it conducts himself, all of those things. Those things make the dangerous situation itself unreasonable.
Okay.
Now, so the shooting is reasonable. The TOC is not.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Okay. And by the way, I have a lot of the same caveats about I'm not sure that he's going to be held to justice. I'm not sure that they'll charge him. I'm not sure that they'll convict him. We're just having a conversation between us two. I'm not expressing confidence as to the results. Connor, I'm moving the conversation on. The other two shots. At a bare minimum, before we get into whether or not a reasonable officer could distinguish.
I have a line for you.
Wait, no. Before we get there, can we at least agree that shots 2 and 3, we're getting some indication that shot 3 might have been the killing shot to the head, the instantly killing shot. Can we agree that shots 2 and 3 bear no relation to reducing the risk?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So the
Descriptively.
only thing that would justify shots 2 and 3 is if a reasonable officer could not perceive the change in risk.
Correct.
But a reasonable officer could perceive the change in risk.
No, time elapsed was less than a second, maybe less than 2 seconds.
But the human reaction time for threat assessment, risk assessment is less than a second. The average is like half a second, if not lower.
This is where we get into, I would, in order for you to make that argument, we wouldn't even be testing athletes for reaction time. And by the way, like, reaction time is separate. Like, your ability to perceive and your ability to change your bodily actions
is less than a second.
Things.
It's less than a second.
No, it's two different things. No.
There's scientific
this is where I was
tests on
having
this.
an argument. We'll Google it momentarily. We'll Google it in a second. I want to. This was the crux of the Chud logic debate, and so I made a drawing based off of the crux of the Chud logic debate. I'm sharing it with you in the Discord right now.
Yeah.
So this is where I think your conversation broke down. It might not be exactly relevant to what you're talking about, but it is relevant to this conversation as far as like evaluating shots fired. Okay. Because in that conversation, you were saying that each individual bullet will be judged on its context. And what Chud was saying was that, and I'll actually read what I wrote, that way I'm not summarizing it poorly. But what Chud was saying is that if you can articulate a class, let's just call it like a class of threat over a certain elapsed time, all of those bullets are going to be evaluated and treated the same. Okay.
Well, if they bear the same, if every bullet is justified under the same rationale and the connection between the shot fired and the prevention of the qualifying ground of shooting is still there, then the answer is just going to be all of them are justified. So it's going to be the same rationale for each bullet. But so he was misconstruing Plumhoff to suggest that not every bullet needs to be justified. The answer is every bullet does need to be justified, but it's just very trivial and easy to assess them all as justified.
Right. So let's break it down in case I wrote something better than what I just said. Okay. So what I summarized you as saying, and I have a beautiful drawing with bullets on it, is every time a cop pulls the trigger, each individual shot must be evaluated as an individual action / seizure, and therefore each round can be ruled justified, unjustified based on its context. If I was summarizing your perspective, that's how I would have summarized it. Okay.
It's not far off, but I want to caution that I'm not saying that courts will analyze this like bullet by bullet from the perspective of like bullet 1, bullet 2, bullet 3, bullet 4. They can address them all in a summary fashion because in Plumhoff, for example, the threat trivially persists throughout all the shots. But here's the difference here, Connor. You just granted that the threat changed between bullets. So we don't have to argue about that. The only question is, could a reasonable officer perceive the change in threat between what we've both identified in that time? That's the only question.
Let's argue that momentarily.
Yeah, we've now just agreed that there was a change in threat from shot 1 to shot 2 and 3. And the only question now, unlike in Plumhoff, is could a reasonable officer perceive the change in threat? Because if they can, the shots would no longer be justified. Agreed?
Okay. Let's analyze and fight about that in a second.
Okay.
Chud Logic's argument, which if I was to summarize his argument poorly, well, I don't know. In use of force scenarios, law enforcement is trained to fire until the threat is ended, which means that in particularly short instances, bullets will be treated as working off of the same information and context and can be judged as a group. And by the way, I don't think that these statements are mutually contradictory. That was one of my frustrations with watching the debate. Was I actually felt like these statements are they're like they seem like they're opposed, but they're actually not necessarily that opposed.
Right, but Chud is wrong in saying that I'm wrong. Chud says you don't have to justify every bullet. You do. You just
but I think he's inferring what you said, which is that a court will be, they'll say bullet 1, bullet 2, bullet 3, bullet 4, bullet 5, bullet 6.
Yeah, that's because he's
we're going to look at each one of them and evaluate a legal case. And by the way, I think that's what people are inferring based off of you saying that bullet 1 was justified and 2 and 3 aren't. I think that people are already making that inference.
Well, they're making.
I just want to finish the drawing.
I want to be clear about applying the Plumhoff test and the test from Gardner and the test from Graham v. Conor. That yeah, if the threat continues to persist, trivially, you can keep using the force that was justified for the first shot for as many shots, so long as the threat continues to persist and is reasonably apprehended. Right? Even past when the threat is real, it's just about the reasonable apprehension of the threat persisting. But we've just agreed that the actual threat has changed between bullets 1 and 2 and 3. Now, I think that they were never justified, but I will say that clearly, to the extent that there was a threat at all in bullet 1, the threat is meaningfully different for shots 2 and 3. And so even in the situation in which you grant that bullet 1 were justified, you now need to look into 2 and 3, because unlike in Plumhoff, a reasonable person would say that the threat changed between bullet 1, 2, and 3. And the question is, could a reasonable officer perceive that real change in threat?
Whit might actually go into the third statement.
Okay.
So what I said applies regardless of whether or not you lean more argumentatively towards Pisco or towards Chud. The elapsed time from perception of the threat of death or great bodily harm, the longer the time to observe, or there's a phrase called OODA loop, observe, orient, direct, and act, react. So the elapsed time from the perception of the threat of great bodily harm or death, the longer the time to observe, orient, direct, and act, the harsher the judgment of each round fired will be. And so what I'm trying to say here...
I agree with that. Like, yeah, those things would make it more of a good case. I just think here we have a sufficient case.
But I want to give you a specific case that applies. Okay? Laquan McDonald. I forget what state it is, but my friend, my chat pulled it up, okay? Laquan McDonald was a gentleman, some Midwestern Rust Belt state, I forget. It might have even been Chicago. But he's walking down the street, and he has a knife, and he's waving it around, okay? And then he kind of charges a little bit towards the officers, but not really. He runs towards them a little bit, then he runs away from them or whatever.
Yeah.
And so what ends up happening is I think multiple officers decide that it's time to shoot, and they all shoot. But what happens is 3 of the officers shoot, they take him down, but one officer proceeds to continue to unload into Laquan McDonald over the course of 20 seconds. Okay.
Yeah.
And he's taking carefully placed aimed shots every 2 seconds. Yeah. And his argument was that Laquan McDonald was still making furtive gestures. It looked like he was trying to get up. He still had the knife in his hand, et cetera, et cetera. But what the courts ended up deciding, because he actually was convicted, he got a very short sentence. He only got 2 or 3 years. But what they said is that he's on the ground. You have time to react. He's already incapacitated. There were other means with which to affect your detention or arrest. And so as a result, it was not reasonable to continue to take well-aimed shots for 20 seconds after the original shooting in order to quote unquote end the threat, because he was making furtive gestures and down on the ground. Right. And so he actually was found not to be reasonable, criminally charged and convicted based off of the time elapsed. Okay. Mm-hmm. So I'm not trying to defer to the courts. I'm not trying to argue with you that, 2 and 3 shouldn't be evaluated at all. But we should look up action reaction times right now. Yeah. Because if we look at the shooting where shot 1 goes off, literally start a shot timer, okay? Shot 1 goes off. If we get to, in my opinion, less than 2 seconds for shots 2 and 3 to go off, I have a 99%, I think 99%, they will be treated as a class of action reaction gap. Almost guaranteed.
As a per se rule, or by
wrong. I would be happy to be
as a per se rule, or as a consequence of a jury or court determination. Is it the rule is 2 seconds? 2 second fun zone
or court determination, but at the same time, I think everything that I'm talking about right now action reaction gap, perceived threat, all that stuff. I think those are the reasons why they would be judged as a class of action and not individual bullets
doubt
fired.
that a court will rule that when there is a justification, that there's a 2-second window to do whatever you want in relation to the threat.
Let's go ahead and look up human action reaction.
No. Before we'll get to that, because I have some idea about this. And
okay, I'm going to mute myself, but I'm just going to Google it while I'm listening.
Okay, I prefer just Google it now, and we can tell me when you're done. I want your attention, Connor.
Go ahead. I will not Google. You have my undivided attention.
For public policy reasons, as well as the obvious fucking issues that would persist, the court, I don't think, is going to create and has been loathed to apply a mechanical test such that I think the 2-second rule, any shot within the 2 second of a justified use of force,
I don't think a 2-second rule is formalized.
Correct. And the reason for that should be legion, the reasons for why that would be the case. And so, unfortunately, I think that the question is going to be, would a reasonable officer perceive that action, reaction, time distinction, whatever you want to say, would they perceive a change in circumstance in that scenario? And that's going to rely, one, on the physiological ability of humans to react, but then also on the average perception of an officer and what they would do. And I think that the first thing we should acknowledge as a building block is it's physiologically possible to react in that time and perceive a different threat, correct?
No, I actually have to Google that.
Okay, Google it.
Okay, I'm going to Google. So what I didn't like that happened last week was somebody was saying like reaction times for humans are 200 milliseconds. Mm-hmm. But what they're really saying is that you can see something that's happening and fire your neuron in order to take an action. Okay, that's what they're saying and I don't even know if 200 milliseconds is accurate. I'm going to have to Google it. So I'm going to Google that first.
Wait, no,
but that's not what we're talking about.
Any reaction time, if you're trying to be like conscious thought versus unconscious thought, whatever, anything like that is going to apply to the initial shot too. So you can't say that the timing difference weighs in favor of the risk calculation for purposes of justification in the first shot, but then just say, oh, but the same time disparity doesn't justify the realization in the second and third shot. That seems like you're applying a double standard. You understand what I said?
I'm not really sure how, but let me just Google human reaction time first. I'll put average human reaction time as well. Average 1 millisecond. Neuron firing and returning to rest 6 milliseconds. Seek time compute. HD 1.7 centiseconds to frame rate of 60 hertz. 15 centiseconds, the human reflex response to visual stimuli. 2.5 deciseconds. The what? Can you read that?
Length of a single blink of an eye.
Okay. Yeah. So let's keep going with that. Average human reaction time is a quarter of a second. Okay. So I think that's what they're saying. I don't know if the blink of an eye or whatever is what he was trying to say, but it looks like a 0.25 decisecond, which is 0.25 seconds or whatever. That is the average human reaction time for visual stimulus. Okay. That's what came up when I Googled
that's
average
less than 2
human
seconds.
reaction time.
And it's less than the interval between the first shot and the third shot.
And sorry, hold on 1 second. But this varies by stimulus type, faster for touch and sound, and individual factors like age, alertness, and training, with experts sometimes achieving 150 mil. Well, but we're not going to apply like expert shit, right? Because they're talking about like elite athletes.
Yeah,
okay.
Average human
average human reaction time.
Second,
we got a quarter of a second. Okay, we got a quarter of a second. So what? How long? I'm going to Google it weird, but it's not because I'm trying to be shady. It's because I legitimately do not know how to. I do not know how to phrase this better. So if you come up with a better phrasing, I'll happily Google it. How long does it take to stop a human action? I don't know how else to phrase it. Yeah, dude. Stopping a human action involves a perception reaction process that generally takes 0.5 to 2 seconds for consciousness. Complex tasks like braking a car. In emergency situations, the average human takes roughly 1.5 seconds to perceive a hazard and the initial response. That's my argument. Sorry, you still with me?
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know
I
where
lost,
that's coming.
I lost visual. Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, dude, you can Google it, but that's my argument there.
I don't know where that's coming from. The studies I have from police officers specifically is, and with respect to gun usage specifically, is much, much less than 1.5 seconds. It's like
what is your resource saying specifically?
It was some guy brought a study and he's like, this was to try to prove the point that it was unreasonable. And hang on, I'll try to find it real quick. And it was something like much lower.
It could be, well, hold on. This is another thing though, is action is going to be faster than reaction. And what I'm saying is, like, you have to perceive a stimulus, then you have to choose to do an action. And then not only are we talking about that, we're also talking about a corrective action. So we're talking about perceiving a stimulus, taking an action, and then correcting the action that you're already taking. That's what we're talking about. So that's where this is even more mechanically complex than simply doing an action. But for the sake of argument, we could just talk about doing an action.
So this was the study that the person brought to me on my attention. In experiment 2, in which officers were to fire as quickly as they could once the start signal occurred and to stop immediately when it went off, the average stop time over all 5 trials was 0.29 seconds plus or minus 0.17. The researchers noted an interesting phenomenon in the study in that the officer's first trial or effort of the officer to stop pulling the trigger took much longer for some officers than in any of the other trials in the experiment. Also, only on the first trial did a number of...
that last sentence? That sounded interesting.
Yeah, the researchers noted an interesting phenomenon in the study in that the officer's first trial or effort of the officers to stop pulling the trigger took much longer for some officers than in any of the other trials in this experiment, experiment 2 versus experiment 1. Also, only on the first trial did a small number of officers pull the trigger slowly, waiting for the stop signal to come on so they could stop immediately. A separate analysis of the stopping time in the first trial resulted in a stopping time of 0.35 plus or minus 0.25, a median of 0.31, and a mode of 0.33.
So what I would say is, what is the because right there, I don't think that this is analogous. What is
not
the
at all accounts, but you can at least grant it's physiologically possible. Can we at least agree on that? It is physiologically possible.
It's physiologically possible to stop shooting a weapon in, I think your study says, a quarter of a second.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fair. Now let's...
So, well, I have a follow-up question for that. This experiment sounds like they're telling the officers, we want to test how long it takes you to stop firing. So we're going to give you an order to fire, and then we're going to give you some kind of stimulus or some kind of order that's going to tell you to stop firing, right? And so it sounds like you're already preparing the subject for that eventuality.
No, I agree with that.
In that way, I don't think that this is analogous.
So Connor, that's what I brought up when this person brought it into my attention, that this is like a kind of, but all I'm trying to prove initially is that it's physiologically possible. Okay.
It's physiologically possible to stop an action within a quarter of a second.
Correct. Okay. So now the question is it reasonable to think the threat perception would have noticeably changed? And one of my super chats gets to the kind of question I'm trying to ask. How could he retrain the gun after moving during the first shot, but not analyze the threat of the target he shot?
Sorry, can you pull that up again just so I can read it and not try to meme my way away from it? Please, God, Pisco, ask him, how could he retrain the gun after moving during the first shot, but also not analyze the threat of the target he shot? Okay. Because there is 10, I don't want to say 10,000, that's an exaggeration. There are 7 different things that a human being is doing when they're shooting a gun. Okay. And realistically, if you ask me, this is a revelation that I've had after 10 years of working in the security industry.
Sorry. He was reading it backwards. All right. So that's why he read it slowly. It's not because he's stupid. He's
He's
seeing
yourself.
he's seeing the Discord flipped version of it, right? So that's why, because I accidentally on my virtual camera I included the.
I don't even know. How about we've been arguing for 3 hours? How about your chat doesn't be fucking dicks about how long I take to read? How about that? How about eat a dick chat?
I'm defending you. Like, you're having to read it backwards. That's probably why it's.
I don't care if you defend me. Your chat can eat a bunch of wieners. Okay. All right. So, anyways, let's break this down because I'm thinking too. You fucking F slurs. Anyways, all right. Let's not violate TOS. Okay. Human beings after 4 years in the Marine Corps, 4 years in law enforcement, 2 years selling firearms, constantly talking and thinking about this subject. Human beings are not built for firearms. Okay. We're built to grab a stick or a rock and smash each other in the heads. That's what we're physiologically designed for. Firearms are a really interesting technology because they effectively take the concept of throwing a rock and then they make it really, really, really precise and really, really, really mechanical. And so when you're shooting a gun and you're shooting at a moving target, you're not consciously retraining. I think that's the word that he used, which I would say, like, I'm assuming like training, he means to like follow with the weapon or whatever. How would he like follow with the weapon, but not realize that the circumstances had changed while he's making an attempt to aim?
Right. There's enough time for him to like.
Let me elucidate a few more variables. Okay. When you're trying to aim a firearm at a person or aim a firearm in general, you're trying to establish sight picture. Okay. Which means that you're trying to take the two bars in the back of the weapon and you're trying to put the front sight post in the front of the weapon. And if you don't do it with a rifle or a pistol, and pistols are even harder, this is what's happening. Okay. With adrenaline. Okay. So you're trying to line up the front sight post with the rear sight post. And especially in an adrenaline out scenario, it's doing this. Okay. Then not only are you doing that, you're also trying to line it up with the target. And this target is moving, which is already more complicated. So let's say that I am the perfect shot and I have ice water running through my fucking veins. So I have perfect sight alignment and sight picture, okay? Now I'm trying to aim at Pisco, but Pisco's moving, okay? What I have to do is I have to use my arms, and it's not a conscious process. I have to track the target with those things as I'm pulling the trigger. And if you're a marksman, like if you're a good shot, there's all sorts of shit you got to do, like hand placement, the way that you hold the gun. There's trigger discipline, where you pull the trigger in a certain way to make sure that when you yank on the trigger, you're not pulling the bullet off target. So to believe that a trained marksman is pulling his pistol, and I'm sure if we go with draw time, like if we go to what's the average draw of a law enforcement officer, we're going to add time to this calculus. I could probably get my draw time to around a second, even after doing thousands of draws. I think the average person probably can't draw wait, 1.5 seconds.
Can we just pause? Can we just pause real quick? Because listen, you say, to be fair with Conor, I like 73rd that Ross was just too dumb slow to change his mind during the shots. He stopped thinking the moment he started shooting. That's not the question. The question isn't whether Ross did that. It's what an objectively reasonable officer would do. An objectively reasonable officer wouldn't be too dumb and slow to change minds during shots.
No. I disagree with you, and I agree with this chatter more than I agree with you. Adrenaline makes you dumb. It makes you bad. It makes you fat-fingered. It makes you uncoordinated. It makes you emotional. Adrenaline does all sorts of fucked up shit. Can I take a bat? I know we're trying to explore complex topics, but can I share an anecdote with you?
Yes.
Okay. So when I was a law enforcement officer, there was this gentleman who had just been released for like aggravated battery. He'd beaten the shit out of somebody 3 years before. He was a young guy. He had an extensive criminal record, but he wasn't going away forever. And within 2 weeks of him, in my relatively small town, within 2 weeks of him getting released, he pulled a firearm on a teenager. Like, we got a report, hey, this dickhead who just got released from prison, he's pulled a gun on a 16-year-old, threatened to murder them, this, that, the other. So we're looking for this guy, okay? And we play hide and seek with him for probably like 3 months, where we know he's staying in this house and we have a warrant for his arrest, but we're not really writing an arrest warrant to go search his premises because we're trying not to get into a fucking gunfight with this guy in this household. And realistically, since the aggravated assault, he's kept a low profile. So we'll catch him when we catch him. So anyways, we get a call that he's at the local basketball court. and it's like 95 degrees out. And so I'm walking up to a crowd of 30 young black men who are playing basketball. And the second they see me, and they see this is, I'm not being racist. They were actually just playing basketball. Okay. So I'm pulling up to the basketball court. Every other officer is showing up. There's 3 or 4 cops who are actually, we're on a perimeter of, and I'm the rookie and I'm by myself. And so they do a perimeter around the entire basketball court. Well, all 30 guys decide that they're going to be effectively like a Trojan horse for him. And they're all going to walk out at the same time. So they all walk out at the same time. And I'm looking at 30 different people, knowing that this guy has a firearm, knowing that this guy has a violent history, knowing that this guy has already threatened to kill someone else. Okay. So as they're walking out of the basketball court, sorry, I'm getting a little adrenaline out just thinking about it. So as they're walking out of the basketball court, I noticed that a guy is wearing a hoodie. No one else is wearing a hoodie. Okay. It's 95 fucking degrees. So I say his name. And I'm like, hey. And he's like, that's not me. And I already have, because I know that I have a 1.5 second draw time. He's got his hands in his hoodie. Sorry, I'm actually getting adrenaline out just thinking about it.
Do you want to take a break? You want to pause? Are you good?
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'll tell the story and then I'll okay.
Let's take a break.
Can I
have to go to Richard Hanania in 45 minutes anyway. We can take a break, dude.
Well, hold on. I'll finish the story. I'm just burping.
Oh, my bad.
Adrenaline gives me heartburn.
Okay.
Let's
I
finish the
thought
topic.
it was a difficult topic. My bad.
No, it is a difficult topic, but nobody's dead. I just have heartburn and adrenaline and blood pressure. So anyways, let's finish the story. Okay. So he has his hands in his pockets. And what happens is the adrenaline gives me tunnel vision. Okay. Meaning that my blood pressure is so high that all I can see are his hands. Okay. And then he does a furtive gesture, and I'm already like a quarter of the way out of the holster. He does a furtive gesture where he yanks his hands out of his pockets. I can see his hands clearly, like clear as day. Okay. But I don't know whether or not he's pulling a gun. Excuse me. And so I pull my gun simultaneous to him pulling. And then I go for my front sight picture and my rear side picture. And then he turns and runs. Well, what ends up happening is as I'm pulling, my blood pressure and my adrenaline are so high that not only do I have tunnel vision, but my vision is blurry to the point that I can't see the rear sight post and I can't see the front sight post. My Glock, which is a foot away from my face, is fuzzy. It's a fuzzy rectangle. Okay. And so a second later, I realize that he's running away from me. So I'm like, oh shit. Okay. He's running. He's not pulling on me. And so I put my gun away. I start chasing him. Some of the black kids make fun of me because I'm slow. They're like, you got him, you slow motherfucker. And so I chase him through basically what amounts to an alleyway between a bunch of houses. We chase him back to his friend's house, Demarius's house. And then what ends up happening is my people are being assholes. They're blowing up the radio while I'm in a foot chase with this guy. And my adrenaline is so high that I actually stop in order to try to calm down. Then I chase him into the back of the house. And then my fellow officer, my field training officer, meets me and tackles him, and we arrest him. Okay. But the reason why I bring this story up as an anecdote is because oftentimes when we're talking about these deadly force encounters, we're viewing them from a camera. We have a broader view of what's happening. We're viewing them from an action-reaction gap, and we're saying that it's physiologically possible to stop something within a quarter second. Mm-hmm. We're evaluating all these different things. But I'm telling you, to people who have lived out in those adrenaline moments where you're making life or death decisions that are like a quarter of a second or a half a second or 1.5 seconds, you don't have full vision. You do have blood pressure through the roof. You do feel like you're about to have a heart attack.
In general, do you believe in a 2-second fun time? So if there's a justification of force,
I feel like after that story, that's kind of like a straw man. But no. I don't believe in a 2-second fun time where he does a furtive gesture and I go, oh, well, he did a furtive gesture. I get to blast him. No, that's not what I'm saying.
So then how does it relate to the situation here?
Maybe not you, but other people are doing things like, oh, he could have seen the wheels. Or she was obviously turning her,
he could have turning
the wheel.
He saw that.
Or she looked him in the eyeball.
He perceived her turning the wheel. You have to grant that. I mean, he's aiming the gun at her.
Probably. Yeah. Probably, because even with his tunnel vision, he's probably had the tunnel vision
the gun at her. Yes.
Yeah. So, but that's like my point where effectively, like, we're judging it with the totality of circumstances based off of the evidence that we have. The officer in the moment is basing it off of the totality of circumstances that they perceive. And that's why this like court-based latitude exists.
Well, we have to run the test, right? Someone has to determine whether this was objectively reasonable. And the best thing that we have is for us to talk about it and to consider, well, what would you think would be reasonable in this case versus the other? Like, that's just the tools we have to do the test. And I think we can't just say that, well, adrenaline, therefore XYZ. Well, this or that, right? So
hold on. I'm going to bring it back to the personal example, though.
Okay.
Do you think that a person who has used a gun on somebody else in the past might use their gun on somebody else again?
Yes.
Is that reasonable?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that somebody hiding amongst their friends while out in public does not want to be caught by law enforcement?
Probably.
Okay. Do you think that 30 people essentially trying to help this person escape might be an indication of a hostile crowd?
Wanting to help them escape?
Yeah. They literally bunched up around him and walked with him out of the basketball court. They didn't say, oh yeah, that's that's this guy. He's over here. If you want to arrest him, go ahead. They bunched up around him and walked out of the basketball court together.
I think it's reasonable to consider that crowd at least potentially,
not actively, potentially,
reasonably, potentially hostile. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that
they're not yet hostile, right? They're not yet hostile.
What's that?
They're not yet hostile.
They're not yet hostile.
But there's a decent chance to be afraid of that.
But they could be.
Yeah.
Do you think that you can conceal a pistol in the front part of a hoodie?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that it's reasonable to wear a hoodie when it's 95 degrees outside?
I don't know why that matters, but
because
could there be another reason to wear it? Sometimes
clothing,
fat people.
His clothing is baggy, and his clothing is out of season. And his clothing has a way in which he can conceal his face. So number one, I'm considering that he wants to conceal himself. That way he's more difficult to identify. Number two, he has, like, if you're wearing a gym shorts and like a t-shirt or whatever, it's more difficult to conceal a pistol. That's what I'm poking at.
Okay. I think that
everybody else is wearing gym shorts and t-shirts. He's the only guy in a fucking hoodie.
Yeah. I think that a reasonable officer could think that he's doing so to conceal a weapon.
Or conceal his identity. Either one. Right? Okay. So if he's keeping his hands in his pockets, he refuses to be identified, and he makes a furtive gesture, and a furtive gesture is like a quick move, right? So at that point, is it reasonable for an officer to pull their pistol in preparation of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm?
I'm not sure how it relates to this case. I'm not sure what I would think about that. I need to think about it.
I'm just trying to walk you through objective reasonableness in my specific scenario.
So he shot someone already, right?
And he could rap. It doesn't matter.
He's already shot someone, right?
He went to prison for aggravated battery, which means he beat the shit out of someone to the point that he caught a 5-year sentence and served 3 of those 5 years. And he pulled a gun on another person in the community.
Yeah, I think pulling a gun in that context, as I sit here, subject to me thinking about it more, but as I sit here, it doesn't seem that that's objectively unreasonable.
Okay. Now, within that scenario, what I'm saying is my decision-making to pull the trigger or not pull the trigger is decided within probably quarter of a second, half a second. And the reason why I didn't pull the trigger is because I did not see a weapon in his hands.
Okay.
And so, but that doesn't mean that he still couldn't have a pistol. That doesn't mean that he could still have a fucking pistol. It could be, he could have just decided that a gunfight wasn't worth it, right?
You decided in that amount of time
that he didn't pose a sufficient threat.
Sufficient threat to kill him
Right.
yet.
Right.
Right. So then the pistol
How
goes
does that not
back
help
in.
me? Explain how that doesn't help me. That seems to be saying that, like,
Because
you,
what
a
I'm-
cop,
what I'm
even with
trying to say
adrenaline, you made the decision in less than half a second.
Because what I'm trying to convey, and maybe this is like an overly pedantic and simple thought. This was not conscious. None of this was conscious. I did not have an egotistical narrative voice in my brain evaluating each decision. I had my training, I had my adrenaline, I had my instinct to survive, I had the purpose of serving the community. None of this was a conscious narrative. And so what I get frustrated with, and it's not that you're wrong in doing so. In a civilized society, every use of force should be evaluated by members of the public. But what frustrates me about these conversations, particularly with some members of my chat, and I definitely a healthy chunk of your members in your chat, is I feel like it's implied or inferred that there are conscious choices being made, and it's just not true.
Well, some decisions were conscious in this situation.
Okay.
Conceitedly
What
so.
I'm trying to articulate with conscious is when I'm talking to you, and 99% of the time when I'm running around in the world, I have a narrative voice that's in my head. Okay? I have a narrative voice that is active at almost all times. I am telling you that that narrative voice did not exist during those scenarios. It was all instinct. It was all training.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, that's not the test, whether it was all instinct or whether it was all training. The test is objectively reasonableness.
No, there's bad training.
But also
There's
bad instincts.
bad training.
Just because your
And there's
instincts
bad
are
instincts.
right. So like just because the instincts would just be pure instinct or whatever doesn't mean we don't have to analyze it. We have to analyze it. Now,
No, that's not my argument.
okay.
But my argument to you is, and I'm reiterating an argument earlier, and whenever you want to wrap, if we're looping, we can wrap. But my argument to you is that the TOC, the totality of circumstances in reference to the Renee Good shooting, the approach, officer caused jeopardy, all that stuff, that is not reasonable. Standing in front of a vehicle and having it come at you and then using deadly force to roll the dice to decrease your death or imminent threat of injury, that is reasonable from a law enforcement officer's perspective.
Well, we disagree on that. I think that's ultimately where we disagree. But what about the second and third shots? You say a reasonable officer would not have perceived a difference in threat.
Even if they did, what I'm saying is, so one of the things that I Googled, was that in order for somebody to like perceive an event and then brake is like 1.5 to 2 seconds driving, I would apply that to the first shot. So
1.5 2 seconds to do whatever you want, basically.
Yeah, but I also think that when you're saying that once I saw the furtive gesture, I should have fired.
No.
Or I could have fired and I could have justified it after the fact.
No, I think that would require...
That would have been a bad move, right?
I don't know if it would have been justified. A furtive gesture without you having perceived a weapon, I'm not sure. I think I would need to reread the scenario. I'm going to be honest. Some of the facts I lost some of the facts as I was hearing it, but I'm not sure is the answer to that question. And it's definitely more ambiguous. It's definitely more ambiguous than I think this situation is for second and third shot.
Okay. What I'm trying to communicate though is that I think that within that 1.5 to 2 second actions, you're saying to do whatever you want. No, the initial calculation has to be correct.
Yeah, no, the initial, but we're assuming that the initial calculation is not correct, reasonable, right?
Right.
Okay.
And we disagree on reasonableness.
And we do on the first shot. But assuming that the first shot were justified, you're saying any conduct within that 1.5 to 2 window buffer that you're imposing, you think is de facto reasonable.
There's probably more nuance to it than that, but just to like own my position, yes.
Yeah, I think that is insane. But that I think is a fundamental disagreement.
I think your perspective that he could have fired the first shot into the window under adrenaline with tunnel vision, then been also doing all the meditative calculus that's necessary for marksmanship while getting hit by a car, and then instantaneously ordered it, and then like seeing the pane or whatever, the bar of the windshield go slightly to his left. And then while he's doing that, as soon as that happened, he should have been like, this is no longer a good shoot. I'm going to stop shooting. I don't think that is psychologically or physiologically reasonable.
Okay, but you do agree it's possible.
I agree it's possible. I agree that if he had seen the bar pass and he had said, oh shit, I'm no longer in danger, I don't need to shoot anymore, then I agree that he could have stopped within 0.25 seconds of that realization. I do not think that he made that realization. Consciously.
Yeah, I think we disagree on what's reasonable in that context. And
Okay.
I do think that Ben Riley just give another super chat, says, quote, conscious decision doesn't need, quote, a narrative voice or even reflection or contemplation. It's simply the ability to react, analyze, process, detect, etc. to a stimulus, internal or external, and adapt. Any response?
Okay, well, I make fun of people with aphasia for shits and giggles, so take your aphasia NPC ass somewhere else, okay? All of us normal people have narratives running
He didn't
inside
say
our
that
brain.
he has aphasia. He
I
said
know,
that.
I'm just fucking around.
Okay. Yeah, like, so
I have a member. I have a member of my community. For those of you who don't know, like what aphasia is, it's like you can't imagine things. Like you can't hold like the visual image of something in your brain. And I think there's also, I don't even know if aphasia is the same thing as like not having a narrative voice, but there's also like a psychological phenomena. Some people just don't have a narrative voice. They just like bump around acting on instinct. And, I make fun of those people. So
here's something that
take
someone's
your NPC aphasia have an ass somewhere else.
Here's someone who is able to basically get to what
aphantasia. My apologies. Aphantasia.
Okay, is that it? My bad. Here's someone who's getting to what I was trying to get at before. Firing a gun requires no thought. Not firing it requires 2 seconds, apparently. Can you explain that? Because it seems like it is a double standard. Like, on the one hand, you're like, he was able to reasonably make a risk assessment in a split second such that we were able to call that reasonable. But he's unable to make the risk assessment in the same interval of time when clearly the conditions have changed. So why aren't you applying a double standard?
My simple answer is I think action reaction gap. I think that's a simple answer.
But I don't understand how that is a different time interval.
He thought it was reasonable all the way through.
No, I know
because he wasn't thinking.
I know, but we're talking about objective reasonability. You're saying an objectively reasonable officer, in the instant that the car moved, would be able to come to a reasonable determination as to the justification use of force. But you wouldn't say that reasonable officer would likewise be able to come to the same determination as to the second and third shot of the threat no longer persisting.
Correct. Because we're talking about, you're saying in ideal circumstances in which an officer is prepared for an order.
No, in the situation that we're talking about right there, you did say, it is your position, that an objectively reasonable officer would reasonably perceive the threat and be able to fire his gun in a split second and make that determination from a conscious perspective, whatever you call conscious, right?
I think conscious is giving it too much credit. I think it's like instinct and training and adrenaline and self-preservation instinct and all that kind of crap.
Sounds like that's a cop-out.
It's a confluence of motivations, most of which are not conscious. And conscious, I mean like narrative.
Well,
I understand that's not narrative.
If that kind of I don't know what to say, neural process is sufficient for the justification to shoot, why isn't it sufficient, whatever mental processes that culminate in the decision to shoot, why aren't that sufficient for consideration of the decision to keep shooting?
Yeah, I think I can add something else to that. Drawing and firing a weapon takes 1.5 seconds.
The gun was already out.
Sure, probably in preparation of what he perceived as an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm.
Right.
Okay. So but hold on. What I'm missing, what I'm not understanding right now, is you're saying that, well, he decided to pull the trigger quickly, so why couldn't he end pulling the trigger quickly? And what I'm saying is he did not pull, like, arguably the same amount of time that he took to draw and fire is the same amount of time that it took him to stop firing. So where's the disparity?
I don't understand why the drawing of the weapon is like part of the analysis.
Because that's probably like the closest to last clear thought or almost clear thought that you have before shooting a gun is, am I drawing or am I not drawing? That's probably the last close to a clear thought that you could possibly have. So him deciding to draw was probably the last clear thought. So if it takes him a second and a half to pull, aim, and fire, then why would it be decreased time to stop?
But that's if that's the situation, then we're even greaterly fucked, Connor, because now it sounds like you're applying like some sort of like clear thought rule, and then the fun period is like, if he's not having clear thoughts with respect to the imminent threat when he takes the shot, it sounds like the fun period lasts
3 seconds of fun.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a longer fun period from when you draw the gun. That can't be right.
I love how you guys talk about like shooting members of the public as the fun period, but it's okay.
I'm doing it because you're basically excusing any amount of misconduct so long as that there's a justified first shot within a time window.
No, I'm not. And allow me to clarify.
Okay.
So for instance, I think that people sympathetic to me, okay, people who are sympathetic to law enforcement, if I describe the exact scenario that I had at the basketball court and I shot the wrong guy, okay, let's say it wasn't him. Let's say it wasn't him at all, like totally different guy, and I shot him. They could see the rationale that I used up to pulling my weapon, but choosing to fire my weapon with a furtive gesture without a visible weapon is a mistake. It's a mistake based off of policy. It's a mistake based off of training. It's a mistake based off of everything. So the sympathetic people are going to say, oh, well, you were under adrenaline. There was all these, different circumstances. We're giving you a lot of deference. I still think that the city should and could have been held accountable liably for a wrongful death had I killed the wrong man. And if I'd killed the wrong man and or injured people around him, I think that the city should be civilly liable for said action. And then I think, depending on the negligence leading up to the action, the law enforcement officer themselves should either be held civilly or potentially criminally liable, depending on the degree of negligence leading up to it. So that's where, for me, saying like, oh, you just got 3 seconds of fun the second you perceive imminent threat of death or great bodily harm is incorrect.
Well, for purposes of the justification analysis, regardless of other consequences, it sounds like you're saying that the last clear thought. Okay, but that can't be right, Connor.
Why?
Because we expect our officers to be perceiving threats and using judgments even when their guns are pulled.
Sure, I agree.
So it can't just be a rule that the justification analysis happens when you draw the gun because of a clear thought.
Correct. No. There's one to, I would say that there's probably one to draw, which is like the perception of imminent danger, because actually drawing a firearm,
the drawing decision.
We're analyzing
the shooting decision.
Yeah, exactly. No, you actually just stole words out of my mouth. Drawing the firearm is perception of danger. We had our weapons out when we were clearing houses that we suspected of being burglarized, but there was no imminent threat of death or great bodily harm that was perceptible. We just knew that there was potential for danger, which is why our weapons were out. But choosing to fire the trigger should be a different calculation. So what I'm trying to do, what I was trying to do over the past 30 minutes, probably failingly, is I'm trying to communicate to you and to your audience that is analyzing this with your narrative voices, that the people who are experiencing these events do not have narrative voices. They have instincts and they have training. They have a culmination of factors. So saying that these people are bad, because morally reprehensible because they made an incorrect decision, it for me is insufficient analysis. Okay. But what I'm also trying to say now, which might sound contradictory, but I promise you it's not, is that training is supposed to step into the conscious narrative gap. Okay? So if we had, if
And
we
he was-
could freeze,
He was
if we
trained
could
not to
freeze
shoot at
time-
moving vehicles, wasn't he? In
Sorry,
general.
what's that?
And he was trained not to shoot at moving vehicles in general, right?
Maybe poorly. Maybe
No, but
poorly, right? He's been on the job 10
An
years.
objectively
The
reasonable officer would be
vehicle-
trained according to those policies, wouldn't he?
Right, but what's the policy to not shoot into a vehicle?
Yeah, so it's from DHS and it's contingent on
How do no. But I'm saying, how do you train for not shooting into a vehicle?
by training the standard on use of force and when to use it.
It's a conscious process.
Right, but you're saying that that's the substitute for the narrative voice is the training, but the training here, he went against training. You concede that.
No. I don't think he had any training. I think he had use of force training that was practical. And any training that he had in reference to not firing into vehicles was effectively reading a book.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's obviously
he's not acting in an objectively
how that's going to impact an officer under adrenaline, obviously.
Then he's not acting as an objectively reasonable officer would, because he's an untrained person. And an objectively reasonable officer is trained, of course.
I think it's more complex than that, but what I'm trying to say is, for training, we did shoot, no shoot. Okay. So effectively what we did is we went into simulated domestic violence scenarios with effectively a fancy paintball gun. And then we had to determine at what point do we use deadly force, or if deadly force is justified at all. And so that shoot, no shoot training is what you do. We never did vehicle training. We probably signed a policy.
Okay, so you never did vehicle training, but and you think the only training that counts for that instinct situation is training that is like practical, hands-on, not book learning?
I think that is what people. That's what what is it? It's like you don't rise to your ideals; you fall to your training or whatever. So that's kind of like what I'm trying to communicate to you right now. Is that we can have all these highfalutin ideas and we can train on practical application and we can talk about like legality and morality and ethics and all that kind of stuff. But I'm saying that if you thought the Renee Good shooting was so bad that this is an argument that this is an event that should never happen again in the rest of like American history, like there should just not be cops who fire into moving vehicles effectively ever, unless it's an extreme.
That's not what.
Stop. Let me finish the concept. Then what I'm saying is you would need to develop as a part of nationwide curriculum, shoot, no shoot training involving vehicles. That's what you would need in order to reduce the statistical relevance of this thing happening.
But the question isn't what can we do to reduce the statistical relevance of this happening. The question is, do we think it's reasonable given what's going on? I thought that what you were suggesting is that training informs the kind of non-narrative voice situations, and we should determine whether or not they're in compliance with their adherence to those standards that substitutes in for the non-narrative voice moments. And that's what I thought I was hearing you say.
No, that's exactly what I'm poking at. So let's say that Pisco becomes in charge of law enforcement standards nationwide, and you put out a memo and say, you are not allowed to fire into moving vehicles unless there is a violent felony present. Okay, let's say that
I would not support that rule, but go ahead. That's too narrow. That's too narrow.
Okay, but let's say hypothetically, just to move through the hypothetical.
Yeah. Okay.
You write that out. You put that in a booklet. Every single cop signs it. Okay, that's one way that we can train American law enforcement officers.
Got it.
Another way that we could train American law enforcement officers is we could say officer caused jeopardy is a thing. Vehicles can be imminent threats of death or great bodily harm. However, the context matters, and whether or not you're able to end the threat is something you have to think about before you pull the trigger. As a result, we are going to put you through virtual simulations, shoot, no shoot training involving vehicles, and we're going to go over all of the nuances of the scenario, and we're going to put you into justified shoots, unjustified shoots and questionable shoots. And we're going to run you through it so you can understand all the variables as maximally as possible. Then at that point, I think that in the exact same scenario where this officer shoots Renee Good, if that was the standard of training, I'd be like, yeah, burn his ass.
Why would it
burn him? Fucking incarcerate him because he's been trained on the topic and he should know better.
Do you think officers are wait,
regardless of what he's been given is the equivalent of signing a piece of paper saying, don't do this bad behavior?
Do you think officers are trained generally not to create dangerous situations needlessly?
Oh, wait, sorry. Ask the question again because I could probably answer this in a terrible way. Go ahead.
Are agents trained not to create unreasonably dangerous situations?
No. It's actually a total gap. No, it's a total gap in our training.
Okay.
It's presumed that every officer is good faith. It's presumed that every officer is acting within the color, not the color of the law, but acting with the lawful authority of the law. You
don't spend time like saying this, don't do this, don't like create these situations. This is bad when you approach it like this. Okay.
No. What happens is, and I hate to say this, but it's true. What happens is you get good cops, I think good cops, in the academy who say, we know all sorts of bad cops who go into tense situations and make it worse. Okay? We all know cops who go into domestic violence scenarios and instead of trying to de-escalate and trying to get both parties to calm down and move on amicably, they actually act in such a way that aggravates the scenario and starts a fight. Okay? And so as a result, since the trainers are telling us this, they call it verbal judo, okay? They're like, if you want to avoid getting into fistfights, if you want to avoid getting shot, if you want to avoid getting stabbed, then you need to up your verbal judo so you don't exacerbate situations that get you or other people hurt or killed. But then you hit the road, and there's dickhead cops. And dickhead cops act like dicks in order to piss off members of the public, so the members of the public commit a crime in their presence that they then get to use as an excuse to arrest members of the public. Okay? So both of these law enforcement officers exist. And not only do they exist, they're both treated by the system completely differently. Indulge me a brief anecdote. I'll be super quick. There was a cop who by all means was like tactical, proficient, good at his job. Like, look at his stats. He's the world's best cop who's ever existed. He actually got hired by the FBI. That cop and I go on to a call. And I'm Captain Save-A-Ho. I'm the hippie cop. I fucking love seeing downtrodden people and trying to help them out and all that kind of shit. And there's a homeless guy who's outside of a pizza joint and he's harassing patrons. They're walking by, I mean, give me money or fuck you. Like that's what the homeless guy's being verbally abusive to patrons of this establishment. The owner of the establishment does not want him around. I walk up and I say, hey, sir, I'm sorry to say it, but you're trespassing from this location. I'm going to have to get your ID, run your information. I'll give you a piece of paperwork. We'll get you on your way. But realistically, you're not allowed back at this establishment. All I was going to do was I was going to run his information, make sure he doesn't have warrants, give him a trespass note, and see him off his way. What Officer Tactical McDoucheface did is he said, hey, man, how's it going today? Seems like you're having a little bit of a tough time. Seems I'm not trying to get aggressive with you or anything. And what he was doing was he was using the right words, and his body camera was on, by the way.
Yeah.
He was using the right words, but he was moving closer and closer to a mentally unstable person to make said mentally unstable person more unstable.
And would that be contrary to his training? Would that be contrary to his training? Would that be contrary to his training?
No. What's the contrary to his training? He's de-escalating verbally. He's using his verbal judo.
You guys aren't taught on like body language and that kind of stuff? Like,
no.
Be careful with mentally ill people.
That is treating law enforcement officers as if they're good faith and love every member of the public as if they were God's children. Okay. I loved every member of the public as if they were God's children. Other people viewed homeless people as vermin. They view them, like a phrase is GBPSE. Go be poor somewhere else. Okay? There are cops who view drug addicted, homeless, violent, mentally unwell people as vermin to be driven away from civilized society.
Okay, and my
that's how they treat them.
position is to the extent that there are such cops, those cops are unreasonable, objectively unreasonable. An objectively
You
reasonable
can say
officer.
that, I would say that's easily 10 to 30% of law enforcement.
Then I'm sorry that bodes poorly for the police and law enforcement. But you can't tell me that the Constitution allows for cops to just be like deranged lunatics.
Well, hold on. Is he a deranged lunatic, or is he a public servant who is trying to use verbal judo to de-escalate a mentally unstable person who is harassing
Well, how you describe his body language seems to indicate that he either A, is grossly incompetent, or B, is...
It was intentional.
Oh, that it's protection.
I talked to him about it. It was intentional.
All right, so then that is by definition unreasonable.
Okay. What law or the training, I could do the training all day. The training, I could say, don't be a fucking douchebag and use the color of law to harass poor people, right? I could do that all day. I could probably even write the policy that it's like, we are here to serve all members of the public. Therefore, even homeless people, even poor people, even drug addicted people, even mentally unwell people are also members of the public, and you must treat them with dignity, right? I could write that as a policy, right? But what I'm asking you is, what is the law that you would hold this law enforcement officer accountable under for his, I think, unethical, morally objectionable, horrific, and unchristian conduct? What law are you going to hold him accountable under?
So, A, you're saying that in this situation in which he is intentionally provoking someone for the purpose of using force against them?
Yes.
I mean, I would charge...
He is officer cause jeopardy personified.
Yeah, so I'm a person who believes that officer created jeopardy ought be the law recognized under the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has not decided...
Weirdly enough, we agree.
The Supreme Court has not decided that. Wait, if we agree that that is what the law should be, and that's what the Supreme Court should recognize, the Supreme Court, when it recognizes it, isn't going to say we're creating a new law. The Supreme Court is going to say that's what the Fourth Amendment has always required, just so you know.
Okay. How are you going to phrase it in such a way, or how is the Supreme Court going to phrase it in such a way where officers still have the capacity? So for instance, like we have that like violent felony exception or whatever that we brought up, or I brought up as the way that I would write it. How are you going to phrase it or write it so law enforcement officers still have their detention authority? They can still put themselves into danger while detaining bad guys, but they cannot negligently or intentionally cause officer cause jeopardy.
This is Barnes v. Felix. The question is that the court ought consider whether an officer's creation of dangerous situations, quote, factors in to the reasonable analysis, and they should determine that it does. In which case,
and
an officer created
what's the punishment?
Well, it will remove potential arguments on justification and open up liability in different contexts, either because you
civil or criminal.
Yeah, either, right? Section 1983 suit, that would be for damages for violation of your Fourth Amendment rights, or if the state charges you, that you wouldn't be able to raise that defense. So either.
Okay. The reason why we've had a 3-hour fight about this topic, though, okay, the reason why we've had probably a 5-hour fight now about this topic is because you might even agree with me with this statement. There are times in which the Renee Good shooting could be justified, okay? And not only that, a vehicle coming at you, regardless of the intent of the driver, can, I guess is the best way to phrase it, be judged as an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. So that's not the part of the law that I want to fuck with, okay? I still want to keep imminent threat or death or great bodily harm as justification for the use of deadly force. I want to keep that intact.
You hear me proposing to remove that?
Well, that's why we argued about the shooting for 2 hours.
No, that was just to say whether or not but the threat is not enough. You need the force needs to be reasonable in relation to the threat.
Hold on, but I want to move you real quick from my focus, because once again, I don't think we're going to agree on this, but I think that we could probably agree on a subsegment of the argument. The subsegment of the argument is that I think that 3 feet in front of a vehicle, somebody's driving that vehicle to you, regardless of whether or not they're fleeing or eluding or whether or not they're intentionally trying to hit you with the vehicle, you are justified in using deadly force. However, I think that TOC analysis, totality of circumstances analysis, within this scenario,
Should
this
include
officer recklessly created officer-caused jeopardy.
Okay, so here's the question. Here's the question, Connor.
Yep.
The question is as follows. Given that you think the Supreme Court should affirm officer-created jeopardy doctrine, given that you just said that it was a recklessly created officer-created hazard, isn't your position, and shouldn't it be, regardless of what you predict, that this officer murdered Renee Good by your own lights? And no. I'll tell you, no, so I'll give you the different things. A, you think officer-created hazard is relevant to the TOC. B, and that you think the Supreme Court should affirm that, not make a new law, but affirm that understanding of TOC. B,
I think that's one way. I would like legislation, but if it went the way that you went, I wouldn't care.
And you would advocate for it. You'd be like, if this came up to the Supreme Court, you'd say the Supreme Court should rule on the side of TOC, including officer-created jeopardy, right? That would be your position. Sure. Okay, that plus your statement just then, which was this is a reckless officer-created hazard. Why does that not determine the result here for you, that this is therefore unreasonable, therefore not justified, therefore murder?
Right. So I think that TOC, all of the things that I brought up into imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, the action-reaction gap, the 2 to 2 second, whatever, everything that we discussed in reference to that topic, that regardless of officer-created jeopardy, that needs to be a refuge of men and women in law enforcement who earnestly risk their lives and in good faith risk their lives to protect members of the public.
But here,
I think that needs to hold on. Yes. Okay. And this is why I asked you about criminal versus civil. Okay. In reference to, there are so many cops who are poorly trained, so many cops who have bad equipment, so many cops who have bad leadership, so many cops who have XYZ ABC. I would not want this cop to like, maybe you could get him on like murder 3 or reckless endangerment or manslaughter, whatever the appropriate statute is.
Should he be charged with a crime of any kind, some kind?
In my opinion, no.
But hang on.
He should
you accepted the doctrine.
No.
Wait, no, but you accepted the doctrine.
Opened up to civil liability, like a there
would only be civil liability if it was unreasonable. There's no civil liability if what he did was reasonable. But if you grant that there should be civil liability, you grant that it was unreasonable.
Okay, hold on. But this is where criminal. You might say that if something. Hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong. There are things that are criminal but not civil, and civil but not criminal. Am I wrong in understanding that?
Correct. The Fourth Amendment reasonability test applies in both criminal and civil, and it's the same. Now, actually, for civil, sometimes it can be harder because of qualified immunity doctrine, where you have to show a gross departure from the Constitution. Okay. And so you might have a better time trying to charge him than doing a civil damages suit. But
are you? God, that's so fucked up. It should actually be inverted.
Well, I'm just telling you the doctrines. But regardless,
yes,
you think
I got it. Being descriptive.
If you're applying the doctrine that you think the Supreme Court should uphold, you think the use of force was unreasonable.
But not because. Hold on, I feel like
you just love cops.
Times.
You love cops. And you don't want him to go to jail. That's the thing.
No. Don't. No. We've made so much progress. Don't be a douche at the last second. Okay. What I'm saying is, once again, and I need you to hear me when I say this, I think that the imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, absent the officer-created jeopardy, should stand as a legally defensible readout of law enforcement officers. However, I think officer-created jeopardy should effectively be a civil exception to qualified immunity. And that's how I would resolve it.
Because of your policy preferences.
Correct.
But there's no basis to say the Fourth Amendment would make such a distinction.
Okay, I would do this through legislation. You're the one who said that this would be done through a retranslation of the Fourth Amendment.
So you would think that this should be considered unreasonable for civil purposes, but reasonable for criminal purposes?
I think it should be considered. Wait. Hold on. Yes. Because of the amount of deference that's paid to law enforcement in reference to these calculations of imminent threat of death and great bodily harm, because of the haphazard training standards that are nationwide, especially at this time, that should be standardized and increased in reference to officer caused jeopardy. Also, because I don't think that a officer who creates officer created jeopardy or whatever, I don't think that incarcerating them solves the problem. Whereas I do think creating an exception in which they're legally liable motivates municipalities, city, county, state, and federal to change their policies, change their doctrine, change their training. And also, God forbid, there's a scenario in which, let's say, officer created jeopardy is now a trained upon concept within law enforcement. If there's an injury or wrongful death that is provably caused by officer caused jeopardy, you give them financial redress through the state.
Okay. So
I don't think incarcerating cops solves any of this.
So I'm out of time. I have to jump for the Hanania. This will be my last word. Then I'll give you the last word. My last word on it is, I think what you've just created for yourself is like Schrodinger's reasonability, that use of force under standards could be considered reasonable for one purpose, that is to say civil damages or some kind of civil compensation, but not for criminal. And I don't think the law supports that view as currently is. Maybe you would want to change it to be that. But if you think that officer-created doctrine should be upheld in some respect with the Supreme Court, I think that would be held as a matter of constitutional law. And if it's held as a matter of constitutional law, I don't think that the distinction would be as you had. And it does mean that if someone were to ask you whether or not you think it's reasonable, the first question you should be asking isn't like whether it's reasonable or not. For you, it's, do you mean reasonable under civil or reasonable under criminal? And it might give you a different answer. And so that, I think, is a problem constitutionally. I think it's also a problem analytically from where this reasonability test derives. But I'll give you the last word.
I would just say that if we actually had competent technocratic legislators, the way that we actually had the way that we supposedly have a republic, this is the conversation that they would be having. They would be discussing, reasonableness in reference to use of force. They would be discussing police brutality. They would be discussing what are the technocratic remedies to these issues. And so while this conversation was fraught and heated, if I could imagine, if our legislators were doing what Pisco and I just did over the past 3 hours, I would be an immensely happy patriot of the Republic. Whereas right now, I am incredibly disappointed with both our legislature and our executive branch. And so as a result, all you soy libs can eat a bag of dicks, and I'll see you soon.
Hey, thank you so much, Connor. Let's keep the conversation going at some point, and appreciate you and the time here. And don't worry about mischaracterizing my argument, because I don't think that you did it intentionally.
Fine. I'll mischaracterize you again, and then we can fight about it again, and then boom, we got content.
Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Connor, and talk soon, okay?
Yep. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
All right, ladies and...
Okay, folks. We're about to go over to Richard Hanania, and we'll be discussing various different issues. I actually do want to reference ICE at some point with Richard to see what he thinks about it, but I'll ask him what he wants to start with, Venezuela or whatever, and we'll introduce him. But appreciate you guys watching. I'll give you my take on what the discussion was after. Needless to say, I'm a little black-pilled at trying to convince Connor specifically, and I can talk about why that is. But I do think that last concession on the officer-created hazard stuff is among the more unreasonable things he said. So yeah. Heads up, let me just give him a call. Ready? I'm not going to ask Richard the age of consent. Please stop. And there's multiple levels to this, right? So you watch this, see the level of the first shot, where it's about whether or not we think that the use of force in relation to an assumed risk. Again, I want to be clear. I don't grant that there was a risk. to the sort of next shots, and then ultimately to the officer created hazard doctrine. But hang on, let me call Richard. Hey, Richard, can you hear me? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hold on, I've got to put my camera settings.
Nice.
User settings, devices, camera. Let's see where.
People want to see your beautiful face.
Of course they do. They'd be nuts not to. Let's see here.
I'm transitioning so people are going to be able to see your camera, all right? Just heads up.
Hold on. I'm going to do it right. Let me see. I'm just going to plug it in now and see what happens.
Sure.
I wasn't plugged in, so that's fine.
That's an important step, Rich. If you're talking, it's not coming
just
through.
tell me how to do the input for the camera.
Oh, yeah. So if you go to the little wheel, the cog, it says user settings.
Yeah.
It should be right there. Click on user settings. And if you scroll down under app settings, it should say voice and video.
App settings, voice and video. Okay, I see voice. Okay, camera. Okay, camera, MacBook camera. Okay, yes, here.
Boom.
Here we go.
Beautiful.
You see me now?
Yeah, sure
okay,
do.
let me move some stuff around so it's not
no one
terrible.
sees.
No
How
one
you doing?
sees all my dildos. Yeah.
Are you at home? Your dildos.
Did I say that? Are we live?
Oh,
yet?
yeah, we're live. Sorry, I thought I told you.
Oh, well, I guess I've been caught. I have a stack of dildos behind me all the time.
No worries. Welcome, Richard. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to talk to me. Listen, some of my audience might not be familiar with some of the stuff you do, so I'm going to let you introduce yourself in a second. But for me, your commentary has been very useful, at least with respect to a lot of the stuff that you say with Michael Tracy on, for example, the Epstein files. I think I agree with a lot of what you guys say, but not all of it, which is interesting. And I have some thoughts about Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie that I hope we can get into. But in general, you are a conservative, or you have a background in more conservative politics. But recently you've been sort of an iconoclast, certainly among conservatives in America, and have been highly critical of the Trump administration on some issues. Though you think that there are some issues on which he's positive, and I'm hoping that we'll get to talk about both of those sets. So why don't you introduce yourself, and thank you again for coming on.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here, Pisco. I think you have someone told me you have a smart young audience. I found that to be the case last time I was here, so I'm glad to talk. What is this hand thing? I'm sorry. I'm like a boomer. Oh, never mind. Okay. I'm like a boomer with this Discord thing.
No worries.
But I am on Twitter. I am on Substack. So people should subscribe to my Substack. The Substack is the highest quality stuff. Twitter is kind of trolling and fun, but also sometimes serious. I write, different kinds of op-eds. I have a monthly column in the Boston Globe. I have a monthly column in Unheard. I've written in other publications. I have 2 books. I have another book called Kekistocracy that's going to come out in the summer. And that's just me. There's a lot you could say about my background, but I'm basically writing, and I'm on Twitter and Substack all the time, and that's where you can find me.
One thing that people have been using, which is kind of a concept that you either invented or popularized, is this notion of vice signaling. That people are now, it's become part of the lexicon of referring to a lot of what the administration is doing. So first of all, why don't you explain vice signaling for the audience? And talk about that for a second.
Yeah, I don't know who came up with the term vice signaling. I doubt it was me, but somebody, it could have been me. I don't know, but I don't recall that. But yeah, it's a term that's got around. I think I've written the definitive account of vice signaling, which is a fictionalized article called "The Based Ritual," and it's been cited in Politico, New York Times, like all these people who are just amazed. They're like, yeah, we see it. Like, this is kind of what young conservatives are like. So, virtue signaling is the idea like, oh, I'm a nice person. I care about immigrants and trans and, minorities who are being oppressed and the poor and the environment. And the rightists are kind of different. They've gone in the opposite direction, like just the way they identify like as anti-left. They've gone into like vice signaling. I'm the most based. I want to crush my enemies. I think women shouldn't vote. Well, I think women should be enslaved. I want to want to kick out the immigrants. I want to do this to the immigrants. It's like this, and there's entire like philosophies that revolve around this. Like there's like this philosopher named Carl Schmitt who was who was pro-Nazi, but it's maybe not fair to him that like who his modern admirers are. But Carl Schmitt, basically they like him for the idea of the friend-enemy distinction, the idea that like politics is just about some people dominating over others, and I think that's like an unfair caricature, but that's the idea they have. They like these like kind of reactionaries. Some of them like Alex Dugin, some of them like Curtis Yarvin. It's all about showing that like you're the based one. You're like one of these nice people who are soft-hearted and care about democracy and human rights. Or even not even care about it. It's like you see all that stuff is fake. Right. It's like, don't you see how unfair the Democrats treat us? And it's like it has this, victim mentality component to it, too, that I just find unbearable.
Yeah. So I watch a lot of Nick Fuentes content, and I always find that there's this kind of like a need or desire to peel back the layer and to convince the audience that like the terms by which most people are analyzing world events aren't even the right terms, that there's another layer of power perhaps behind it, and that the people are, the people who are looking at it through the lens of maybe the conception of mainstream media or the New York Times or whatever are just thinking about it the wrong way. So I have seen that. I'll let you respond to that, but then we can talk about some of the issues that I want to get into.
Yeah, I don't watch tons of Fuentes. I see the clips sometimes, but they're very funny ones. So I just think, oh, this guy's really hilarious. I don't watch a lot of like to get.
Did you see their get together with like Tate and they like were all?
I saw a lot of clips. That was funny. There's something about these guys that is just kind of hilarious. But yeah. Yeah, it is. Like, I think Yarvin is probably like the best example of this, who I know a little bit better as far as his ideas.
And you've been getting into him a little bit. I've been seeing the back. You've been quoting him a little bit on some of this shit. But yeah, I've seen you talk about Curtis Yarvin. You don't really respect him that much anymore, huh?
I mean, it's like, he scratched beneath the surface. He like believes elections are stolen by like immigrants. Like there's just it's like a thing that there's no evidence for. And like the question is, why would someone be committed to this narrative? It's a way to vice signal, but it's like vice signaling also by saying, that the stuff you think that is morality is not real. And that's like, because the other alternative is just like, MAGAs are the bad people, right? Like they have to be bad too, because you can't really defend Trump because Trump is just gonna like try to say he won the election no matter what, and they're gonna lie, and so it's hard to defend Trump. So you just have to say that like everyone is just that bad, and so it's I think this worldview is false. I mean, I think it's like anti-civilizational, really. I mean, it's kind of like. It's kind of like conservatives are supposed to believe like the civilization thing like matters, and like it has a history and there's institutions, and there's just none of that.
Worth protecting, yeah,
it's kind of a radical left wing idea, but it's the same. It's like I mean, they pretend like kind of the most radical left wing people are in power, like the worst kinds of people, and they're the dominant force in society, and then that justifies them being more like them.
Yeah, let's start with Epstein on speaking of virtue signaling and vice signaling, because I have a particular take on what Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie are doing, and it's a little bit conspiratorial, or I would say maybe conspiratorial, but you tell me what you think. I think that this law, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, was intentionally written to be a broad, just like basically document production request, and to contain sort of contradictory and nebulous exceptions about when that are at least initially in the hands of the Department of Justice to suss out. And also that the law does not contain a self-standing cause of action or right of suing that is put into any individual person. And the reason I think that they did this isn't because they didn't foresee some of these issues being raised, that is the invocation of exceptions or the claim that they're not complying with the law or potential litigation, but because they wanted to keep the Epstein issue a live issue. And my further evidence of this is Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna's recent decision to try to get involved in the Ghislaine Maxwell criminal trial. They filed a brief purporting to be part of the amicus brief to a criminal case that's already been resolved, and to try to invoke or convince the court to use its powers in a differently related criminal case to try to adjudicate the Department of Justice's handling of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. It seems to me that they must be aware that this kind of action has a low chance of success. And I don't think that they're stupid.
Explain to me what the amicus brief actually is doing.
The amicus brief is requesting in the criminal trial of Ghislaine Maxwell for the court
which is
to
still ongoing. There's still an appeal, right?
well, the appeal went to the Supreme Court and was rejected, and there's still this
Okay, so it's not
there's this protective order that applies to
Uh-huh.
some small clutch of documents, perhaps. But that's like there's a discrete set of legal issues that are left for the court and the SDNY to consider, and Massey and Kana must know this, and they're claiming to have to not be seeking relief from the court by filing an amicus brief, but they are requesting the court to use its authority when it's really unclear, and the judge seems to be siding on the side that it's unclear that the court would even have this authority. The big picture, though, Richard, I want you to respond to it, and you can maybe apply your view on this Epstein issue, is that I have the view that a lot of these politicians are using the Epstein issue, maybe not because they think that there's anything that hasn't been unearthed already in terms of allegations, but to try to keep it a live issue and to needle the fuck out of Trump, even in a situation in which they know Trump is going to look bad fighting this litigation no matter what, and they'll be able to claim vindication if any amount of redactions happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a crazy. I don't know if that's conspiratorial. That's just political maneuvering. I don't know about Massey. I don't know if he wants Democrats to win. I think he seems motivated by spite towards Trump. But yeah, Ro Khanna wanting to keep this issue alive makes perfect sense to me. It makes perfect sense to me that they must they probably don't think that there's like some kind of deep conspiracy going on here. There's no evidence of that. The left has never been into these kind of conspiracy theories on a like wide level. I mean, that's why the right was the ones who kept the Epstein issue alive for so long. And so the idea that they want this to drag out and not necessarily get all the files in like one dump today, but like continue it for the next 2-3 years and keep this an issue. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like whether it matters, I don't know. I didn't see Trump's approval ratings go down all that much by recollection during the Epstein thing. So like whether that's good politics or not, I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I think that's even though it's his worst polling issue, it seems to be like a robust set of support that he has from his base, even throughout his declining approval among independents and Democrats. I'm go for it.
If they're really smart, maybe they're looking for the long term of the conservative movement, and it's like Trump being the leader can tell them not to focus too much on Epstein. But like Trump is going to be leaderless going forward, and JD Vance or whoever is not going to have the same authority. So if the Epstein issue is still alive, it could potentially tear the right apart. So yeah, maybe they're thinking along that line. So that's the way I would be thinking about it.
Because I'm struggling to see other issues that tear apart the Trump coalition while Trump is in power, because everything seems to have not affected that specifically, at least with respect to the support of Trump. And so then maybe let's get into the first one, foreign interventions, right? So the foreign intervention situation, we were told during the campaign that Trump would say no new wars, et cetera, that part of the reason to vote for Trump was to have a focus on America. Now, I think that there's an internal logic among MAGA to why these interventions are America first. At least some of them purport to do it. But some commentators among the MAGA class seem to express some hesitancy, for example, with the first intervention in Iran. Less so, I would say, much more muted response on Venezuela. I don't know what your take is on that. But talk me through first whether or not you think this foreign stuff, that it's smart for Trump to do it, that it's possible for it to fracture the base, and then your views on the interventions that we've seen so far, and we can talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a attitude towards foreign interventions as like a general matter. It's like they're united on Ukraine. They all dislike Ukraine, all the MAGAs. Israel, I mean, it's very fascinating. There's these very ethnocentric Jews at the top of the Trump administration. There's a lot of base energy that is very anti-Israel. So Iran is seen as kind of fighting for Israel. So that one is tough. I think there's been a consolidation on this Don Roe doctrine, this Western Hemisphere stuff, because they've done a smart thing. I mean, and there's a New York Times article about the run up to the Venezuela, the run up to the Venezuela incursion, where basically Stephen Miller and like Marco Rubio ended up like selling it away to Trump. Like Rubio has his own thing; he wants to see Venezuela and democracy. Stephen Miller just wants to like use force against people who ship drugs into the country and like have an excuse to to invoke the
Alien
Aliens Enemies Act.
and other stuff. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And so you need like the foreign intervention helps you like enforce immigration law like more strictly. So and plus it seems a big success. I mean, the U.S. goes in there, blows everything, it just takes it and it gets out.
Yep.
Gets its result. So the success aspect then like kind of the ties to the other things that right wingers care about, like drugs and the border, and just kind of being able to feel dominant.
Communism,
there's no like fighting Israel's war. Yeah, the socialism. There's no fighting Israel's war or anything like that. Yeah, I think there, some people like Tucker, just like the real misanthropes who just hate America and hate the world, are going to still be upset. But yeah, everyone else is basically on board with this thing.
Yeah, I think that that's a right assessment of where the temperature is there. And I think that it's also a right assessment of the kind of interventions that Trump likes to do. In and out, no casualties. Let's, maybe not get bogged down. But you aren't bound by the rationale of Trump, of Rubio, of any of these people at the, what did you say, ethnocentric Jews at the top of the administration. So tell us why
correct term, but people care a lot about Israel.
Why do you support the Venezuela intervention? I can tell you why I don't support it, but if you want to start, you can do that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that America has a responsibility to do good things in the world. I think that one of the worst things in the world is when socialist dictators come to power, and especially ones that are particularly bad, like Maduro was, who just crashed the economy, like really destroyed his country. And look, I mean, we took this guy out for a relatively small cost. Like the next person, Delcy Rodriguez, is like, you never know. Like sometimes the successor is better than the guy, because if you imagine socialist dictators on like a scale of like 1 to 10, right, Maduro is like a 7, 8, like one of the worst people you could imagine. If Delcy Rodriguez is just a normal socialist dictator, that will be better for Venezuela. That'll be better for America. That'll be better for the region. And so, like, what's the cost here? No American lives, thankfully. Not that expensive. It was in and out. We're not nation building. We're not risking war with a nuclear power like you might think in like Taiwan or something like that. Yeah. And so, yeah, why not do this? There's, there's like certain, there's certain arguments about like international law, which I don't believe is completely, fake or useless. At the same time, like the idea that you don't invade countries is already pretty weak as a norm. Like it's not gonna I think change Putin's behavior because we went in.
Oh yeah, that stuff I think that's all bullshit, right? The notion that like America does it, so Russia's going to do it, China's going to do it if they want to do it.
Tell me why you oppose it then.
Yeah, so the first and principal reason is I think it's unlawful under U.S. law, and because I think it's unlawful under U.S. law, I'm going to need a really, really, really good reason to think that Trump should violate the Constitution. That's number one. And then number two, it's the people in charge doing what I think is an unconstitutional act. That is to say, the very same Stephen Miller reaction that you provided, I think absolutely is present. And I am not going to say that I support Trump even having like a better grounding to invoke authorities within the country on the basis of an emergency like the one that he causes. And so based on the personnel there, I think that the likely result is going to be a further authoritarian impulse from Trump, where the courts might even give him more leeway in that respect after what I think is an illegal act to invoke things like the Alien Enemies Act to deploy people within the United States based on a more justifiable now condition of war, at least a purported invasion that occurred. And then finally, because I don't think that the administration is dedicated towards long-term efforts and pursuits in improving the condition in Venezuela, I just have no intuition about what will be the response there absent some kind of commitment to impose democracy or to coerce for the purpose of liberalizing that abject authoritarian regime. And so I have no reason to think that Delcy Rodriguez is going to be better or worse. And you have a kind of intuition about, well, it's a 7. If you just roll the dice on average, it's going to be better. But I don't know that it won't cause like a power vacuum or insecurity in which, maybe the expectations of the Venezuelan people are that there would be a fundamental change and we're only to a 5. And that might cause like internal collapse and horrible situations, or the military really cracking down in ways that are horrible. And so because of those reasons, because I don't have a strong intuition that this will lead to better results for the Venezuelan people, because I think that the administration will use things like this to justify greater authoritarian grabs, and because fundamentally I think it violates the Constitution, I'm against it, man.
Okay. Yeah, we could take those in turn. Yeah. The legal aspect, there's been to law school. I think you've been to law school too. The idea that the Congress declares war. I mean, we're way beyond that, right? I mean, and so like sometimes I think you just have to accept that the Constitution's changed and practices have changed. There's just it's like being like, oh, I don't like Social Security. There's an unconstitutional case for it. Well, you know what? FDR eventually won. The courts eventually ruled that the New Deal and these other things were constitutional. I still the words of the Constitution didn't stay change. I think it's hard to find like a textualistic interpretation for like Medicare and Social Security, but we live with it. And so it's like that kind of with foreign policy. I think there's just accepted practice now, and you have to be a kind of a living constitutionalist to a certain extent. It's like not going to win anyone over to say, well, this is illegal. Like, okay, but like every president has done this.
We
and
wouldn't treat this with any other right. I know this is a powers question, not necessarily a right question, and so is the one that you provided on Social Security, not necessarily implicating a right. It's more of a powers question. But I'm just not sure why, in the context in which the Supreme Court is striking down as unconstitutional exertions of legislative authority, for example, the criminal case against Trump, you can't do that, striking down these protections for certain for-cause removal positions. The Supreme Court seems to be actively sort of measuring different assumed things that was part of our constitutional structure. It was assumed that you could order the FTC to have protections from removal. It was assumed that the Federal Reserve would be protected. It was assumed that you could charge a former president with a crime. And so in a situation in which so much what was assumed constitutional practice seems up for grabs, I don't have a reason to believe that it makes sense for us to take this as the situation to ignore if we're reassessing a bunch of other stuff. And especially not in this case. This is the perfect situation in which this is exactly why we're concerned of the president having total power over the war, is because if we have a president who is going to use a state of war or an undeclared state of war or an ambiguity to, I don't know, for example, deploy the military into American cities on pretexts, I think this is precisely the right stand to take to reassert that proper constitutional role for Congress.
Yeah, I mean, this idea about removal and independent agencies and these, the foreign policy kind of the powers inherent, arguably, to the executive. I mean, a lot of conservatives have supported the idea that basically there's nothing unconstitutional about the president using force. Congress still has to approve funding for stuff, and they can still act if they want to, but they have to become they have to kind of overrule what the president is doing. And Congress has been happy to advocate their role here. They've just haven't wanted to deal with it, and so like all the actors in the system don't want to go back to the system, don't want to return to a system where Congress declares war. That's the only time we use force. It's like something we can complain about, but I think it's like a kind of a theoretical thing. It's fine if you say that's a reason for you to oppose the. But you
don't disagree with my reading of the Constitution. You just think that it's kind of at this point the practice. Because I agree that if this is the rule going back, then Clinton would have violated it. Then Obama would have violated it with certain interventions. And other presidents.
I don't. In this case, is a little more complicated because it's like they didn't recognize the U.S. stopped recognizing Maduro, and they didn't declare war on Venezuela, or they didn't.
It was like a law enforcement action. But
so it's like
the military
whatever. They went into. Yeah. I mean, if didn't they recognize? Who did they recognize that was a president? Was it Guaido, or did they not recognize him? Yeah. So they could have just like asked him, and they'd be like, "Okay, this is like a guy asking us to help him with, he's that's obviously not real, but it's like it's like these kind of technicalities." Anyways, but we could get to the other stuff. Okay. The idea of
assume it's legal now the results, right? So now we're going to go with the put that aside. Now think about the idea
that Trump will use it for authoritarian ends. Like, yes, we did see that. I mean, with the Aliens Enemies Act, it didn't. That was before the Maduro raid, right? Sure. So there is they're already doing this, and like the extent of like what they're doing on immigration, there's a lot of things that are frightening that they're doing on immigration. It doesn't seem in general tied to what's going on in Venezuela right now, with the exception of specifically Venezuela. Yeah, they're going to do this no matter what. I think we need to fight them, but like stopping Trump from taking Maduro because that's going to make his life harder. I don't think that's going to be the case because he'll still say they're alien enemies and they're still going to fight that in court. That's all. That's still been part of the issue.
You don't think the courts
And
would
then
be
the one,
more in a situation in which we're to decide whether regular people or the administration will try things? I'm concerned about the courts and, strictly speaking, the Supreme Court. That if Trump starts doing these
I
kinds
mean,
of actions,
if we were like invaded Venezuela like Iraq, maybe, but this thing happened, so it's like it happened, and it's. I think the legal arguments are going to be the same from before the Maduro raid and after. And then finally, the Venezuela thing, which I think is like the big one because I think it's like gonna influence Venezuela and the future of that country a lot more than America. You're right. It is unpredictable. The Venezuela does have internal politics. They did have an election,
yep,
last year, and Maduro lost
agreed.
we know this through various methods, yes. And so, like, they have internal politics, and the question is, like, okay, yeah, you've given one scenario, maybe they become even more authoritarian. The other scenario is like maybe they become less authoritarian because it is again a regression towards the mean kind of thing, where like Venezuela has always been more democratic than this, and most socialist dictators have been much better than this. And sometimes there's just like a kind of like effect where like one person is like unable to deliver change because they're so kind of defined by the previous policy. And so just having a change from Delcy Rodriguez to from Maduro to Delcy Rodriguez, just it's kind of something that you would think that would change things. Now there's been some good articles I've read in the New York Times and elsewhere about how Delcy Rodriguez actually had some, pro-market reforms in the last few years that helped stabilize the Venezuelan economy. So it's like you have to be like really crazy or really incompetent or like really stupid to actually believe that like the Maduro, the Chavismo, that stuff is like the right way to run a country.
Oh, I totally get that. Yeah.
And there's for all we know, I mean, this woman is smart and capable, and at least realizes that, and it's going to be power self-interested. But keep in mind, I mean, I really oppose this idea that like when Congress was voting on like tying Trump's head, like maybe it just gets more democratic and more pro-market and less socialist, just because the U.S. is sitting there, and if you displease us too much and you piss off Marco Rubio or Trump, like the same thing's going to happen to you, right? Like that itself is like an incentive for any future leader to behave in a way that was different from the Maduro regime.
So in general, you don't have a problem with them doing this because of the incentive structure. But what does it say about our allies like Denmark? I mean, in Greenland. Now we can say that they made a deal and everything's going to be okay or whatever. But I think that there are externalities here and a potential that people are pricing in the fact that the Trump effect can't last. Is JD Vance going to be able to, for example, let's say that Trump is out of office. Well, I guess the first question I ask is, do you think the same principle for Delcy Rodriguez applies to JD Vance, that if Trump is out of office, you would prefer JD Vance as president, wouldn't you?
Me? To Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Yeah,
JD Vance is pretty bad.
All right, but put that aside. Do you think anyone but Trump is going to be able to maintain this sort of incentive structure?
Not that necessarily incentive structure. Other leaders are not going to be as credible as far as taking a military force, but who knows? Like maybe Vance is. I think that. So I mean, first of all, we have 3 more years, so like a lot could change in 3 years. Sure. I mean, they could coerce Delcy Rodriguez doing all kinds of reforms, having elections, things that could really get out ahead. There's going to be pressure within Congress too. Like there's a Florida caucus and like a Hispanic caucus and Cubans and people like that who care a lot about democracy in Venezuela, and they're going to pressure, Democratic administration. They're going to pressure Republican administration. The South people in South Florida were part of the reason that Trump took a hard line. Those in Congress that was behind because they would vote along with the big beautiful bill. They wanted them to take a hard line on Maduro. So those people will still be there. So America will still have some pressures, even if it won't be like people think Trump is a little less. Trump is more crazy, and so maybe he's more likely to use force. Maybe they don't think that, but still, America has a lot of pressure that it can put forward under any president. The other thing you mentioned. The Greenland thing. I actually was, I like the idea of taking Greenland, but not by force. I like the idea of trying to do like, a real big PR campaign. I think that now that it I think that we shouldn't do it now. I agree with you kind of like some of these concerns about like Trump just getting his head big and like having successes and like just resorting to force in the international arena with allies. But like, I don't think that's inherent to the Maduro thing. Like, George H.W. Bush and Ronald Reagan like intervened in Latin America. Nobody thought they would invade Greenland or they would invade Europe, right?
Yeah, but Trump is different. He's going to think he's invincible, and if especially,
yeah, but we know he's crazy. Yeah, he's like. It's fascinating to watch him back down on the Greenland thing because the stock market, I think, went down like 2% in one day over this stuff. Next day, he says, I'm not going to use force. And it goes back up, right? I don't know if it fully regained or whatever, but he does this all the time. So, like, he's not that crazy. Like, he is crazy, but like, he's still guided by the markets and like political instincts. Like, that's clear by now. We saw this with the tariff
same New York
thing.
Times articles, Richard. I have to stop because those articles say that he was like pissed off that Maduro was dancing, and that like he felt that Maduro wasn't treating him with respect, and that at least part of the rationale might have been him sort of like feeling so safe. At least that's what I read in the New York Times.
Yeah, I mean there is. Yeah, I mean I saw that too. But it's still consistent with Trump. Like, he gets his revenge and then he like adjusts, right? Like these things, like he tries to arrest Kobe. The big things that are going to like really wreck the system, which would be reflected in like the stock market and the economy. He shies away from that stuff, and he shies away from that stuff because of the political backlash. And so, like, if the American people were really, they are against immigration, what he's doing on immigration, but if it was like so overwhelming, right? If it was like 80% or something like that, if there's the abortion thing where he's just completely shut it down and said your administration's not going to do anything about this. Like, he pays attention to political incentives. Like, kind of crazy when people think he doesn't, because like you don't dominate one political party for a decade coming from an outsider without being very, very good at politics. And being good at politics is also like not doing things that are that crazy. Unquestionably, he's kind of crazy. Unquestionably, he's like unstable, but he's unstable within this thing where like he's going to maintain that like base of support and that 35%, at least 40% approval rating.
But I think that he's going to keep those guys no matter what he does. I mean, we could have I've seen released documents that shows that without a doubt Trump like absolutely assaulted a 14-year-old.
He's very sensitive to like just a slight, like if the stock market really went south, like we don't know, like we've never seen it happen under George W. Bush. George Bush at the end when Iraq was spinning out of control, and then the Great Recession, I think his approval rating was like 20%, and we've never seen that Trump anywhere close to that. Now, part of it's like there's never been a crisis, but also like Bush doubling down in Iraq and taking a lot of casualties was something he did because he just wanted to do it. He thought it was like important at that point in time. And
he's on a second term. Trump's on his second term. He's old.
Yeah, you're right on that. Maybe it's a second term. Maybe it's just he's now at the end, and now the real crazy comes out, and he does what he wants to do. Yeah, but he's not motivated by like policy goals. That's the other thing too. He's motivated by like his own ego, and so like that.
And that's my concern on the intervention stuff is
and the international. Yes, he'll just invade Greenland because that's all he cares about. You're right. It's possible.
But I understand. I think that there is a way you could sell me on this Venezuela intervention. I think for me, you would, as a certain assumption, for it need to be legal on my lights. But you could sell me that, and you could sell me if there was an actual dedication to supporting, for example, the opposition or to announcing elections. They haven't even like stated that as a goal, right? The goal still is, or at least the stated goal is, and we can see past that, right? We can see past that and be like, okay, they're obviously lying. Fine, but I think that has other implications. It's drug interdiction. It's narco terrorism, and this stuff clearly isn't what's motivating the administration when it comes to cocaine. America doesn't really have a cocaine problem, even if there are a few or whatever number of like trace fentanyl deaths a year. That's not what's motivating them. And my fear is that in order to trust that the administration will accomplish aims that we think that they're moving towards, we have to both trust, I think, the competency and the kind of like internal process by which information is distributed, and that they're not just holding Trump in like sort of an isolation chamber and like not showing him polls, not showing him this or that. And so I don't trust the process behind the decisions. It seems like he talks to Netanyahu or he talks to Rubio and he decides to do something, and then the next day he decides something else, and he's very changeable. There are some constants. I will agree with you. There are some constants that he won't touch or that he will always go down. But he just seems like a very capricious figure, and
also like a more fragile figure from a physiological perspective. So I'll let you interact with that, and then we can move on to other issues.
No, you won't get any question from me as far as that. I think that on Trump's personality, but like I do think Rubio is a kind of stabilizing force here. I think they have a team around him. There are people who, even if Trump is crazy, there are people who like specialize or take on portfolios. Like I think the immigration thing, even though I don't like what's going on, it has a kind of coherence to it. I think Stephen Miller is running it, and he has his people
No doubt.
in DHS, and he has his people in his White House. So parts of foreign policy could be like that too. It doesn't all depend on Trump being mentally stable or having good information sources or whatever.
I totally agree that there are some parts of how the federal government is working that have like an internal logic, and it's so clear that there's like a rational set of motivations that are pushing for policies. And I think that is most clear on immigration, most clear on border. That stuff seems very deliberate and very sort of purposeful in their different actions. But on international relations generally, it feels like every week, and you can tell me what you think about this, it's like, new deal with Ukraine. Russia needs to give up all the land. Actually, Ukraine needs to get what it gets. And actually, we're not going to stop the funding. Oh, it's going to be on. Or the same thing with like Israel, Gaza, it feels like. That they're, everything's on the table for Iran. We'll strike Iran. It was the greatest peace. It's peace. It doesn't seem, I think that there are actors within the Defense Department under Hegseth, and J.D. Vance, I think, has his hands on some of this as well, and certainly Rubio, that have coherent goals. It just doesn't seem like Trump is pushing with a uniform vision. It feels like there are competing visions within his administration that are constantly vying for power. It doesn't seem like everyone's on the same side.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. I think that Vance is probably like, I think that the Venezuelan specialists, I think that the Venezuelan portfolio goes to the people who care about it the most. The immigration portfolio goes to the people who care about it. Seems like the same thing with Israel. The Israel portfolio, Kushner and like Witkoff. The Ukraine thing is kind of up in the air because nobody like makes Ukraine their number one issue. They just kind of there's kind of these competing forces. So yeah, I mean that suggests that like it's not going to be like too many heads in the pot. Like I don't think like J.D. Vance is going to try to do one thing on Ukraine and like Rubio Hegseth is going to do another. Yeah. I think it's probably the Rubio people that are in control. Rubio is probably going to take whatever ideas he has to Trump. Rubio will probably talk to Miller and like make sure like they're on the same page as like there's some anti-immigration angle, and then they can like dominate the Western Hemisphere, and the policy will be the policy. I don't think it'll necessarily be a disaster if you don't trust Trump.
Okay, this is the moment of truth, Richard. Grade the foreign policy of the first term so far for Trump, where after a year, you're liking what you're seeing.
It's kind of all over the place. Like I think the idea of Gaza, like, is correct. Like they should care more about making money and less about like their land, like and whatever these other issues, these like kind of religious issues. And so like what they're doing with like the peace
you
board,
mean the people of Gaza, or you mean the administration?
The people of Gaza.
Okay.
That was the world community and the people of Gaza. And I think the Trump administration, like when they say, when Jared Kushner says, we're going to build like hotels or whatever, like people should be happy about. Like I hate this stuff where it's like, no, they should just be like throwing their fists in the air and saying, we're going to fight Israelis to the last man. Like I think that's, I think that's kind of a more healthy attitude. So I think they've taken.
Is that a bit of a straw man though, Richard? Because isn't the contention that it's up to the people of Gaza to decide what they want to do with their land?
If it was up to the people of Gaza, you would give the people of Gaza the choice to leave Gaza. You would give them that choice, and then if all the people stayed in Gaza, well, that would be something else. And a lot of the people who dislike what the administration is doing don't want to give them that option. They call it ethnic cleansing. When I look at it as they are getting the choice of to leave or not, like every other group in the world that is involved in some kind of conflict. So I think like the Middle East is obviously a very tough situation, but generally genuinely oriented in the right direction. The Venezuela thing I like, and then the.
Can I just pause there right now, because like you're appealing to the sensibilities of what's in the best interest of the Venezuelan people in the context of Venezuela, and it seems like in Gaza, maybe you are as well in saying that I think it would be better for the Gazan people to accept the Hotel Riviera or whatever the plan is that Kushner et al. Have in Gaza. But is the primary motivation, or your primary like sort of assessment, motivated by what's in the best interest of the Gazan people, or what's in the best interest geostrategically for Israel and the United States?
I think it's all of the above. I mean, I think that for the Gazan people, like you're not doing them any favors for trapping them in this situation. And you should try to have you should try to rebuild. The best interest of Gaza is not for Hamas to be in power. And like, it's not like people have a choice. It's not like people can vote today. Maybe they would vote for Hamas, but like, they don't really have that option. That's not something that, is going on. And then
Yeah, but where are you going to
like,
put them, Richard?
people,
Where are you going to put them?
the Palestinians. They could be. I mean, like they could be. They could be. If Gaza, Israel had no designs on Gaza as far as like settlements or anything like that. They left Gaza, and if the whoever was running Gaza after that period in 2006 had given a thing where like, we want to just be left alone to have international investment and we'll stop fighting Israel. Like, Israel would have loved to take that deal and the U.S. would have loved to take the deal. It's the problem. It's the problem of Hamas. There's a broader Palestinian issue with like the West Bank. But like, if you're actually worried about Gaza, like you could solve Gaza. If like these, the incentives were lined up, if whatever, you
don't think the Israeli government has designs on land acquisitions in Gaza or indeed the West Bank?
Well, at this point, it seems like it, but it wasn't that before October 7th. It wasn't about controlling the land in Gaza. It's like, best, I care about American interests, I care about Israeli interests, I care about the Palestinians. I think that like the Trump administration is directionally in the going in the right direction. Venezuela thing I like, but then you have that along with the
tariffs is technically
crazy
some
stuff.
I think the tariff is interacts with international relations sufficient for you to include it on the foreign policy. It's also domestic, but yeah.
Of course. Yeah, Trump uses it as a tool of foreign policy, and it's connected to every other thing he wants to do, like Greenland. I think we've like done some bad things with our allies. At the same time, maybe it's like waking them up a little bit to take responsibility. I think they're probably spending more on defense than they were before, thanks to the Trump effect. But yeah, just like kind of, NATO, the kind of like the vibe of it. The vibe of it is not very good, right? The vibe of it is like international relations is a lot
kind of dark and shit. So what's the grade? What's the grade, Richard?
I don't know. Maybe the grade is like I don't know, a B. I don't know, B minus. I like the Maduro thing. I think that European relationship will probably recover. I think I think that, that's probably like the best field of the administration. Maybe there's some other things too, but yeah, that's up there.
No, that's great. I love that discussion. Obviously, I think that different foreign policy situations you can assess differently. I didn't hear your view on the Ukraine-Russia situation. Do you support the administration's, I don't know what to call it, an ambiguous / definitely more negative to Ukraine than the Biden administration was. I think you can agree with that. But do you support their policy in Ukraine?
No, I think they're too friendly to Russia. I think that Ukraine is, something we should support morally, and just because, I think that, the Russians believe that they have a White House that's indifferent to the Ukrainian cause, and they believe that they can keep pushing, right? I think that that's the case, and like Europe and America have to be united. Because Russian ambitions, like I was one of these people. I thought we should have taken NATO off the table at the before the Russian invasion. Like, why was it still on the table? Like, at least try.
Wasn't that deal on offer with Russia? I thought I read reporting that they had offered it.
No. Well, maybe you've seen some other reporting, but from my understanding is they didn't. And even I listened to some interview on this podcast called War on the Rocks, where they talked to somebody pretty high up in the Biden administration, was saying like, no, we couldn't do that. We could never make that offer. So
you believe that the NATO expansion was actually what's motivating the Russian invasion? Seems hard to believe.
It's like complicated. It's complicated how these people's brains, people like Putin's brains work. But like, I think it did create the right pretext. Now, I think it's kind of insane to think that like Ukraine was going to invade Russia or something like that. But I think it's cultural. I think it was the idea that like Ukraine is going to be part of the West, and like this thing called Russia, which is like this great civilization, which has Kiev as like, such a historic and important part of like the foundation of their civilization. That was just going to go to the West, and so NATO was part of that. Part of that was like Ukraine internally, like going after like Russian language media and like not wanting Russia to have, I think justifiably, but not wanting Russia to have influence in the country, and so it was kind of this thing of like civilizational loss, I think, was kind of the idea. And NATO, like an official like partnership with NATO, was like part of that idea.
I get that that's the pretext, but it kind of feels like the attitude that you're describing as a revanchist kind of revival, tying back to history kind of deal. And the NATO thing is just like the kind of like pretext for the broader ideological purpose of the invasion.
I think it's symbolic. I think it's symbolic of like what they think was happening to Ukraine, and just the idea that it was going to orient towards the West and not be a friend of Russia anymore. And so, I don't think, maybe they felt like Ukraine would like be a launching pad to invade Russia. Like maybe that'd be crazy to think that, but maybe they don't think that. They think rather, I think they believe that Ukraine has value as part of Russian civilization. And Putin did this, like, there was this international meeting around like 2008. He's like, no, you'll never get Ukraine. Like, it was just like, there was something about Ukraine that was different from Poland or the Baltics. It was just seen as part of Russian civilization. And so
that seems correct. Yep.
What can you do? Like, what could you have done before the war? You could have tried to reassure them. Like, it's not the best thing for Ukraine if Russia would leave it. Let's like a crazy, ex-boyfriend or something that's gonna, like, if it gets its life together, it's gonna go and like destroy it. Like, you could have just like said, Ukraine, you're gonna be neutral. Like, Putin's going to have a say in the future of your country. Ukrainians wouldn't want that. That sucks. But like, I think that could have probably stopped an invasion. We'll never know. But that's
here's my position on that, and then we can move into domestic stuff, because I really want to get into Renee Good, ICE, and that shit, because I've seen you on Renee Good, and I want to talk about that stuff. So my final sort of statement on the Russia stuff is, I really do think that it was motivated by territorial ambitions, but if I was convinced that NATO for non-invasion were on the table and it would actually prevent a future incursion invasion, I'd take that deal. In fact, if I knew that segmenting, or I should say freezing the lines of conflict right now in exchange for no war would permanently end the conflict, at least in the foreseeable future, next 50, 60, 70 years, I'd take that deal too. The problem is you can't trust Putin or the Russian government. And so to the extent that there's a deal to be made, there's just no buy-in, right? There's no trust that they're going to enforce the deal, or that America's going to put up its end of the bargain. And so why should, or why could, or how could it be possible for Ukraine to agree even to a bad deal if there's no trust that Russians are even going to follow a bad deal?
Yeah, I mean, there's two separate questions of before the invasion, which I think, Putin has done crazy things and he's invaded, Georgia and stuff like that. But it was never something on this scale, which is like, I was going to take and swallow a whole country. Like, it would have been worth trying to find a way to not. And I think that like his appetite has been whetted a little bit. And because so much blood and treasure have been sacrificed, like, this is his legacy. He's got to make sure it's got to be worth it. So just like stopping right now is probably not enough. He probably wants all of Ukraine. I agree with that. Like, maybe before he would have taken like just like a kind of Finlandization kind of thing. I don't think he would even. Maybe he would take that Finlandization, but like, there's no way to get that without military domination, because the Ukrainians are not gonna go for it. And
that's why I don't understand Michael Tracy, your friend's position, where it's kind of like, why don't they have a deal? Why don't they have a deal? Why don't they have a deal? Like, there is no deal that is reliable that the Russians will accept that isn't going to be violated in 2 years for greater.
You ever have Michael Tracy on? Have you had him on the show before?
We talked about Epstein stuff. We haven't talked about Ukraine before, but that is what I like. I fundamentally think that Michael Tracy is missing is not that
when I talk to him, he seems not to want to take like direct positions like that. He seems to like to say, "Oh, this kind of thing is hypocritical," or "This doesn't make sense." What they're doing. I rarely see Tracy saying like, "We should have this deal." So it'd be interesting if you talk to him next time. Maybe you ask him directly.
Perfect. Yeah. All right. On to domestic stuff. Let's first talk about Renee Good. What's your take?
Yeah, I think the guy killed her. I mean, I think it was like, I watched the video, the New York Times one, especially the second and third shot. And some people will be like, oh, you don't know what it's like to be in this situation. Like, okay. What kind of gets me is like, it doesn't stop he shoots her, it doesn't stop the car, right?
Yes,
It's like,
yes, yes.
why is he
No,
shooting? Why is he shooting
that
her?
is the thing is people will only analyze the threat or the risk, but it's not just an analysis of the risk. It's the use of force in relation to the risk. So of course, there can be situations in which, even assuming that there was a threat of serious bodily injury sufficient for you to use force, the force you use needs to have some logical connection to preventing the qualifying threat. And as you point out, how does shooting her at that distance from the car have any tendency to lower that threat?
Yeah. And even like, all the law enforcement people say you don't get in front of a car. And like it's kind of weird. He's like, even not even just in front of the car, but like to the side where it's like
Yeah.
she could try to drive off. It's like the worst possible. Like if he was just in front of the car, she probably wouldn't drive off, right? He was like right almost there. And he's giving her room to get away and then shoots her when she does. It's bad. I think it's like it is really bad that the administration lies this much that they're never going to prosecute this. They'll never cooperate with any local jurisdiction that's trying to investigate it. Minnesota in this case. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I think that the whole Somali. I wrote an article about this, about Renee Good and George Floyd and kind of Minnesota being the center of our national politics again. Yeah, there is no like this is not like a logical thing like why Minnesota because the Somalis and like 90% of them have some kind of legal status. It was in response to Nick Shirley.
Yeah, talk about Shirley. This guy's a fucking idiot.
He's brain damaged. I mean, he really comes across as like you wouldn't like if this kid was in your like college class or something, you wouldn't think that you'd think this is one of the dimmer kids in the class, and they're praising him as like the greatest journalist of our generation.
He uncovered this massive fraud.
Whatever, even like the Somali fraud, which there's some Somali fraud, has nothing to do with illegal immigration. It's not about illegal immigration. And Minnesota has, I think about half the rate of illegal immigrants as the national average. And so it's one of the last places you would go. There are some things with like not local jails not cooperating with law enforcement, but still, like a lot of places do that. And so, like, what is this about? It's about like it's like a word association. Like Tim Walz is from Minnesota. Yeah. There's fraud. There's Somalis.
George Floyd.
Jacob Frey. George Floyd, and it's just like, yeah, this is the people, liberal white women everywhere. This is the place we want to go to war with, and it's kind of like crazy that this is how they make policy. Is like just like wanting to intimidate and declare war on like parts of the country. In addition to like obviously what they're doing to immigrants, and like more than half the people don't have any criminal even a charge. Like beyond that, it's just like they're also declaring war on Americans. So like this kind of this has become like the main issue for me. Like, you have to disempower ICE. You have to like stop this kind of private force that like sees itself as like the based people fighting the immigrants and the liberals. Like that can't be institutionalized, and Democrats need to win and they need to defund this thing.
Absolutely. Hey, I'm with you there. It does seem though that, I don't know if you saw, there was a recent Ezra Klein interview with some conservative writer. I'm forgetting his name now. And he described, why, in his estimation, a lot of what Trump is doing isn't going to be long lasting, or something to that effect. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
Yuval Levin.
Yes, yeah. He, I think, even if you don't grant that, and I don't fully grant that, although it's probably more lasting with immigration than anything else, I will say that his description of how the administration operates, that is to create sort of like individual deals to coerce action more broadly, I think that's largely correct. And it's not just in the issue of immigration, ICE, but it's for like universities. It's for broadcasters. It's for, media pundits. In all these areas, they'll pick a couple cases. Take Mahmoud Khalil, take, suing CNN, take any one of those different, Jimmy Kimmel, et cetera, and they'll not necessarily institute a policy that is like easily identifiable to always do this, or to have a different standard, although sometimes they do that, but just to scare and coerce people into compliance. And I think nowhere is that better exemplified than in ICE and their deployments with ICE and the National Guard. I mean, in those situations, there was a finding out of a district court. There's an administrative stay on the ruling right now, but literally found that the deployment of tear gas, some seizures were done for the specific purpose of retaliation against First Amendment protected activities. It's happening everywhere, and it's causing the approval rating on what should be one of Trump's strongest issues, immigration, to go down. So talk to me about that, the public perception. Is this becoming a losing issue for him? And what do you feel about, regardless of whether ICE should be defunded, what is the political strategy here?
Yeah, so this Yuval Levin thing, yeah, I mean, there's an argument there. He says that the Trump has signed less legislation.
Yeah.
They've done less regulatory change, and I'm sure that's true. But at the same time, this kind of like it's kind of bigger than making policy change, because like the way the government functions has kind of changed. And I think every Republican from now on is going to behave like this. Maybe Democrats will behave like this too, but at least Republicans know that their side doesn't care at all. And so like individual deal making and trying to like, use government to force it in a certain direction, that's going to be like, deal making with companies, like that's going to be like kind of the norm. Now maybe Trump is just unique and he can do unique things and other people can't. And maybe it just goes back to like it's just a weird thing, and then like politics just becomes normal again after Trump. Like I don't think that that's like impossible, but I think that like Republican politicians at least have learned that they can get away with a lot. Now maybe they can't get away with a lot if they're not Trump. That's the other thing. Like Congress has been like, when Congress wants to push back, when the Senate wants to say we're not going to confirm Matt Gaetz, like Matt Gaetz goes away, right? But then they confirm RFK, and so RFK gets in. Yeah. And so maybe it's just like Trump is so intimidating to them, like any other Republican president, and then you have Congress and the Senate, and they're a little bit more responsible actors going forward. So yeah, it's yet to be seen. Like he has fundamentally changed like our government system to make something authoritarianism. He has institutionalized that. Thank God for term limits. I think he's probably not going to run again. And then what comes next?
Hey, Richard, you're cutting out a little bit. Why don't you try exiting the call real quick and rejoining it to see if that fixes it? Because
should I do this? Disconnect?
Yeah, just disconnect, and then the call should still be there, and you can reconnect. Oh boy.
Okay, is this better?
Yeah, way better, way better. Thank you. So we had just said, you said basically that on some issues the senators are willing, and his party is willing to buck it, and maybe it's the fact that his power is so unique, and that his hold over it is so unique that really no one else might have that potential. And I somewhat buy that. I do think that he has a unique hold in some respects, but I think you're correct that the issue isn't like the policies themselves. It's about the very nature of authority and the structure, and the realization that the base doesn't really give a shit about those limitations or structures, and that we're a little bit naive to think that they ever did. They will push back on some things. They push back on the Fed. They push back on or on the Epstein file stuff. And Matt Gaetz. What is the through line on when the Republicans stand up? Are they pet issues, or are they issues where they feel like there's more security there? Talk to me about that.
Well, the people who push back on the Fed thing are completely different from the people who push back on Epstein, right? So there's these kind of different polls, right? It's like a Senate versus House thing to some extent. It's the the responsible people who want the institutions to function. They know the Fed is a big deal, and then the other side you have the Epstein people who are just crazy conspiracy theorists. The thing is, like, the coalition changes when Trump is gone too. It's like a lot of the people who like Trump are really aggressive people who just like are on social media all the time and just like love Trump and whatever he does. So they will be on his side no matter what. And maybe it's like the human capital problem is not so bad when Trump is not there. So what pressures they face within the party, maybe the conspiracy theorists aren't that big of a part of the coalition. When Trump is gone, they just kind of disperse between the two parties because Vance is kind of lame.
That's a big lack of aura is a big problem. I'm concerned though, Richard, because what is left of this party when Trump is gone? I'm concerned it's Groyperism and just these vague policy things of immigration and being strong.
I think it's the model scenario. I think with Vance, Vance is committed to the post-liberal project. So I think that you would get a lot of coherence there, actually, and it would be a pretty nightmare scenario. So this is why I don't want Vance to
Yeah.
come to power. If Vance loses, and then it's kind of going to be a free for all. I mean, it's going to be like, does the old like Republican Party, the way they rose up in Indiana, like those people still exist? Those people are still there, or is it just like a free for all between these crazy people? There could be a vacuum. Hopefully the Republican Party in this iteration just dies because, like, it's just an awful place of groypers and conspiracy theorists. And if that doesn't work electorally, then they'll be out of power until something changes. If it works electorally, then we'll see. We'll be in a different situation.
No, I think that's right. I'm just like, I don't think that there's a plan or a coherent strategy from the Republicans other than let's just do Vance in terms of the next administration. I saw a poll that showed Rubio surprisingly like gaining some momentum in polls, but I think he's announced that he wouldn't run against Vance. And I don't know that he would get the support of
He said something like that. Yeah, I think he said something like that. But I think Vance is kind of the runaway favorite. I mean, every time, like in the last 100 years, I've looked at this, where a vice president ran after a two-term president, he's gotten the nomination. So this happened with Biden.
Bush, Biden,
Al Gore. What other cases were there? There was you have to go back for a two-term president. But anyways, it's been like five, 6 different times, and and the person has been the nominee each time. So Vance is going to start out with the favorite, probably be endorsed by Trump. He has the name recognition thing. The tech people like Elon Musk, they love him. The money people love him. The intelligentsia of the right, these people who I don't think highly of. Vance has done a good job of like reaching out to them, and he speaks to them. That's why he'll never denounce groypers and so forth. And so those people like him.
You see this post? They're always like the same structure. It's like, why is the media talking about this when they should be talking about this? And it's like this.
Yeah, and they love that. That's how every right wing like person who fancies themselves an intellectual with like 40,000 followers like talks on Twitter. They're all like this. They can't defend stuff. They're always like the media lied to us about this. Now we're talking about that. Why not? It's like some stuff. He's got that. He's like he's one of them. He's like one of these like mediocre substackers or Twitter posters. And so the tech people love him. The hive mind of the right loves him. He's got the name recognition. He's the vice president. It's probably going to be him. The only question is whether he's good at, I think the Groyper thing and the Bannon thing, those are the kind of the wild cards there. They could really screw with him.
Do you think that threat is overstated? Because I often think that there are people understate the potential for them to gain more prominence, the Bannonites or the Groypers, respectively. Do you think that there's that people underestimate them? I think that people underestimate.
I've always said that. Yeah, I've always said that. Like the Fuentes fans, like they pack into these TPUSA events, and they are the ones who ask the questions, and they're the ones who have the energy, and they're the ones who are in the comment section. And Bannon himself has a pretty big following and gets a lot. He's got the star power when he's talking to the media. They're paying attention more to him than other people. That is the Bannon Groyper.
What happened with the mic? Testing 1 2 3.
What mic?
No, it's me. I think it's me. My mic is shit. All right, I'm gonna check.
You're breaking it in now. But anyways, how much longer do you want to go?
Just for like 5-10 more minutes, if that's okay. Can you hear me?
Okay, sure. All right. Yep, I hear you. You cut in and out a little bit, but I hear you.
All right, let me just fix it real quick. I'm gonna go static. 1 second.
I can't hear you, man.
Testing 1 2 3.
Now I can hear you.
Any better?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Great. Let me just make sure this is in there as well. All right. So last topic. Are you going to be ready and prepared to endorse Gavin Newsom if he wins the nomination for Democratic presidency against JD Vance?
Probably, yeah. No.
Yeah. What direction do you think the Democrats need to go to be successful in the national election? And what would it take for the Republicans to do for you to be back on their side?
They have to denounce their hatred of immigrants. I mean, I think that's probably not gonna happen. I think that's the dominant force in the party right now. And so, yeah, that's that I think is kind of the main thing. Yeah, I mean, Newsom I think has the star power. I think that just like in the modern media environment, like Shapiro, I don't think has it. Like I don't think any of these other people. Gretchen Whitmer kind of has it, but you have to be kind of the people. Mamdani has it. Trump has it, obviously. You have to be the kind of person that just like you walk into the room,
And
like
exude
people are just
charisma.
interested in you.
Yeah.
You have that it factor, and that's kind of the way politics. Newsom is the person who, by far, AOC has it, but she's too radical, and I don't think she would do well. And I don't like her policies anyway. So I think Newsom is clearly the front runner from that perspective. I think he's got some good ideas on the abundance thing. He shouts out Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson after he signs one of the big housing bills this last year. And so, there's some, he's kind of plugged into some of the better currents within the Democratic Party. That plus the star power, I think he's going to be formidable. And I think I'd probably prefer him at this point, but it's going to be a primary. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, last set of questions for you. We're going to get to the grade on domestic policy, and it better be an F, Richard. I mean, if this isn't enough for an F, maybe you'll give it a D or something. But a passing grade, come on. But okay, I understand that we have massive, massive problems, you and I both, with Trump's domestic policies. What is on your wish list of things that you think he still can accomplish in the next 3 years, and specifically in the next year, that you think is a realistic, like something that you would think that Trump could accomplish that you would like domestically?
Yeah, I mean, there are some things that have been done already, but you need time to see how they work out or the implementation. So some of the stuff on nuclear regulatory commission, we've really screwed up with nuclear power in this country, but it'll take a while to see whether the fruits of what Trump has been doing are going to work out. He's done some stuff on environmental permitting. Again, we'll see how that works. It takes a while to judge these policies. Yep. I think that is a thing of like a hands-off, kind of approach has been good.
You're against
like I think
Bernie's,
some of the,
what was Bernie's proposal that like ban data centers until we figure out what the hell's going on?
yeah, exactly. Until like we solve like hunger and homelessness or something. It's kind of it's nuts.
Don't hate on my man. But okay, cool. So on AI stuff, you like the hands off. Do you like the hands off on crypto and fraud? We'll start with crypto and then fraud.
No, I think the fraud thing is
it's
fraud thing is obviously bad.
Yeah.
It's insane. The crypto thing, I'm kind of undecided on. It's like idiots gambling and like scamming each other, and it's like whatever. Let the idiots gamble and scam each other.
Trump included with like one of the most fucking insane rug pulls / crypto schemes with his Trump coin shit. I mean, that was an absurd situation. But no, I agree.
mean, should it be illegal to like just tell idiots like buy the stupid Trump thing?
I'm not sure.
Take their money.
Maybe
as long as you're not lying. Yeah. I mean, so like I don't care about making it illegal. I think that's probably has some bad effects. I think some of the FDA stuff, like using Bayesian statistics, is it's very in the weeds kind of thing. But they recently announced they're going to do that. I think making a lot of people I know who are into making the drug trials work better and less expensive. They kind of like some of the stuff coming out of RFK's FDA, despite or HHS and FDA, despite the vaccine stuff. Yeah. The stuff that the stuff that RFK doesn't pay attention to. I mean, there's some smart people doing smart things there. So yeah, there's a lot that's like there's a lot that's like actually good. I mean, it's like this is an authoritarian kind of regime that doesn't care about truth, that is corrupt, that declares war on parts of the country, but like still has like some good ideas, because the right still is like, we're the place where the most pro-free market people are, and so you're going to get like good policies thanks to that, and it's going to be complicated. It's not going to be as easy as like everything this administration did is like cursed, and it just has to be uprooted, root and branch.
Okay, so final grades, and if you want on domestic, you can split it up, immigration, whatever you want, or you could just give a final on domestic policy. Give us your thoughts here. Give a grade.
On the on immigration, I give it an F. On other domestic, like you take out foreign policy, take out immigration. On like domestic policy, a B, the B minus. I mean, other than immigration, a B. There's not a lot that they're doing domestically. other than immigration, besides being, obviously corrupt and just selling the
So the
government.
corruption
Right,
authoritarianism,
that big of a
you're trying to disentangle that from the policies that are like not sort of wrapped up in that stuff. So what you're saying is on authoritarianism and corruption, I would assume that you would say that that's like an F minus, and it's one of the most corrupt administrations you've ever seen. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's an F on corruption. A lot of the policy things are, a lot of policies other than that I've talked about have been pretty good. And I worry about kind of the long term institutional damage, which is like another kind of, do I factor that into domestic policy? I don't know. It's very complicated. I wish the leftists would just become free market people, so I don't have to deal with this shit, and I don't have to like what the Republicans are doing, but know that they're just kind of corrupted out of their minds. So that's what I want to do. I want to convince left wing people that just free markets work and they should all be free market people. Then they can be good people and have the right policies, and then everything can be simple.
Well, I appreciate the candor. We have some disagreements, but I always like getting your read on what's going on. And yeah, I'm sure in like 5 or 6 months, I'll want to get your take again and see if any of these viewpoints have changed at all. But I just want to thank you most of all for coming on and chatting. It's useful to get your perspective on this issue, and it's good to see you at least fighting strongly on the corruption, on the Renee Good stuff, on the ICE stuff, immigration stuff. It's useful, I think, to have voices who are even conservative that are on the right side of those issues. So thank you for joining me, and appreciate you. Where can people find you?
Yeah, I appreciate you too, Pisco. It was a great conversation. The Substack is the most important thing. So most of my articles are free. Some of them are paid, but just leave your email and you'll get the article. So it's richardhanania.com, or you just Google my name. It'll come up. Also on Twitter. And yeah, again, those are the places where I primarily spend my time.
All right. Thank you so much, Richard. Talk soon. All right.
All right, man. Take care.
Peace out. Okay. Well, that happened. So you guys are aware, I do that just to get his, like, as a conversation to see what his takes are. I didn't structure that as like a debate, just a heads up. So if you wonder like why I'm just giving occasional pushback, it's not that I agree with everything he's saying when I'm nodding or whatever, or smiling. It's just to facilitate a conversation. So just heads up with that. But interesting to say the least. I think that the B is super generous on foreign policy, and obviously we have a big disagreement on that and on whether the legality of it matters. But yeah, and then obviously on domestic policy too, I wouldn't give him a B minus. And I think it's kind of like impossible to disentangle the corruption and authoritarianism from a lot of these domestic policies. I understand that you could theoretically do that, but if there's no confidence with respect to some of the regulatory actions taken, or at least I guess there's a lot of deregulation happening as well that he's citing that's positive. But I think it's kind of hard to just view that as independent of the more broader structural concerns. Okay. Thank you guys for watching. Let me give you some quick thoughts on the CONOR conversation. Now that we are kind of taking a breath, I just think his position, I think he doesn't want to throw this guy in jail. And I know that that's maybe a little bad faith or mind reading for me to do. But let me sort of show, I'll do what CONOR does. Right? If you grant, where's the case? Maybe I have to, okay, here we go. 1 second. If you grant the following, please, why is my internet so slow? And then show the screen. If you grant, as CONOR does, 1, that the creation of a dangerous situation should factor into the reasonability analysis, which is his position, and you in fact believe that Agent Ross was reckless with respect to the creation of a dangerous situation, and you grant that this would be unreasonable with respect to civil, it's not clear to me what would justify saying it would be reasonable under criminal. Because, of course, the determination as to reasonableness applies to the Fourth Amendment. Right? This is all premised on the Fourth Amendment under Graham and Garner, right? And Scott v. Harris, Garner, right? Kingsley, the other case I cited. So I don't know. I also cited Plumhoff. I don't know why someone who believes that the court ought to incorporate this creation of a dangerous situation factor into the analysis, that's one, who thinks that the agent was reckless, who grants that given that fact, it would be unreasonable with respect to the civil, any kind of civil complaint or whatever, would nonetheless say it would be reasonable under the Fourth Amendment for criminal. It just feels like it doesn't follow. And he just like made that up. And then separately, on the issue of like, is there any reasonable relation between the use of force, right? Use of force and the need / purpose. I don't know why, for purposes of establishing the reasonableness of the first shot, he's able to do so in like the window of time of recognizing a threat, but that same kind of level of decisional making autonomy isn't applied to the later considerations, supposing that they're physiologically possible to make that determination. And I think we proved that they are physiologically possible to make that determination. And it seems unreasonable in this case why an objectively reasonable officer wouldn't make that decision, especially when he brought up the example of himself with adrenaline making a reasonable decision in like 0.5 seconds. So by his own lights, I don't know. It very much seems that you are able to recognize the threat and a threat distinction in that amount of time. There was a very apparent threat distinction between the first shot and the next shots. So why don't you grant this then? But yeah. That's kind of my take. That's kind of my take. What else do we have to do? Oh, there's this Jack Smith thing. Did any of you guys watch the Jack Smith thing? Is it like worth reviewing? I'm gonna review like all the Jack Smith stuff at some point. Womp womp. Okay, I think we should crowdfund a couple $100,000 to pay Nick Shirley to take an IQ test. Did he promise to do it at a given amount? Did he promise to take an IQ test? Yes, it's fire. You should cover it. Okay, I might cover it, but I don't know if I should do so right this moment because I need to take a break. So maybe I'll come back tonight, but I think I need to take a break. So guys, I don't think I can raid into Hutch because he hasn't like enabled it or something. But I encourage you guys go watch Hutch. And yeah. I love you guys very much. I'm gonna be gone and I'll be back maybe tonight and I think definitely tomorrow and certainly Sunday. So stay cool and have a good one.